that. I'm not saying you're useless because you're not a pilot. I'm saying you
what I
said
heard.
I'm not a pilot, so and you don't make corrections. So in comparison to what they're saying, which you would obviously have to make corrections, because how are you gonna make the plane move 500 miles per hour more sideways, Bacon? How do you make the plane do that?
Bacon is concerned about why you called him useless. It sounds like.
Yeah,
I can answer the question. No, I'm ready to answer the question just asked. So,
okay. How do you gain 500 miles per hour of sideways tangential speed to match the Earth perfectly, and that one-to-one relationship, so it can land on what it seems to be landing on, which is a stationary Earth every single time? The plane never has to treat the runway like an aircraft carrier, ever.
Well, all the airplane has to do is to follow the ground straight path.
Not answering.
And for that to
same thing.
Every time we start answering the question, this guy's going to interrupt me saying that I'm not answering the question.
We've already said that answer. Then I already said that it's not an answer, because you're still going to have to get your sideways tangential speed 500 miles per hour more.
Yeah.
That's not just following the ground path.
That's what would happen.
The atmosphere doesn't do it for you either. That's why you're useless.
That's what does happen if you just try to follow that path. Because if you're not gaining that momentum, you're not going to be following that path. So you have to correct for you not being on that path if you get out of that path. And by correcting that, you're gaining the momentum that you need to stay on that path.
Yeah, by the way, the amount of momentum.
If you only went west and south, right? How are you gaining eastward momentum? Oh, good. Matthew's here. How do you gain eastward momentum if you only went west and south, Matthew?
You only have to gain 0.6 miles per hour every minute, which is like almost nothing.
That's the other thing. Yeah, they always say it's just a little increment. How can
something be nothing?
Yeah, if you're trying to...
It's nothing, but it's only point of... Okay, so how are you going to go... How are you going to correct eastward? Even if you minimize it in your head at 0.06
No, I'm minimizing it with math.
That still doesn't answer that 0.6.
You minimize it with math.
Still doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, because you never went east to correct for that. You would have to gain eastward momentum, Matthew. You only went west, southwest.
Yeah, you gain eastward momentum.
Yeah, and all your answers are nothing.
The wind and the way that you're aiming.
Yeah, all your answers are zero.
Wait a minute. Don't talk over. Don't ruin it right now, please. Don't do it, Democ. I just want to make sure he's pinpointed on this, because he just said the winds do it for you. What do you mean winds? Winds go in all directions. How do you know the winds are going to do it for you?
Yeah, so you're not even going to notice. So you're right, the winds go in all different directions.
So then how are the winds correcting your plane to have 500 miles per hour more momentum in the eastward direction?
You call it 500. You call it 500 miles per hour. I call it 0.6 miles per hour every minute, which is barely even.
Like noticing. I said, mathematically you can minimize it, but it doesn't matter.
You're maximizing it. So.
Well, that's the reality of it. If you started with 500 miles per hour sideways momentum, right, with the eastward turn of the Earth. Now you're flying towards the equator. But you never went east at all. You only went west, southwest, like, from Chicago down to the equator, near San Diego or wherever. Let's say it was 500 miles per hour at the time you got to the equator, but you only went west, southwest. So your corrections east wouldn't be there. You would never be able to correct east to get more eastward momentum. Get it?
I see what you're saying. But 0.6 miles an hour is just going to be lost in the wind, especially at the jet stream where it's 200 miles an hour.
Lost in the wind?
Yeah,
that's
all these speeds are zero.
What do you mean lost in the wind? You'd have to make a conscious effort to make sure your plane is 500 miles per hour more, even if it's incremental. You'd have to make a conscious effort to do this. So why are you saying it's lost in the wind if you're saying
right?
Yeah, I'm saying they make a conscious effort to speed up 0.6 miles per hour every minute.
Well, hang on. I think there's a false equivalency going on here, because you're saying, yeah, you're breaking down 500 miles an hour into an increment, right? But that doesn't. Right. That you're talking about crosswinds. That
it doesn't match physics. It doesn't match physical attributes of these numbers.
It's a false equivocation in some way. I can't figure out exactly how, but that's a constant, and you're trying to break it down into increments when there's something you're trying to break down.
Yeah, because planes don't instantaneously appear from one city to another, so it happens over the space of many hours. And it's a tiny amount when you do that.
How do you physically demonstrate that?
There's obviously a false equivalency going on here.
Don't start challenging what he's saying, because he just contradicted himself. He needs to address that first. You said you incrementally do it, but then you said it's lost in the winds. And then you said they don't have to worry about it. And then you're saying, but it would just be this much over this period of time. So if
Yeah,
you're
all,
headed
all those are true.
Okay, all those are true, right? Contradictions.
Well,
so
the rotation, the rotation doesn't stop.
Yeah, you're gonna have to have 500 miles per hour or 0.06 whatever you're saying miles over a certain period of time. Doesn't matter. If you're going directly south, which direction would you correct? Eastward, right? Because you have to have more eastward momentum, right? You have to correct, make the direction
a little bit eastward, sure.
Can I?
Right, a little bit eastward. Right.
I don't know if you'd have to aim. I don't know. I don't think you'd have to aim that way though.
No, you'd have to correct eastward to get more eastward momentum is the theory. But then if you, Matthew, now, if you're only going west, southwest, right, towards the equator, you never went east at all. So how are you saying you're going to make any corrections eastward to match the new tangential speed?
Yeah, there are two things that determine where a plane is. One is where it's aimed, and another is the wind that it's flying in. That's why they call it airspeed. And so both of those have factors determining how much lateral motion is applied to the plane, both which way you're aimed and the wind you're flying through.
But answer the direct question. Don't just explain the whole flying process to us as if that's an answer. You have to say, this is how I get eastward momentum when I'm only flying west southwest. I need 500 miles per hour over an incremental time to get 500 miles per hour more eastward direction of this airplane. Not that it would even work that way anyway. It wouldn't work that way. But even if it could, if you only went west and south, how are you gaining eastward momentum?
Because of the wind you're flying through is also gaining eastward momentum as you go farther and farther south.
But if okay, first of all, it's not an answer because winds go in all directions. We already established that.
No answer is an answer to you.
If the wind is pushing you now to have more momentum in an eastward direction, you'd never be able to fly against the eastward momentum, right? You'd never be able to fly through that. You're flying against it. You're flying against the spin of the Earth. So if the air was pushing you back into that one-to-one relationship, the plane would never be able to fly against the spin because the air would be pushing it back.
At the same time, isn't the idea that the atmosphere and the wind goes along with the Earth at the same time?
Yeah, that's
and not even in lockstep. Not even in lockstep. When you land a plane, you have to be in a one-to-one relationship, right? So you're even that excuse that you're coming up with doesn't even fly.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
I think you should talk to some pilots. It definitely would fly.
Well, no, because you're flying against the spin, Matthew. We've been over this 100 times, you and I.
Yeah,
you're flying against the spin, and you're flying west-southwest. So you can't gain eastward momentum because you never went east with the plane.
You're not getting eastward momentum based on which way you're aimed. You're gaining eastward momentum based on the average of the air around you slowly speeding up over the whole flight.
Well, but
you're flying against this. You're flying against the atmosphere. So if you're flying through the atmosphere against the atmosphere, you can't say that you're gaining backwards momentum when you're flying west. You'd have to gain momentum in the opposite direction.
No, you certainly do. You certainly do gain eastward momentum.
Bob couldn't answer this. How are you gaining eastward momentum if you're only flying west, Matthew? Answer it directly. The wind doesn't do it for you.
The wind is pushing you through the wind.
Yeah, but you're flying west. You're flying against it and through it.
Right.
You can't be gaining eastward momentum when you're flying west.
Yes, you can. It's all relative.
How? Yeah, it's relative. That's their go-to. Follow the ground path. It's relative. The wind.
No, this is literally how it works. This is mathematically how it works.
You can have westward. You can have westward winds.
Your perspective. You gotta give space for Matthew to answer your questions. You can just ask questions and keep talking to him.
He doesn't have an answer. It's fine, Bacon. You didn't have an answer.
You can't say. You can't just keep saying that. You can't just keep hand-wave dismissing.
There's no answer. The answers.
I know you like to speak. I know you like to speak. But you gotta let other people speak too, even mainly when you're trying to talk to them.
Well, he's given his answers. He gave his answer that the wind's pushing you backwards, even though you're flying westward. So the eastward momentum of this wind, that's the atmosphere, even though winds go in all directions. So you can't say that's predictable. You can't say the eastward's momentum is pushing the plane back into this new 500 mile per hour tangential speed it needs to be in that one-to-one relationship when it lands on a stationary Earth. Skyline will say he's never even taught about corrections. Then you have Zanuck in here talking about make corrections. Oh, wait, but if you go west and south, I don't know. You would just, let's talk about a ball. If you toss the ball, he starts talking about balls and just stick to the plane. You don't have eastward momentum if you only went west. I'm done. That's it. You don't have an answer.
I think
someone has something to say.
News perspective. I think you're taking on their own model when you say tangential. To me, anyway.
Oh, I'm begging the question for sure.
Yeah.
It's in their model that it breaks. That's
Right.
the reason I'm pinpointing it, because even with their model, they don't have an explanation. They can do it if you're going just south, just straight south, then they can maybe trick you into thinking, oh well, he just banked a little bit east, and then all of a sudden he's at this new tangential speed. But what fucks them up is when you're saying no, it's west, southwest. You never went east. And then Bob was in here going, oh well, the plane, the wing would be kind of facing south southeast. So there you go. You just go left a little bit, and then all of a sudden you've got 500 miles per hour more tangential speed in that direction. No, south southeast is totally different than directly east. You need more momentum directly east, but you're flying directly west and a little bit south. When you get to the
atmosphere
equator,
has exactly that, right?
Totally out of sync. You're going to be totally out of sync, and you can't deny it.
As you go, I mean, it should be clear at this point, as you go towards the equator, you're going to face an atmosphere that does have more momentum eastwards, right?
What do you mean it should be?
Well, yeah, then how you fly against it? If the atmosphere is magically pushing the plane, and if the atmosphere is pushing the plane magically back into that one-to-one relationship, it would never be able to fly against the atmosphere and through that wind that's going in one direction.
Can you at least say whether or not you understand that the atmosphere further closer to the equator have more momentum eastwards?
Even if that were true, you don't understand.
Can you say if you understand that?
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. They go to this. If you don't understand that there's eastward momentum to this atmosphere that's clung to the ball, that's not even in sync with the ball anyway, but somehow it makes the plane in sync with the ball, and the plane's flying against that atmosphere that goes in one direction, even though winds go in all directions. What don't I understand now, Bacon?
Oh, it's hard to follow because, I mean, we try to make one point, but you want to make your questions louder than the points we're trying to make. Like, you don't want to give a yes or no question so we can understand.
Tell me your point.
Yeah, how about I'm just trying to understand one question and answer it, please, Bacon.
That's a new perspective.
If you only went west, Bacon, west, southwest, you never went east to try to correct, right? Now you can say the atmosphere is pushing the plane back, but it's flying against the atmosphere. So you're not going to gain more momentum eastward when you're flying west, southwest, when you have to have more tangential velocity to land on what seems to be a completely stationary Earth. Atmosphere is not even in sync with the Earth to begin with. So how are you saying that corrects it?
Well, doesn't the atmosphere has more eastwards momentum? And as the airplane gets closer and closer to the equator.
Answering a question with
that's
a question.
The point where you said that's the point. First of all, winds go in all directions, so that's not even true. But even if that were true,
ground.
It would fix your problem.
You can't just keep switching between reference frames. When we talk about the winds going eastwards, we're not talking about the ground speed of the wind, right? When we talk about winds going in all directions, that's the ground speed of the wind. That's relative to the ground, which is different than the speed of the wind in an inertial frame, right? So you can't keep switching between those, otherwise you're gonna face contradictions on your own, not on the model.
So the speed of the wind, speed of the wind according to the wind is 0.
Yeah. So
correct.
Exactly. So you have So you have a non-inertial reference frame and an inertial reference frame. You agree to that, right, Bacon? Right. So it's in its own reference frame, flying over an Earth that's spinning in one direction.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not spinning with Earth any longer when it flies against the spin of the Earth.
Okay. Is there a follow-up question? Mic check?
Follow-up question. What do you mean? You haven't understood the question?
I agree. I said okay.
When you start, so you agree.
Yes.
So you agree. So
I already said
flying against the spin of the Earth, Bacon. It's flying against the spin of the Earth. It's losing momentum, in fact, because it had 500 miles per hour eastward momentum. So when it flies west, are you saying it's going to keep that 500 miles per hour eastward momentum?
In a momentum is not a speed, right? Like Let's be clear what frame of reference you're talking about. I don't know which reference frame you're talking about whenever you mention the speed.
Talking about the airplane.
Pick one.
Yeah, the airplane is not a reference frame. It exists on both.
The airplane's in its own reference frame. What are you talking about?
Airplane exists in both reference frames.
Oh, you're talking relativity? That's how you're going to try to get out of it?
It has nothing to do with relativity.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That has nothing to do with relativity.
Both reference frames? It's in both reference frames?
Yeah, this is Bacon trying to back into or back out of having a claim, I think.
No, this is how physics works. Like high school physics works like that.
You're like one of the biggest. You're like Mr.
Frame, yeah.
Oh, let's stick to the conversation. Okay, personal attacks again. Can we stick to the conversation?
Question, Bacon. This is the direct question. I'm going to explain the scenario one more time, and I'm not going to say it again unless you just act like you didn't hear it. Okay?
So slow down so I can follow you.
Here's the thing. You start with the 500 miles per hour that we assume is there because when the plane goes up, it's spinning with the Earth. The 500 miles tangential momentum that it had with the Earth when it left the ground.
Tangential speed, right?
Yeah, tangential speed, correct.
Yeah.
Right.
You're already agreeing with the tangential. That's what.
No, I'm not agreeing. I'm not trying to talk about it being stationary. I'm just trying to work within their model and show the contradiction that their model doesn't have an answer for it. So if you were in a 500 mile per hour, already moving with the Earth, spinning Earth idea, then you're flying towards the equator, but you never went east. But you need 500 miles per hour more eastward momentum.
No, you are going east in the same reference frame that you have the 500 miles per hour.
Right, to begin with. Now you're flying west. Listen, you're flying west, southwest, right? Flying against it for 5 hours.
You are going east, even if you're flying west, because the reference frame in which you have the 500 miles an hour, in that reference frame, you're still flying east.
I understand that.
Yeah, you're flying west.
You want to think of it about as if it's all its own reference frame, and that it's just like flying over a stationary Earth, and that even if you're going 500 miles per hour this west direction, you're still going eastward, and that if you saw it from the
I lost you already.
I understand what you're saying. Let me just steel man your position, right? From space, you would see a plane going westward 200 miles per hour, but since it started with the eastward momentum, it would actually look like it's going backwards from space because it's going eastward with the planet, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. When you said it can't keep up because it's not flying east, well, it is. That 500 miles per hour you mentioned in the beginning is eastwards.
Right. But now it needs to have more of that eastward momentum, right? Because it's going towards the equator, where it needs to now be flying, needs to be going backwards at 1,000 miles per hour in perfect sync with the Earth, right? When it gets to the equator, you understand that, right? So it needs to gain eastward momentum.
Yeah, and you understand that as it approaches the horizon, the equator, the atmosphere in which the airplane's flying have more momentum eastwards, right?
Okay, so no Coriolis.
Yeah, you're a magical atmosphere guy.
It's not magical atmosphere. That's how atmosphere would work in globe, isn't it?
But if it's flying with the rotation, there is no Coriolis.
Yeah, because the problem with this, Bacon, is you have to understand if the plane didn't correct and it went in a perfectly straight line, let's say it used a star as a reference frame or as a reference point to fly towards, right? It used a star, so it was no ground path even taken into consideration, and it was able to fly completely straight.
You would have to
degrees of the star. Take it have to start off rotation of the star, right? And then you went in a straight line, right? You dead reckoning south. It would be deviated, right, from its original intention of its destination because the planet's moving underneath it independently, right?
Wait a second. If you want to follow the stars, if you want to use the stars as a reference frame, you already have to start off 500 miles an hour westwards in the ground reference, right? In order to keep up with the reference frame of the sky, right?
Didn't you say earlier that you can't switch between reference frames?
Not in you can, as long as you're clear about that. You can't just talk about speeds in different reference frames as if you're still talking about the same reference frame. If you're clear, if you're clear about, let me just finish that. If you're clear about which reference frame you're referring to, there's no problem. The only problem is when you're not clear about which frame of reference you're referring to, and then you start confusing them. You start switching which speed is applying in which reference frame. That's how you get complications.
That is the problem, because there is two reference frames, Bacon. There's a separate reference frame that the plane is flying in. That's why it can fly anywhere it wants. It's not locked into the Earth's reference frame.
No, yeah, reference frames don't lock anything. They're just coordinate systems.
You're acting like the atmosphere is going to push it 500 miles per hour eastward magically. That's a lock.
Not magically. There's something called air resistance. So if the winds are getting faster in the inertial frame reference, in that reference frame, that the winds.
Are you equating wind resistance to Earth rotation now?
No, that's just not magic. Wind pushing an airplane isn't magic. It's called air resistance.
Well, how could it ever fly against that spin then?
What do you mean?
Well, if it's flying westward, it's flying against the atmosphere, which would act like a headwind, right?
Yeah, wherever direction you pick to travel towards is going to have wind it's going to create wind in the opposite direction for the airplane.
But you're acting like the wind goes all in one direction when we know wind goes in all directions.
It goes in all directions in the reference of the surface, in the rotating frame. It's overall westwards in the inertial frame.
It goes in all directions in reference to the plane.
No, in reference to the ground.
Right.
No, in reference to the plane. In reference to the plane, it only goes against the airplane.
No, it goes in every direction. Winds go in all directions. Planes have to drill with crosswinds coming from east, west, north, south, whichever direction.
That's in the ground reference. In the reference frame of the airplane, in the reference frame of the airplane, the wind's mostly going against it. Otherwise, it wouldn't fly.
Against it? What do you mean? Against it, whichever direction it goes?
Yes, otherwise it wouldn't fly. If you're using the airplane, let me just finish. Let me just finish I was 2 words from finishing.
Okay, so, because it's flying through the air. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I can't. I mean, those are very important 2 words, which is in the reference frame of the airplane.
Okay, and which reference frame is the airplane in?
All.
And all, right?
Reference frames are coordinate systems.
So no Coriolis.
Why?
Oh God, you don't get it.
Oh boy.
Okay, if you go to your DM,
you're arguing against your own point, Bacon.
If you see that way, but new perspective. I DM'd you a couple of weeks ago. You said you would take a look at that. It's a Coriolis question. You solve that, I'll say you actually understand what you're talking about.
Which thing is moving?
Talking about right now, you're proving it, bro.
Show you know what to do with your knowledge that you have and I don't.
You don't even answer the question. How are you saying the wind is going to push the atmosphere, acting like a wind is going to push eastward?
I think Bacon's a professional circle jerker.
He really is.
Okay.
Yeah, personal attacks again.
I don't think you believe what you're saying.
No, it's based on what you're saying. It's not personal attack. It's based on your argument.
You can say that to any personal attack. Like you say you're stupid based on what you're saying. That's just based on what you're saying. That's not a personal attack.
Yeah, well, you know what? The personal attack.
Anything anybody says.
Bacon, the personal attack just depends on your reference frame. Okay.
It wasn't a personal attack.
Yeah,
on my reference frame.
Everything.
That's a great point. There's actually 2 different reference frames.
Attacks.
There's 2 separate reference frames. There's the one that's not moving, and then there's the one that is moving. In this entire time, Bacon, I think that you're conflating the 2 because you're saying that they're both moving at the same time. Meaning there are not 2 reference frames.
No, there's the inertial reference frame, which is the one that
which one is
perspective even mentioned in his example.
What was that? Is that the airplane or is it the ground?
Neither of those are inertial.
Okay, so then no Coriolis.
I didn't say that.
Well, you did by implication because you have to have 2, an inertial and a non-inertial to even have.
That's not how it works, dude.
What?
This is so
That's not how it works. Yeah,
to have
all
Coriolis
you
effect
need,
at all.
all you need to have Coriolis is a rotating frame of reference.
Well, what are you going to compare it to?
Or you're going to see pseudo forces. Those are Coriolis
No,
forces.
I'm not going to say
You don't
don't
have to
mind
compare it
read.
to anything.
Don't try to mind read. No, I'm not. That never even crossed my mind.
I'm not mind reading what you're talking about.
Well, you just asked me if I'm going to say this, and then if you did say that, you're going to answer it already. No.
No, that's not what I
to have
said.
two different reference frames in order to have a Coriolis effect.
No, all you
Would
need
you
is
agree
a
with
rotating
that?
frame of reference. No, you only need a
Okay.
rotating frame of reference.
Okay,
I
so
said you're
then
going to
how
have,
do you establish a Coriolis effect if you only have one frame of reference?
because they're going to manifest as pseudo forces.
Manifesting.
Yes.
Who?
Coriolis effect
where?
manifests as pseudo forces.
From where?
What do you mean from where?
That's a weird question.
From what reference frame? The same one?
The one that is rotating. The one that's rotating
Okay.
is the one that experiences Coriolis effect.
Compared to what?
Doesn't have to compare. You see a curved path in
The
something
one that
that
isn't rotating?
no, you see pseudo forces causing things to curve
Not
instead
a
of going
force.
straight when they should go straight.
Right.
Those are
So
Coriolis
it's
forces.
not a force.
Yeah.
So the thing is, how do you see any deflection without another non-rotating reference frame?
So when you look at a curve, you can't tell it's a curve unless there's a straight line next to it.
Still not answering my question, are you?
That answers your question. I mean, if you see a curved path,
Show me a
should,
straight.
can I
show me
let
a
me
straight
just
line.
elaborate on that? If you see a
So-
curved path, if you see a curved path that should be straight, then there's a deviation there.
What do you mean? Should be.
Yeah, if you throw
Compared
a
to
ball,
what?
if you throw a ball forwards and it curves right, that's a deviation. You don't have to compare it to a straight line to know it's a deviation. You can just see it curving.
Except for that straight line is a straight line, so you're comparing it to a straight line.
No, if the ball isn't falling straight, you don't need a.
How do you know it's going straight?
I'm saying it's not going straight. You throw a ball, you see curving left or curving right. You know that's a deviation. You don't need a straight line to know that's a deviation. You can see that it's a curved path.
What are you
And if you're
measuring it
just
What are you measuring a curve from?
from your point of view, you just throw a ball
So
and you
would
see
that be a
curving
straight
right.
line?
If it curves right, it's
Yeah.
not a straight line.
Right. So
By
you
definition.
are obviously, you just said it. You are comparing a curve to a straight line.
No, there's no.
I mean, from a straight line, I should say.
But there's no reference frame of that straight line. You just see the ball going right. When you throw it forward, you know there's a deviation. You don't need a second reference frame to know that the ball is making a curved path. That's just nonsensical.
Say the nonsensical thing you said again for me.
You don't need another reference frame to know that when you throw a ball and it curves right, that's a curved path. You don't need another reference frame for that.
Okay, so the ball is not part of the ground I'm standing on when it's being thrown, correct?
What do you mean? Part of the ground. What kind of question is
I'm
that?
I'm standing on the ground and I throw a ball
Mm-hmm.
and the ball curves.
The path of the ball.
Like say I'm a baseball pitcher and I throw a curveball and it's a really good curveball and it goes way out and comes back to the right. It goes way left and goes way right. Obviously curving in the air based on me standing on the ground. That ball's not on the ground. It's in the air.
Okay. Is it making a curved path?
Based on me standing on the ground. Yes.
Okay. So you don't need a second reference frame to make that claim.
Oh my goodness. You're not seeing the comparison I'm making, are you?
Maybe not. Can't tell.
That ball being thrown on the ground is the same as an airplane in the air. That ball being thrown is not attached to the ground.
Sure.
Just as if the airplane going from A to B is also not attached to the ground, correct?
Of course.
Right. So you're saying earlier that the airplane is in the same frame of reference as the ground.
It's in all reference frames. You know what a reference frame is?
Yeah, jeez. The moving one and the not moving one.
Yeah, it's in both reference frames. I don't think you know what a reference frame is.
Okay, hang on. I think I see what you're saying. Because a thing exists. Yeah. So you're saying a thing exists, basically. You're gonna devolve into
I think you cut out for a second. Can you say from the beginning? Sorry. Couldn't hear you in the beginning.
I said you're saying a thing exists.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's in the air or not. Is that basically it?
No. Like I'm trying to give you the correct concept of a reference frame. A reference frame is just a coordinate system. It's something like if you're saying you're getting further and further, you need to get further and further from something, right? We're going right, you're going right off something. That's a reference frame. If you see an airplane and the person in the airplane also sees the airplane, both of them are seeing the airplane. You see in the airplane and you can observe the airplane from your reference frame. But the people in the airplane can observe the airplane in their reference frame that is moving compared to yours. So now we just described the airplane in two different reference frames. And then there's a third person that might be on a train that also sees that airplane and then describes the airplane in their reference frame. Now I have a third reference frame.
You're talking about something that is now you've said now the train is attached to the ground, and then another person is attached to the ground looking at an airplane not attached to the ground. And the whole conversation started off with how does a thing in the air get from one place to the other? And then you said, well, it's all in the same reference frame, basically. I think that's what you said, and that the corrections don't have to be made because you're kind of proving your non-point. You don't really have a point. And the point of the conversation was to establish Coriolis. And
I think the best
consistently arguing against the point of having to have Coriolis because you're saying there is no difference between the two reference frames.
I think the best way to summarize why I don't think you're going to correct for Coriolis with airplanes, at least not actively, is just picture yourself trying to stay on a road.
Because it's going with the same as the ground. Is that what you're saying, basically?
Yeah, it's
rotating. It's rotating with the ground.
No, it's trying to follow a path that is ground-based, right? And the atmosphere is overall also following that. So, and that's what the airplane uses to fly. So that actually helps a lot the airplane keep on that route.
Those things are in the same reference frame when it comes to
everything is all reference
a moving ground and not a moving ground.
Okay, I have a hard time understanding every time you say this is in that reference frame or in this reference frame because everything is
in all reference frames.
Then. I agree. That's why I'm trying to explain what a reference frame is.
To me, you're just an amazing circular arguer of some sort.
And to me,
I think you're trying to figure out. You're trying to figure out without answering the question. I think you're trying to figure out a way, which is what I've figured out by listening to you in the past, is just arguing, not a point, but just arguing to argue. I think until there's. I can't describe it. I'm not good at describing what you do, but I can sum it up by saying sophistry.
Right. Well, your opinion is noted.
Yeah, I have the opposite opinion. I don't think Bacon is doing sophistry. I think he's saying things that are reasonable.
Yeah, but you're a Glover, so your opinion doesn't count.
Right. In this server, it doesn't count. In the rest of the world, it does.
Airplanes doesn't count.
No. Luckily, we have flat earthers that actually are telling pilots how to fly.
You can't have Coriolis and not two different frames of reference.
Well, again, the only thing you need for Coriolis is to be rotating. You don't need someone not rotating.
So rotating, so moving and not moving. Or else how the fuck would you ever be able to know?
Yeah, the thing you need for Coriolis is a rotating planet independently moving underneath the plane, causing a deviation. That's what Coriolis is.
It's actually accelerating and non-accelerating, but we'll go with it.
It's what?
It's accelerate. The two reference frames will be one is accelerating and one is non-accelerating. Not moving and not moving. It's accelerating and not accelerating, but we'll go with it.
What? Which frame's reference accelerating and which one's not accelerating? You're talking about a plane and a planet?
No.
Keep it to airplanes. Airplanes and planets. That's what we're talking about.
He said you need two reference frames, a moving and a non-moving reference frame. And I said, technically, actually, you need an accelerating reference frame and a non-accelerating reference frame.
Inertial and non-inertial.
Yeah.
I was just saying colloquially. I was being precise. You're right.
Okay.
Well, yeah, inertial and non-inertial. The planet would be the inertial, which is a rotating reference frame, yet it's separate from the non-inertial plane that's flying independently of that reference frame over the inertial reference frame. You can't keep them together and have them separate. That's where the contradiction that Bacon keeps repeating as if he's explaining it comes in.
Show me that you understand that better than me and solve that problem that I sent you.
Nope, no chance.
What are you talking about? I don't know what the problem you're talking about.
Open your DMs.
You can't answer.
Open your DMs. Show me that you understand Coriolis better than me. And
show your non-answer better than my non-answer. Your non-answer.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Here's a math equation. Solve this math equation. So you think it's all math, and it is math. It is math, right? And your math breaks. Your math breaks because you're going to need more eastward momentum, but you can only gain eastward momentum, and you can't actually. But if you could, you would have to go east. But you only went west. And then when I brought that up and presented it to you, you say, well, isn't the atmosphere moving with the Earth at that? Are you moving faster at the equator as if that's a solution? No, you need more eastward momentum.
He never
answered. The atmosphere has more eastward
I think you're getting you're trapped in answering for him so that he has something to ask you about. You know what I'm saying? It's like...
I'm answering.
Yeah, circular.
Just the atmosphere does have more. You said, no, it doesn't. It doesn't help if the atmosphere.
Are you saying the atmosphere makes the plane have 500 mile per hour more eastward momentum, even though it only flew west and south?
No, I don't think the atmosphere is going to account for all that is necessary. I think it's going to account for the. Yeah, I think it would account for most of it, but I think the remaining corrections. I think the remaining corrections.
51%.
I think the remaining corrections are going to be made just by the pilot not trying to get out of his course, which can happen both because of Coriolis, but also because of crosswind. So if there's wind,
there's also magnetic north and all that.
If there's wind, they don't use magnetic compass to fly.
No, but Bacon, if you say he's just following his course is going to correct it for it, that's the same as saying the atmosphere is correcting for it.
No. Here's the thing.
How does the course matter? You still have to have more eastward momentum.
Can I? Okay, let me finish my sentences.
Yeah, sorry. My bad. Sorry.
Right. So just think about you fly. Okay, no Earth spinning, no Earth ball, just airplane, flat Earth. Everything simple, no wind, right? So you want to go from point A to point B. You aim your airplane at point B. You fly straight and you get there.
Yeah, just like the planes always do.
Okay, let's not get away from the point. Don't make a side point.
Fly over a stationary Earth. They always treat it as stationary.
Can you not make a side point and just follow? Okay. If there's wind going, let's say westwards as you're flying, if you completely ignore the wind, you're gonna get out of your course, right?
Yeah, you have to correct for winds all the time. That's not the point.
Okay, how do you know the wind's getting your plane out of course? How do you know that?
Well, you would want to stay on your course. I understand that concept.
Okay, so if the airplane is deviating, and let's say now back to the ball, it's going towards the equator, and it's following its inertial path, so it starts deviating from the course. As it deviates from the course, if it keeps that initial momentum, it's going to it's not going to be in sync with the momentum of the atmosphere, so the atmosphere is going to appear as wind because the airplane is now going against the atmosphere in the reference frame of the ground. So that wind is working against the deviation of Coriolis. So
it would never be able to get to its destination if the wind is pushing it back, right? If the wind is so strong and that atmosphere is pushing it, so it always has that same momentum eastward, right? Or if it has 500 more miles per hour eastward, it couldn't because you're going westward. So you're going to be taking away from your eastward momentum just by going westward. And the reason that would be the case is you're saying that banking east when you're going south is going to add to your momentum. But these other guys say it, at least. I don't know if you think there are corrections to be made, because it sounds like you're saying there are, but there aren't. Right?
No, I think
because if you're going south, you would have eastward. You'd have to bank east incrementally over time, according to Matthew and these other guys, to gain more eastward momentum over this period of time, right? But if you only went west, according to that, going west actually takes away from your momentum. They're saying banking. Listen, Bacon. They're saying banking.
I already lost you.
But I'm repeating it for you slowly. They're saying if you're going directly south towards the equator, that you're having to bank east to gain eastward momentum to catch up to this tangential speed. Well, under that philosophy, then that means banking west makes you lose momentum.
In the inertial frame, yes.
Right. So if you flew west directly for 500 miles, you're going to be losing a lot of that initial conserved momentum. So you're going to be losing that conserved momentum because you started at 500 mile per hour latitude, right? And now you're going to need to gain eastward momentum, but you only went west, which means you lost momentum. You didn't gain any from this atmosphere pushing you back. See, it doesn't work. If you go west southwest, you're never going to be able to gain 500 miles per hour more eastward momentum because you flew west the whole time. It's a stumper. You can't get out of atmosphere.
Actually,
it's a very good concession. Actually, that Bacon said that he agreed with that reference frame.
As you're going westwards, as you slow down your airplane to land, that's slowing down. Although you're losing momentum in the reference frame of the surface, you're now gaining momentum in the inertial frame because you're allowing the atmosphere to drag the airplane in the opposite direction.
It's like the craziest double talking bullshit speak I've ever heard.
Totally. Exactly. Now,
how is that double talking?
Especially when you said that when he said
not even matching the ground to begin with.
How is that double talking?
He also said that magnetic north isn't used for fucking flight. What? You're obviously talking out your ass.
There are better north references. All right, okay, I might be wrong there. That's fine, but I don't think
that's my whole point. You're just talking out your ass the entire time. So are you waiting for somebody to just point out where you're wrong and just say wrong shit all the time? That's what we're trying to do.
I might be wrong on that. That's fine, but I don't think that changes. I don't think that changes any more arguments.
Just a fucking sophist, and that's pure and simple. That's man.
He's like, as long as I don't lose my cool, it'll seem like I know what I'm talking about instead of the people that are yelling.
Yeah, because he said, no, that's not true.
Can you guys stop the personal attack, please,
totally
and focus on the conversation?
Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You're so full of shit.
We're saying how brilliant you are. You're actually very good at what you do, Bacon. I have to give you that.
100% very good at doing whatever the fuck it is you're doing and not making any sense.
Cut the personal attacks just for like 10 minutes. What about that? Can we 10 minutes just focus on the conversation without calling me a sophist or saying that
are you going to go brag to people that we didn't know what we were talking about?
I was still speaking.
Is
any moderator alive here?
Sophist already. I mean, why?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No moderator.
I mean,
hilarious.
What, you need a moderator because somebody's calling you out for your bullshit?
No, because I'm getting both.
You're getting talked over while you're talking bullshit.
That's one of the things. Yeah, being talked over is one of the things. The other thing
while
is
you're talking bullshit.
Let him talk. We can't do this. I'm a moderator.
I'm either being interrupted or I'm being personally attacked. Is either one or the other, like every 2 minutes.
So I didn't personally attack you. I
Multiple
attacked
times
your
I did.
argument
Calling
by
me a
saying
sophist,
you are.
it's not a.
Yes, and I gave you an example of why.
No, that doesn't mean it justifies it. It doesn't mean it's no longer a personal text.
100%. I'm not calling you a dick for no reason. I'm saying
That
I
would
didn't
just be
say
a worse
that. I
one.
said you are a
It's still
sophist
personal attack.
because of. I mean, me calling you a sophist is obviously based on your words.
Well, I can
So
say
it's
the same
not
thing.
about you. It's about
I can
your
say you're
words.
stupid. I can say you're stupid based on your words.
Though.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you were stupid. I said you were actually agreed that you're very good at what you do.
It's called an analogy. I didn't say you say
right, but that's a false equivocation at the same time.
No, it's not. It's also a personal attack. And you said it's not a personal attack because there is a reason for why you're calling me a sophist. Can you stop interrupting me like once? Can you stop interrupting me for at least
let me
one
correct
time?
myself.
Right.
I will say your words are sophisticated.
I said you have to stop interrupting me. Not interrupt me again to correct yourself. So it doesn't matter if you correct yourself now. You can't just say you weren't person attacking me just because you think your personal attack is justified by something I said. It's still a personal attack, even if it was justified. So if you're saying something that is stupid, it doesn't justify me saying you're stupid.
I didn't say that.
It's still.
I didn't say you were stupid.
I'm not saying you said that. Did I say you said that? Did I say you said that? I didn't say you said it. That's an example. I'm just.
You're trying to
keep interrupting me.
I'm not going to let you.
All right. I'm not going to let you personally attack me anymore. I mean, not that I can't do that because you keep over talking me.
We don't need let's just start over now. We go back to the.
I asked for that many times. I asked for that many times.
Okay, yeah, but let's just not focus on that because it seems like that's an out for you right now because you had no answer and everything you gave was not at all sufficient.
I answered all your questions. You just interrupted them in the middle to say they're not answering your questions.
You said that the atmosphere moving eastward is going to make your plane all of a sudden move eastward and be in this one-to-one relationship.
I didn't say all of a sudden.
Well,
I didn't say all of a sudden. That would be.
You said as it reaches the equator, then it's going to slow down, and then that seems like now it's slowing down. All of a sudden, the atmosphere is going to pick up the plane and move at 500 miles per hour more than it was already going eastward. Wouldn't you notice that when you're slowing down the plane? All of a sudden, now your plane's going to.
When you're slowing down.
Yeah, you're slowing down, but you don't have that.
Ask a question at a time. Velocity. I can't ask like 5 questions. If you ask one question, you gotta let me answer before you make another one.
500 miles. The one question is that you didn't answer. You're just saying as it slows down, the atmosphere is moving faster than the plane was moving towards it, so it's going to make the plane in this lockstep with the Earth. That's what your answer is.
Yeah, the slowing down something going west is gaining momentum in the inertial frame of reference. It's not that complicated.
Inertial frame of reference. Congratulations, you have defined an inertial reference frame.
Yes, that's the reference frame in which the airplane starts. 1 second.
Let the answers. We don't need to personally attack and interrupt it. Well, let's just talk. I don't want to interrupt you, but you have to explain how it gained
because you're doing that all the time.
You have to explain how it gained 500 miles per hour when the atmosphere is not in lockstep.
I was trying to. I said one sentence. I tried to elaborate, and now you're interrupting me again. So I have to start.
No, I'm telling him to let you speak because your answer is not good enough. There's no personal attack needed.
Yeah, my answer is never going to be good enough if I can't get to the end of it.
Can we agree?
Go ahead, Bacon. Let him answer.
Can we agree? Can we? Okay, I just want to confirm or deny. Bacon, did you just establish a reference frame based on your last answer, or partially?
I mentioned the inertial frame reference.
And which
it's already established. That? Which one's the inertia? It's the inertia. It's the one that's not rotating with the Earth.
Which is the ground?
No, the ground is rotating with the Earth.
Okay, which one is the inertial reference frame? Because this is where
the one that is not rotating with the Earth.
Okay, which one is that?
We need more than that. Okay.
Define it.
Okay, so let's say in reference to stars.
You're establishing one.
In reference to stars. That's how New Perspective define it. I think it's a good way to define it. In reference to stars.
The ground is the non-inertial. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the ground is non-inertial.
Okay.
No, the ground is inertial. The plane's in the non-inertial.
No. Yeah. The ground is The ground is how is the ground inertial if it's rotating?
Because it's a rotating inertial reference frame, and the plane is
No.
flying in a non-inertial.
It's self-contradiction.
Oh man,
know,
yeah,
it's a
you're just
contradiction.
arguing.
It is
Yeah,
contradiction.
you're arguing the other side.
That's the special case. No, that's how they have to describe it for when we're talking about the plane flying over a ball. The ball is the rotating inertial reference frame, and then the plane is in a non-inertial reference frame above.
No, that's your understanding of it. It's obviously wrong because it's obviously self-contradictory. So
he just
I agree. I've said it myself, but that's how they describe it.
No one describes.
Bacon just admitted that the Earth isn't spinning by saying that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's inertial.
Right.
No,
yeah,
I said
it is the inertial because it's not spinning. But if it was spinning, it would be a spinning inertial reference frame. Still,
no.
that's how they describe it.
The ground is rotating. Oh my God! Can I answer you?
Okay, sorry, man. Sorry. I just wanted to establish that you did establish
kept
a
interrupting,
reference frame, right?
Keep saying sorry and then interrupting again. That makes a lot of sense.
Right, but you did establish a reference frame, correct?
Yes. Can I answer what was being asked? Right.
Yeah,
so the reference frame that is rotating is by definition non-inertial. If you say that the globe is treating in the globe model, there is a rotating inertial frame of reference. Find anyone that actually ever said it. And if you think that's the problem, then that's fine because that's no one's model. That's no one's belief. That's just your misunderstanding of it.
So did you establish a reference frame based on the ground or not?
That too. The ground is a non-inertial one.
Okay, so ground non-moving.
Non-inertial.
Non-inertial, okay. Got it. So you have established that there is a reference frame there, correct?
That is a reference frame.
Okay.
Bacon, does a plane ever have to correct to when it's flying southward? Does it ever have to correct to match the new tangential speed it's flying towards? Ever?
Oh, not actively.
He's gonna hang himself after that.
It never has to, because other people on your side say it does.
Not actively.
Not actively. Not actively. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's not something you do intentionally, right? So, for example, can I give an example?
The atmosphere, right?
No. Can I give you an example?
Intention? Example of what?
Of a correction that is not active.
Yes. Non-intentional?
Just a magic correction. He's talking about a magic correction.
I'm not talking about magic correction.
Hang on. Yeah, don't straw man my man Bacon.
I guess I can't give an example.
Man Bacon.
What is the intention? Straw man in himself right now. Okay, go ahead. Explain.
I'm just asking to give an example. How am I straw manning anyone?
Yeah, give your example. He's straw manning himself with this example, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're driving on a road that is slightly curved, and it's slightly enough that it doesn't look like it's curved. When you're driving, you're just trying to follow the road. To you, you're just going straight. But if you're trying to follow the road, you're not trying to leave the road. You're going to end up following the road. So if the road is slightly curved, you're going to end up making a slightly curved path. So you did make a correction for the curvature of the road, but you didn't notice it because for your perspective, you're just trying to follow the road.
He strawmanned himself because it's totally non sequitur.
You're
flying. If you're driving on a road, you're following your road path. It's totally different because you're in the same reference frame. You're not in a non-inertial reference.
That was an example of what. That's not an example of inertial or non-inertial reference frame.
It's not.
I said there was an example. I said there was an example of not actively correcting for something.
Intentional and the intentional reference frame.
Yeah, besides you would be intentionally following the road, so it's not a good reference.
Right. So there's intent with that goes along with all of it.
Yeah, it's an intentional, non-intentional.
I don't think you're trying to answer the point.
No,
but is that what you? I'm not trying to make shit up, but that was what you said. The intent.
I said that example specifically to explain what I meant by not actively correcting for it.
So non-intentional and intentional reference
I said
frames?
actively.
I could have sworn you.
Actively is not intentional.
Now you're.
What's the difference between actively and intentional, Bacon?
I'm not good with word definitions, but I think you know what I mean.
I would assume that it would be the difference would be flip-flopping of words in a conversation.
Yeah, if you want to now debate definition of words, I think you're very far from the conversation we had before.
Why would I do that?
I'm just saying. I don't want to do that either. I think that's a waste of time. I didn't accuse you. I said if you want to do that.
Why would you ask me that question?
To prevent you from doing that, because I don't want to do that either.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, like as long as you know what I mean, I think that's good enough.
Bacon, I think you're getting a little emotional, man. Let's just settle down.
Do I sound emotional?
No, Bacon's got some heavy drugs. Riled up. Whatever you're taking, Bacon. I want your calm pill that you're taking.
We've got a non-emotional reference frame, and we've got an emotional reference frame.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I was referring to. You're not trying to address the conversation here.
He's actively emotional, but just not intentionally.
Not intentionally. Yeah. I put a snort in that on accident. Sorry.
Right, if you want to go back to the subject, you let me know.
Well, you want to say it's magic. You want to say it's magic, then that's your answer. That's good enough for you.
You're the only one that used that word.
That works like that.
Well, that's the same thing as saying it does it when you're not intentionally doing it. It just does it for you by following a ground path.
Like a self-driving car.
It's not a good enough answer. Yeah, exactly. You're flying over higher tangential speeds. There would be
if you're trying to follow a road.
If you're not aware of that as a pilot, then you're going to be trying to land.
If you're trying to follow a road, if you're trying to follow a road, are you actively correcting for the curvature of the road if you don't notice the curvature of the road?
Yeah, you're actively doing it. Yes, you are.
Even if you're not noticing that you're doing a curved path?
Yes.
But does it matter if you notice that you're following it actively, intentionally, but not noticing? What are these words you're trying to conflate it with?
Right.
Yeah, I think you can't say...
If you're not following the road, you're going to be in a ditch.
Yes.
Not on the road.
Yes, but if I ask you, are you curving? If I ask you, are you curving left to keep up with the road? You're going to say no if you don't notice the curvature of the road. So that's not an example I was talking about, because he specifically said it's a very slight curve that you wouldn't notice. So if you would answer yes, if you would say yes, it means you did notice. So that's not my example.
Let me. Okay, so you're saying if I said this, if I say this, if I say this, I was going to say an answer to your question. So if I'm on the road, I'm still on the road, no matter where that road is going.
I don't think you listen to what I.
So if it's curving, I'm intentionally being on the road that's curving.
Yes, you're intentionally on the road. Are you intentionally curving left? Or
yes,
for you, you're just going
straight? In order to stay on the road, I am following it.
Okay, if I ask you, did you curve left or did you ride straight? What would you tell me?
Say that again.
If I asked you, were you driving straight or were you curving left? What would be your answer?
I was following the road.
That's not what I asked. I asked if you were going straight or if you're curving left. Okay, if you don't want to answer the question, then you obviously understand what's going to, and you want to get that.
If you were to ask the question, maybe I could answer it.
I did.
No,
you follow the road.
If I ask the question,
you follow the road that looks straight to you, but it's actually slightly curved left. If after you rode on that road, I ask you if you were curving left or if you were going straight, you didn't want to answer that question.
I said I would be following the road, whichever direction that was. That's my point.
Right.
If the road is curving left, if the road is curving left and I'm still on the road, I am following the curve of the road.
Yeah, but from the point of view of the person that is riding on the road that doesn't know
that's
that the
me
curve
driving the car, correct?
Yes. In the point of view of that person that doesn't know that the road is curved, if you ask them, did you drive straight or did you have to keep curving left? The person would say they didn't have to. The person wouldn't be able to say that if they didn't notice that the road was.
What do you mean the person? You're asking me. I'm in the car. Let's just do this. I'm in the car. I'm driving on a road and it's curving left. Yes, and the road is curving left. I would be curving left by
one
driving
last thing.
the car.
You skipped one important thing. You skipped an important thing. I said it's a slight curve that you can't notice.
Okay, sure. I would still be going left if the road was curved left in order to stay on the road, and me in my car.
Of course, I agree with that. But once you rode that road, not you right now, you in that hypothetical, that rode without knowing it was curved.
I drive on roads every day.
Okay, but in this hypothetical, in which you drove a road that is slightly curved and you didn't notice it.
So
if I asked you, sorry?
So not reality, a hypothetical?
Yeah, hypothetical is a hypothetical.
Okay.
So I mean,
not reality, me driving on the road every day.
I mean, if you don't want to answer the question because you already know where
I just want to get it from.
I'm pretty sure you already get what the analogy is going to, and you.
No, I don't. I have no idea. I am honestly not mind reading you, trying to at all. I'm going along with it.
No, I know that because I already asked the question. You didn't want to answer it.
What answer? What? I don't. I'm not going to give you an answer that you want to hear. I give you an answer based on like I'm driving on the road. Do I know it's curved?
Based on a different hypothetical.
Okay, now we got two hypotheticals.
Because you answered the question that you wouldn't. You would say that you were curving left, but in that hypothetical, you didn't know that. So how could you say you were curving left? How could you say you were curving left if you didn't know the curve was?
I would say hypothetically because I'm still on the road.
Yeah, but if you don't know the road is curving left, you wouldn't be able to know that.
Okay, but I'm still on the road. And so I would still be curving
left.
That's
a given. Yes.
Right?
You here talking about the hypothetical know it. The person in the hypothetical driving doesn't know it. So if you ask that person...
so not me driving in the hypothetical, someone else driving in the hypothetical.
Yeah, so
are you
initially it was you. Initially I said you, but clearly you want to conflate between you in the hypothetical and you right now.
So hypothetically, somebody could drive off the road.
What I was saying.
Excuse me. Are you just trying to make your point's just that things can be so sudden that a person wouldn't know that it even happened.
Not only that. No, that
too
not
gradual.
Only that.
Too gradual.
Something can be or subtle. I mean, yeah. Did I say sudden? I meant subtle.
Oh yeah.
Subtle. Yeah.
Yeah, something can be so subtle that you don't know what's going on.
No, not only that. Because this is not just an example of something that's subtle.
You can't even steel man him with his straw mans, man.
This is not an example of just something that is too subtle for you to notice. It's also something that you are driving yourself. So you are driving that car, and you are.
Okay, now I am.
I'm explaining Fundy. No, sorry.
Yeah, I heard you explain it like a bunch of times. But if I had really precise markings on my steering wheel and my wheels are aligned, I will know if there is a slight tilt from plumb of that steering wheel. Is it in its upright position, or is it?
If you had a hovercraft, like a hovercraft that would be magnetically, hypothetically.
I was talking, man. Kind of cut me off there.
Welcome to the conversation.
Yeah, it's been like this for like an hour.
But I would know I was turning left if I had precise markings on my steering wheel and I saw it was tilted left.
If you add precise markings to your steering wheel in that hypothetical, then maybe you can, but that's not in the hypothetical. The whole point is that if you're just trying to follow the road, it doesn't matter if the road has some deviations. If those deviations are subtle, you're actually going to correct for them without noticing it. Because as far as you can tell, you're just following the straight road. That's the
I would
Sure,
point.
the
agree with
left.
that.
Yes,
Sure,
that's the whole
a
point.
left curve can be so long and subtle, you don't know there. You couldn't tell there was a subtle, extremely
Yeah.
long, gradual left turn.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, you're driving straight. So you actually corrected for the curve in the road without noticing it.
Right.
That's the
That
whole
road
point.
is attached to the ground, right?
Yeah, that's a separate point. Can you at least acknowledge that point, that on that road you would be able to drive and say you drove straight when you're actually correcting for a curve?
No.
No,
I
okay.
I mean,
We can move forward then.
a wise man would say that they'd be unsure if they were going straight, subtly left, or subtly right.
But
Yeah,
the
if you think hard
hypothetical,
about it, but no one does it, right? Like that's the whole point.
but the hypothetical is though it could be slightly going to the left or like a curve to the left, let's say, right? In the hypothetical.
Oh, by the way, that's a good point that doesn't break the analogy, Fondi. Because even if you say, well, I'm not sure, I might have been curving left or right, I'm not sure about that. But that doesn't change the fact that you did correct for the curvature of the road without noticing it, right?
Right.
If
But that
it-
road is
if it-
attached to the ground.
Yes, a road attached to the ground.
So no Coriolis.
No Coriolis in that scenario.
Right.
Goddamn right. Yeah, you don't have to conflate two different points, so you can escape one of them.
I thought that's what we were talking about. I'm trying to bring it back.
Sure, we
To
can get
a
it back once at
point.
least we get done in one point.
Well,
You know, like syllogism, right? You
sue me.
have to follow step by step. You can't switch between. You can
I
stop
did,
in
I
the
was-
middle of one. You can stop in the
I
middle
was
of one
following,
premise.
Man,
then
I
go
was
to
trying to
another
go
one.
with you with no. I was just trying to bring it back to some kind of a point. That's all. I was going. You can bring me along hypotheticals all night long, and I will go with with you.
Well, with some resistance, as I can tell. But yeah,
Hey, Bacon, do you still work at the mental facility?
I never worked at a mental facility. What are you talking about?
You didn't you help people who had mental issues or something?
You can say I'm doing this right now.
Yeah, he's paid. Yeah,
No,
he's
just
paid to be here.
That's true.
Yeah, he's paid to be here working with you guys.
Oh, damn, Bacon.
What was it? Not you who did that, or
No.
was it one of your two other brothers?
No, you thinking of Crow XC? I
I
think.
just
I think you're talking about Crow XC.
Yeah, my brother's.
No,
I don't think he comes here.
Dude, that was pretty
No,
savage,
there's like-
Bacon.
there's like two other people that sound just like you.
All right. Are there other Brazilians here?
That could have been Gummy.
No,
You
What
think
happened
I
to
sound
Gummy?
like
Where'd Gummy go?
you think I sound like a Norwegian?
Man,
I don't
it can
know.
be more. It can be more about inflection and tone than accent.
Fair
I don't
point.
know. Where'd Gummy go? We haven't seen him forever.
I think he realized there's
That
more
road was
useful stuff to
stationary.
do
That makes
in
sense.
his life.
You realize we're right.
Something I should be doing now.
Yeah, you should realize we're right now, because you contradicted yourself all night.
Well, show you at least understand as well as me and answer the thing I DM'd
yeah,
you
right.
with. Yeah, I mean, if
Dude,
you solve the thing I DM'd you,
you can't answer my question. If you're not answering
answered
my
all your
question
questions.
right now, you didn't answer my question. How can you gain eastward momentum? If you're going towards the equator and you're only going west southwest, how are you going to gain 500 miles per hour more eastward momentum when you only went west and south? What's your
By
answer?
slowing down, you're only going west and south in the frame of reference of the surface. When you slow down in the frame of reference of the surface, you're speeding up in the inertial frame of reference.
Speeding up how?
By slowing down the airplane. In
You're
the
speeding
rotating
up by
frame of
slowing
reference.
down?
You're speeding up in one reference frame by slowing down in the other reference frame.
What's
one-
the mechanism? What's the mechanism that makes you have 500 miles per hour more
It's called
eastward
air
momentum?
resistance.
Right?
how
Air
airplane
resistance
slows
is
down.
resisting the forward motion of the plane,
Yes,
not pushing it
planes-
backwards.
But that's the
You're saying the
direction
plane's
that
going
the
to be
wind.
pushed backwards?
That's the direction that the atmosphere is blowing the airplane. So if it increases its air resistance, it gets pushed towards east. And
So you're
by
saying
slowing
that
down,
the wind, the atmosphere fixes it so it's in lockstep with the Earth again.
it doesn't have to be in lockstep. Just
Yeah,
it's
it does
just
because
not.
airplanes never land on anything but a stationary Earth.
One second.
Gonna
It's
zero
just
in on
not.
that one word.
It's just not too different from the surface.
Yeah, so but even the atmosphere is not in lockstep already, right? So the atmosphere can't fix it for you because airplanes never have to land on a surface of an Earth ever, like an aircraft carrier with the Earth moving independently of it. But by your globe model standards, the Earth is moving independently, spinning underneath the plane because we have a Coriolis.
Not independently.
Coriolis.
None
Yes,
of that
it
is
is.
independently.
Yes, it is. It's
It
independently.
would be.
The plane
It would
can't
be
fly anywhere if it's not independent.
It would be independent. No, there are things affecting the airplane. Just because you can still fly with those effects doesn't mean they don't exist.
I'm not saying that there wouldn't be things affecting the airplane. I'm saying
Right, so it's not independent.
It's not locked into that one-to-one relationship that it needs when it lands the plane.
Yeah, so it's not.
And when your guys talk to your ballers here that say correct east, if you're going south, you just correct a little bit east, and then you gain more momentum in that direction. Talk to those guys because that's what they're saying you have to do.
It's not
They're
black
saying
and
you
white.
have to correct east when you're going south. They can't say you're correcting east if you only go west southwest. That's the
Well,
problem.
those guys can solve. Those guys can solve
Causality. I think it's a causality that Bacon
because they can't answer again.
waffles with. Yeah.
Go ahead, let him answer.
Right. But that's not even in your first point of contention. Now we're in the third one. I don't remember what was the first one.
You know the problem. You're not going east, so you can't gain eastward momentum. But you only started out with 500 miles per hour eastward
Right.
momentum.
Okay.
Now
Yeah,
you're losing some of that
can I answer
momentum
now?
already because you're going west.
I remember, so
you're
can I
going
answer
against
now?
the spin of the Earth.
That
When
was
you
your
slow
chance
down,
just
you're going to speed up west 500 miles per hour more than you started with. Does that make
It's
any
not
sense
your
to
chance
anybody
to
here?
argue again. That was your chance
Go
just
ahead,
to
say it
remember.
again. I think that's what your answer was. Go ahead.
No, I only asked it what was the question because I forgot about what was the first question because you were already in the third one. So
the question is, you have to gain 500
I
miles
was
per hour
about to
eastward
answer your
momentum.
question. Can I
But
answer
you
your
only went
question?
west southwest.
Don't
I've
have
said
to
it 100
repeat it.
times already.
I was gonna answer. You don't have to keep repeating it.
Well, you said you forgot.
Yeah. That like 2 minutes ago when I said I forgot, and then you asked your question again and started arguing.
Okay, so
and I
what
said
is
you
it?
don't.
Not arguing.
What is
Just saying the
What is
question.
it? What is
Not arguing.
Okay, the atmosphere at the equator has more eastward momentum. You're flying towards your B point, and you're going against the atmosphere.
Yep.
When the plane is landing, it slows down in reference to the ground. So it's taking up air resistance of the atmosphere that is going in the opposite direction. And it speeds up, that adds momentum in the inertial frame towards east. Actually, it adds momentum towards east in all reference frames. But instead of being slowing down, it's now speeding up in the inertial frame.
Wait, hold on. What if you had like a really strong westward wind when you're trying to land and you're slowing down? A really strong westward wind, not an eastward wind. What are you going to do?
That's something. Yeah, but that's something that could happen in either case. Like even if there's no Coriolis,
no westward winds.
1 second. Even if there's no Coriolis, no Earth rotation, you can have the wind, and you have to take that into account when you're landing. You have to deal with that wind. Yeah.
Winds go in all directions.
Yeah.
So how are you saying there's one wind all of a sudden pushing the plane 500 miles per hour more than it was going sideways?
Yeah. If we solve this, what I'm saying solves the issue of the conservation of momentum of the airplane. Now, if you add another thing like an extra wind, that issue is already solved. Adding an extra wind is just a separate issue that you're creating right now that could exist in either a rotating Earth or in a stationary Earth. You're not refuting my answer by adding an extra wind on it.
Wait, your answer wasn't even close to good enough to begin with. But I'm just adding on that if you had a westward wind, that would totally make no sense because you're saying there's this powerful eastward rotation of the Earth with this atmosphere pushing the plane now to gain momentum sideways to it's going to be in this one-to-one relationship with the Earth when it only lands on a stationary Earth. Even if it was just like a couple miles of miles per hour difference, It's going to make a difference when it lands. A plane never lands on anything but
Okay,
what
let's
appears to be
step
a
by
completely
step.
stationary Earth. You can't just say it magically is in that one-to-one relationship because
Well,
it slows
maybe
down and all of a
Let's do
sudden
it
this
step by
wind is going
step.
to push
Bacon,
it
maybe
to
I
have
can
500
why
miles
he's
per hour
asking.
more momentum.
Bacon.
Mm.
Let's just talk about it from a little different because they're going round in
Oh,
circles.
okay,
We're doing this
Zanuck. Did you ever
ways.
come up with an answer to this, Zanuck? Because you
Yeah,
were
I did. I
then
did.
you went. I heard you went around acting like I didn't have an answer, and you were laughing at me, even though
No,
you admitted to not having
I
being
had an
able to
answer.
solve this twice.
Okay,
Well,
but
that's why I want to
What's
let
your
me
answer?
let me
can
have
we
a little
appreciate
powwow with Bacon.
before we
Why don't
move
you
on
listen?
to
I'm going to
Zanuck?
air. I'm going to air our dirty language here, our dirty laundry here with Bacon.
All right, Zanuck, real quick. He wants to appreciate Bacon's sophistry. I think. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. So
No,
if
no,
anything, I think we can take from
no,
that.
no. This is. I think you guys will like
No,
this.
no.
I think you like
I agree. Hey, hang
Bacon.
on one second, Zanuck. This is gonna be great. Like I think that what we can, at least from what I took from what I can take from what Bacon has said, is that he's like a true 10th man, and kind of like trying to make sure arguments are sound. And I think that the way he goes about it is um, circular in a way because of the things that one would say in talking to him. And I think that there's something to be learned from what he's doing. That's all.
Well,
One
he's
thing you
great
can
at
do
it.
is
Yeah.
He thinks an answer is sufficient just because
well,
he gave an
yeah,
answer when
I
it
know what
doesn't
he's
even
doing,
explain
and
it.
I can probably help everybody understand a little bit
Yeah,
what
I'd
he's
love
trying
to
to
hear it,
say and what
Zanuck.
I had told you yesterday.
Don't talk about balls.
So
Don't talk about. Just
let's
don't.
talk
Wait,
about.
hold on. Here's the ground
Hey,
rules,
Help
Zanuck.
me,
You're not going to talk
Zanuck!
about.
I'll
Hold
help.
on, Zanuck.
Help me,
Ground rules, because
Zanuck!
I don't want
I
to go
need
through this with
help!
you.
It's not a matter of
Help!
help. It's a matter
Zanuck,
of
I want to make
Help
some
me,
ground rules. I want to
Zanuck!
make some ground rules because you're going to. This is the last time you started talking about people throwing balls to each other, and then you tried to re-explain the Coriolis effect as if you're teaching it to me from scratch instead of answering the very direct question. How are you going to gain eastward momentum when the plane only flew west-southwest and it needs 500 miles per hour more eastward momentum? Stick to that scenario. Don't start gish galloping off and talking about other
It's not
scenarios
going
so you can act like you're
to
teaching
be.
things to people.
This part, first half will be to Bacon, and the next half will be to you. It's going to be very quick on both things. Because I think you guys are just missing the entire thrust of what he is
Yeah,
saying.
I'm sure you think
So,
that. Yeah,
well,
but you
no,
never
I
explain it. Go ahead.
so I understand it, and I think you understand. I don't know why you have the south-southwest thing going on, but let's say we're
Yeah,
on the
you know
moon.
why?
No,
Because you couldn't
well,
answer it. Oh, okay, okay, wait. He's going to go straight to the moon. Okay, here we are from this very
Well,
start.
no, I
I
want
set
to get
the
rid of the
ground
God's
rules,
atmosphere.
sake.
and you want to go.
Let
Let's
him.
say about.
I
Let's
want
talk
to get
about
rid
the
of.
moon
God.
instead of the
I
actual
want to get rid of
scenario.
I want to get rid of the atmosphere for a second. Okay. I just
Yeah,
want to get rid of
see,
the atmosphere for a second. So Bacon,
because he can't
would
answer
you
it.
agree? This is what he's talking about. We're going to the moon and we're going to go south from the North Pole. Bacon, you with me so far?
No,
He's got to teach somebody.
Bacon, are
He's
you
got to
there?
come in and teach
Sorry.
somebody,
no.
not
Where
answer.
are we
Start
starting?
again.
Would you be quiet?
Start
and
again.
listen to
Sorry.
what Zanuck says?
Quiet for a second, perspective, so I can finish the thought. It's not a very
All
long
right,
one.
go ahead.
So we're going to get rid of the atmosphere.
It's so funny
And
that you did
we're going to leave
exactly what I said you were
from
going to
the
do. No
My
matter right
God,
after I
shut up
said
for
it.
a second, dude.
unbelievable. It's
Go
really
ahead.
unbelievable.
I'll mute.
Either don't want the answer or you're just like think I'm not going to be able to have an answer.
So where are we starting?
Okay,
The
so we're going
moon?
to be on either we get rid of the atmosphere for the Earth and talk about it, or you talk about it on the moon, which is more of reality for us.
Well, let's just. I mean, why would you
Stick
start
to
on
the
the moon?
scenario, Zanuck.
All right, let's get
You
rid of the
said you had
atmosphere.
an answer.
Let's get rid of the atmosphere. So, Bacon, are you with me so far? No atmosphere.
Okay, so the atmosphere
Sir.
is part of the Earth, or is it not
No
part of the
atmosphere.
Earth?
Zero atmosphere.
Just ignore him. Yeah, no
We're
atmosphere.
gonna have
I'm
we're
trying
like
to
on the
follow
moon.
along, man.
The Earth has been void of the atmosphere. It's complete. You need spacesuits to survive. The sun wiped it off with a freaking solar flare. It's no atmosphere. So we have something flying. It's gonna be more of a rocket now with or a helicopter or something like with jets, not a helicopter, but like a short runway and takeoff type device, which has jets to keep it in position. And we're gonna fly this hovercraft from North America to South America before the equator, like get to Brazil or so. So when we start going south, the tangential velocity is going to be at a much greater level than it was when we left. So by the time we get down to, and we're going to be curving too. We're going to be arcing to the east as we travel southward, and eventually when we get down to the latitude we want to get to, which will take a while, we will stop and hover, and the Earth at that point will be spinning underneath us with a 500 mile an hour tangential velocity to us. Is that okay, Bacon?
Mhm. Yep.
So it's now
So
we get to the
you
point.
started you started I think 60 degrees latitude. So when you get to the equator, it's twice the speed. Is that it?
Right. So now we're down near the equator and we stop. We just, because we can do that with our hovercraft, stop and we look down and the Earth is rotating underneath us. We actually have a velocity across the surface that looks like we're going 500 miles an hour to the east. All right, everyone with
No,
me so far?
west.
But there's a
Yeah,
Oh, west. Sorry, yeah,
that's
west.
not
Oh, yeah,
hovering.
west. I was thinking of
Wait,
far
this is
east.
great. This is
Yeah,
great.
the west.
Okay, at least
We're
he's
going the
admitting
west.
that the Earth's spinning independently of the plane. Right. Everyone
Yes.
needs to hear this.
Not a
This
plane.
is great, Zanik. I'm loving
No,
what
not
you're
a
saying
plane.
so far.
Yeah, it's like
That's not a plane.
You're in an airplane. You're in
like
an
the LEM. It's like the lunar
F-35B.
lander.
No, he
It's
said
like
a
a lunar lander.
hovercraft.
F-35B. It acts like a
Hovercraft.
helicopter. Yeah,
It's hovercraft.
Xanax
it's
not
like
done. Hey, Xanax not
Xanax-
done.
Let
Okay.
Yeah.
continue. It's
Let me
perfect, though.
finish.
It can
Everyone,
hover.
so
It can
everyone
hover in
understands.
midair with thrust
Everyone
resistance. It can
understands.
hover, and
We're
the
all
Earth is spinning below.
He did say he had a
we're
hovercraft.
all
Oh, is it yes
we're
or no,
all with
guys?
him.
Oh
We're
my
all
God.
with you. We're all with you.
this
We're
is
all
Xanax.
with you,
so
Zanik.
hard.
Go ahead.
Why is
I'd
this
love
so
to
hard?
hear the rest.
Oh my!
Please let Zanik
Really,
speak.
guys, come on, man. So
Zanik, go.
So now we rectified the problem that perspective had. That where does this tangential velocity go? How do you make up for it? How do you increase your tangential velocity? Well, we haven't, right? We got down there. We're completely off the longitude that we started at in central Canada, and we're way out toward Brazil in South America. And we're way off course by about 500 yards, 500 miles. But we're also stopping. We immediately stopped when we got down to that particular latitude, and we're watching the Earth spin underneath us at 500 miles an hour ground speed. And that's going. Oh, now what do we do? So everyone's with me. Bacon's with me as well.
No.
So now we have to. Now we got to turn the jets on that kind of fight to slow this thing down. And that means we would be slowing it down. We're going to try. Remember, we're going. Basically, we're going. We just stopped. We haven't done anything. We provided no forward momentum, east or west. All we did was drive straight south, and we ended up 500. Oh my God, we keep on getting clipped, and people not getting.
No. I just want to make sure, Zanik. Did you say slow down? Because I think that you're saying that the ground is moving 500 miles per hour faster than the airplane is hovering. Right.
But
we never provided any.
Can I just try to keep up?
What's that? We never provided any east or west velocity or a thrust. All we did was a longitudinal path straight down north south. We just had a southern track.
And you said slow the plane down to catch up. When you have to
deviated by 500 miles, and now we deviated by 500 miles, and we also noticed we were facing somewhat westward, and we're noticing that we still have a 500 mile an hour westward. God dang it. Westward velocity that we have to now scrub off so we can land, right? Otherwise, we're landing on a real fast.
Hold on, wait. You're not scrubbing off the westward velocity. Hold on, wait. You're not scrubbing off the westward velocity. You need to gain 500 miles per hour eastward.
Well, that's what that effectively. Now you're mixing up reference frames. That's effectively what we're going to be doing. We've never given any eastward or westward of thrust. All we did was go south. We found ourselves with the Earth spinning out west, 500 miles off course west. And we are pointed slightly southwest. And we are also noticing that we are traveling westward at a rate of 500 miles an hour to the west. So we have to basically.
Hovering.
Well, we just hovered with we just stopped traveling southward and we just stopped our progress south. We haven't produced any westward thrust.
Okay, so as you're hovering, how fast is the plane moving eastward?
Westward.
Well, no, it had 500 miles per hour eastward momentum when it started, right? Because it was spinning with the Earth, right? So it's conserved that momentum.
Correct.
But it never corrected. So you're saying it still has that 500 miles per hour eastward momentum that doesn't match the 1,000 miles per hour eastward momentum.
Right.
So it needs to gain 500 miles per hour eastward momentum
to catch
up to that 1,000 miles per hour.
That's why you're messing it up. That's why you're. Listen. That's why we see the ground going by 500 miles an hour, not 1,000, but only 500 because we had a
500 miles per hour more than it is. The plane is moving eastward, still 500 miles per hour somehow in this magic land of spinning balls that you believe, right? But if we're on a spinning ball, this is the way you'd think it would work. You're still going to have that 500 miles per hour eastward momentum that you had when you started with. but you still now the ground is 500 miles per hour more, still in the eastward direction. Don't make up.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
mix up the
Yes.
westward.
Oh, yeah,
Don't
yeah.
mix up the
From the
westward.
inertial, that's what I mean. You're mixing up inertial frames. Yes. As far as the inertial frame goes,
I'm
yeah,
not
we're
mixing
still
anything up. I
rotating.
just explained exactly what it would
Stop
be.
it. Stop it. We're just talking about the relative
No,
to the ground.
I prefer worded that way, honestly.
There's only a 500.
It seems like you're the one mixing things together.
No, I'm not
Xanax.
mixing. I'm trying not to mix it up. I don't want to talk about the inertial frame right now. We're only talking about the non-inertial frame, the rotating frame. We come down. What we see in the airplane, we come down and we just stop progressing southward, and we notice we have a 500 mile an hour speed going to the west. But yes, from an inertial frame, we are rotating with the Earth with a 500 mile an hour tangential velocity.
Wait, that's why I'm stopping you. You're saying going to the west. What's going to the west?
You guys are talking about the same thing. He's saying, Zanuck is saying that when you get down there and hover, the craft is only going 500 miles to the east, but the ground is going 1,000 miles to the east.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So they're both
What's he
going
talking about
east.
westward?
Yes,
Yeah.
no. What he's saying is that from the perspective of the 1,000 mile an hour ground, the craft is moving westward from that perspective. But
correct.
Oh, okay.
they're both
Well, that's
moving
fine. But why
eastward.
even mention that? Let's just
Because
stick to the plane.
you got to talk about
How's
the two
plane gonna
frames. You're
gain
talking about
500
one
miles
frame.
per hour
I'm
east?
talking about the other. So hear me out. So
You
now
guys
we're
talking
all
about the same thing.
on
You
board. I stopped going south. Thanks, Learn, by the way. That's good injecting, because I think they were a little confused on that. So we're going south. We stopped going south. We noticed that the ground's going underneath at 500 miles an hour. We're actually heading to the west with respect to the ground. But from the inertial frame that no one really should pay attention to, we are also have that tangential velocity of 500 miles an hour that we started with up north. So how do we rectify that? So what we have to do now, we have to slow down. We got to put the speed brakes on and start slowing down, or put the
Slow down
jets
in which
on.
direction?
Yeah, for no atmosphere. We have to put the jets on in front of us, which really makes us accelerate more to the east, and that's how we're going to gain the tangential velocity. So that's the Earth with no atmosphere. And now we're going to go back to what Bacon was saying of why we don't have much to worry.
Wait, let's not go back to Bacon's thing. We have to figure out exactly what you're saying when you said that. You're saying you're going to put the jets on now. You're going to put the jets on now and go eastward to catch up to the extra 500 miles per hour you need. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that, or to negate the 500 mile ground speed that we see going on below us.
Even in that scenario, Zanuck, even if you could go 500 miles per hour and somehow catch up, right, to this 1,000 miles an hour, right? That's assuming that you still have that 500 mile conserved momentum, even though if you went west, you wouldn't, west southwest. But regardless, even if you could, then when you slow the plane down to land on a runway, you can't keep your momentum going in that direction because you slowed the plane down to land.
No,
they're both going 1,000 miles an hour.
You're clearly you're mixing up
500 miles per hour,
That's
but
why
then now
I didn't
you're
want to
going
mention
0 miles per hour and then turning north, turning one direction because you have a north-facing runway. You can't
this is
keep
why
the plane moving sideways at that 1,000 miles an hour.
This is why you couldn't understand yesterday. You're not thinking this through.
No, it's not about me understanding. You're just not explaining it. Don't say I don't understand. Explain exactly how it works.
How about we take turns and I'll let you go because I don't.
Can I suggest?
Go ahead, your turn. Explain exactly how it works. How does it slow down and still keep moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour?
Okay, don't interrupt me. We went south, as Matthew mentioned. We have two frames. One's the inertial frame, which is looking at like from the sun or something, and one is actually the non-inertial, which is actually in the frame of the rotating body and looking at it from the frame of the rotating body. So from the frame of the rotating body, we deviate to the west 500 miles or so, and then we stop going south. So we think we're hovering, but we notice the ground is going underneath us by 500 miles an hour. So what we have to do now is from this jet's propulsion device, we have to go eastward to catch up with the Earth, which is moving underneath us at 500 miles an hour. It just means a direction change, basically, and then we can land. But from the inertial reference,
don't just say,
hold on, let me finish. You gotta let me finish. You promised you would.
Now you're slowing down.
Promise
now
let me finish. You promised you let me finish. Promise you let me finish.
Okay.
You're a liar then.
Yep. Go ahead. Don't just say it. Don't just end it with "then we can land," because that's the problem. How do you land?
No, it's not the problem. It's not the problem.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
We were down there. We stopped southern progress, and we noticed that the ground is going 500 miles an hour under us. So we turn the plane to the east, and we fire the jets, the rockets. We still have jets going down too, by the way, because we're hovercraft, and we catch up to the Earth, and then we land.
Yeah, but you can't just say "and then we land." You're skipping over
we'll catch up to the Earth. Now, whenever we
slow down to land.
whenever we catch
when
up
you
to
slow down to land,
fucking
your
A,
Earth
dude,
is
what's
still
wrong
moving.
with you? Are you retarded?
You can't just twice now, Zanuck. You tried to end it with saying, and then we land, as if that's
Okay,
perfect.
let me be more descriptive.
You caught
Hold on.
up, but then you have to slow down to land, so you're not caught
No,
up
no,
anymore.
we're gonna.
Earth
No,
is
if
going
we
to
catch
continue
up,
moving.
if we catch up, we're going a zero differential speed between the ground and us. You're not following me. We're going. We notice
Only
the Earth
when
is
you're going 500 miles per hour more.
Because
Once
it
you
looks
slow
like
down
we're
to
going
land, the Earth is going to continue
Stop.
spinning.
Okay,
Yes,
I need
that's
you to
the
stop.
problem.
I need you to stop, and I'm going to go two
Fix
frames.
it. Fix the problem. Answer
no,
the question.
Everyone
Don't just
gets
say,
it, but
and then we
you.
land.
You're being an idiot. Stop it. I'm going to
not
give you
being an idiot.
one more
You're not
time.
answering it.
One more time. I am. You are. Just let me finish. I'm going to tell you from the
Okay,
non-inertial
the plane
frame
slows
and then
down
the
to
inertial
land.
frame.
How's it going to
Just
keep
don't
moving
talk. You
with the
can't
Earth?
talk though. You got to promise me, or I'm going to fucking just click out.
Go ahead.
Because I had the answers, and you're not listening. And everyone here listening knows you're not listening.
You tried to end it twice.
No.
saying,
I didn't. I ended it because we were at a zero ground speed differential. Zero.
Only when you're moving with the Earth.
No.
Then you slow down to
Zero.
land, you're no longer moving with the Earth.
Dude, listen to me.
Hey,
You're not thinking.
okay.
Go
You
ahead.
go
Let him
first,
answer.
then
We
me.
do it one more
Let him
time
answer.
with both frames, and it'll make sense.
Explain
Just
how
don't
it slows
say-
down to
Someone
land,
please mute
but it had
new
to speed
perspective.
up to go to the
Who's ever
Earth.
got mods power? Can you please shut him up so I can finish
Please,
this?
I'll mod
now
myself.
I'm getting a headache,
I'm
and I'm not going
letting
to
you
have fun
answer.
doing this.
Everybody
Let
listen
me
to his
fucking
answer. Shut up.
Every time
everybody.
you're talking, I'm not listening because you're talking over me. Just shut up. Thank you. So we come down. We're only going south. We notice when we get down to that latitude line that the ground is actually moving under us at 500 miles an hour, and we're pointed slightly to the south, or southwest. So what we do is we turn the craft around, face it east, and we go down that same latitude line with full jets going, and we start catching up to the Earth, which is going 500 miles an hour underneath us. Or you could think of us as going 500 miles an hour to the west, and we just want to slow the plane down. So all we got to do, but since we can't do that because there's no air, we're going to have to turn the plane around, and we're going to fire the jets to go eastward, and we're going to catch up to this Earth, which is moving underneath us at a relative velocity of 500 miles an hour. And once we go to 400, 300, 200, 100, 0, now we're right above the spot, 0, and we're not, and we cut the jets, the ones that are going east. Now we're just hovering. Now we're hovering above the spot, and there's no difference between the speeds of the craft and the ground. We are in lockstep with the Earth, meaning we are not moving with respect to a spot on the Earth. From a rotating reference frame, it's a little different. We went down south. We only had 500 miles an hour of or 500 tangential velocity. Now we're going to an area of 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity. We are still rotating with the Earth, but it's rotating faster by 500, and we're going 500 miles an hour slower. So we have to do the same thing. We have to get the tangential velocity. We have to head east and catch up to the Earth. And when we do, there'll be a 0 tangential velocity with us in the ground, but we will be traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, just like the Earth is traveling as far as the tangential speed. Both are the same. There's no almost done. Both are the same. There's no difference. I gave you your 500 miles an hour. We're not even to the problem yet, and you can't even keep up.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Because you still didn't answer how it lands. Because if it went 500 miles per hour to catch up, you're acting like now it can stop, and it's still going that 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth.
Okay, you guys are talking about the same thing. Zanuck, it might be helpful if you just stick to one reference frame so he can understand. So, what
I
he's
did.
saying,
I talked about going to
the
0.
Earth was moving 500 miles per hour faster.
I talked
eastward,
about him going to 0,
and then you're
I said
saying
we're both,
it could
the ground is not moving. We're going to land.
Jets on to catch up, but then you're acting like that 500 miles per hour sticks with it, even though it stopped.
So, new perspective. Let me explain. He's saying when it's hovering, the craft is going 500 miles an hour to the east, but the ground is moving 1,000 miles to the east an hour to the east.
That's obvious. That's the
And
scenario that I laid out.
So yeah, and
Go ahead.
no, you're right. And what he's saying is that what the craft has to do is speed up faster and faster until it's also going 1,000 miles per hour. So now when the ground,
but then it stops, and
when the ground and the
it has to keep speeding up. It has to keep going.
You got to listen.
Listen
That's why you're not learning.
Earth
Give
is
me
going to
30 more
still
seconds.
continue to move once it stops.
You won't
Give
stop
me 30
talking.
more seconds, please. So
No fuel used.
what I'm saying is once the craft and the ground are both going 1,000 miles an hour to the east, the relative velocity between the two of them is 0, and it can land even though they're both going 1,000 miles per hour. So Zanuck is saying that it's slowing down from the perspective of the ground, but if you just think of it as they're both going 1,000 miles an hour, that's how it can land.
Yeah, that doesn't fix
That's
it,
why I
though,
gave you
then
both of them. You
have
still didn't take the
No,
bait.
it's a north-facing runway. Now you're going to be going south to go into the north-facing runway, and you're slowing the plane down. So you had to speed up to catch up to the Earth. You can't then all of a sudden just imagine that the plane still moves 500 miles per hour more eastward, even though it stopped.
You didn't hear a thing I said, did you?
Exactly.
You didn't hear, I
you
give
can
you
just
both
lock
reference
in.
frames.
Now
you still don't get
you're
it.
locked
Dude,
into that one-to-one
you've got to be
relationship
the
just because
dumbest
you
guy
went
in the room
500
right
miles
now.
per hour to
Seriously.
catch up to it. Once you stop going 500 miles per hour, the Earth keeps moving underneath you, right? The Earth keeps
wrong.
moving still fast.
Wrong.
Yeah, because you stopped. You
No.
stopped, so you lost that momentum.
No, I didn't stop. I stopped with respect to the ground because they were both going 1,000 miles an hour
It doesn't work
to
that
the
way.
east. Yes, it does. That's exactly how
No,
it
it
works.
doesn't. You
So
can't
let's
just
see.
say because
So
I caught up to the
I think
Earth
Matthew's
and
right.
stopped,
I think
but now I'm still.
I need
now
the
I'm
floor
in a
again.
one-to-one
You're
relationship.
giving me a headache. It doesn't. First of all, we can't
because
do
your
this.
contradiction,
We
I need to
can't.
point
No,
out before you move
I'm
on
not.
and just say, "Oh, we
We
landed the
can't
plane."
do this. We can't talk at the same time. Just one of us at a time, please.
You're
Zanuck,
non-answer
I recommend
again.
not
Give your
using
non-answer.
Zanuck,
I
I
will
recommend
answer.
not using the word stop.
Not about me
that's what I'm
not
saying.
understanding it. It's
No,
about me
you're not
pointing out your
understanding.
contradiction.
New
No, okay.
perspective.
Oh,
If we're
really?
gonna
So
stay-
you're saying you
Matthew,
can
do
catch
you
up
wish
to
to
the
stay-
Earth, and then all of a sudden you're just
Okay,
moving with the Earth.
let's use Matthew's idea of keeping it. I give you both, but let's focus on the last reference from I gave
It's
you.
not about me
131.
understanding it.
So we
Don't
go
put it
down.
that way.
We have
Don't
1,000.
start
We
talking
just
about
stop
like me not
fucking
understanding
talk. You are
when
so
I
obnoxious.
pointed out your
You
contradiction.
are so obnoxious. I can't believe you can't shut up. Just stop. So
Don't
we're
make
going
this about
south.
me.
We're going south, but I'm rotating with the Earth at 500 miles an hour tangentially, and the place we're going to go to is rotating at 1,000 miles an hour tangentially. This is Matthew's last comment, and I'm going to keep with my last comment, which is based on the rotating reference frame. So we get down to get south, and we notice that the ground is moving under us by 500 miles an hour. We're still moving to the east at 500 miles an hour, but the ground is additional 500 miles an hour to the east. This is the tangential velocity and the momentum that you think we need to actually achieve to be able to land.
Well, yeah,
so
because
what do we do?
You're saying we need to. You're
Of course
acknowledging
we do.
my
Of course we
scenario.
do.
You keep
Of
going
course we
back
do.
to the beginning.
Stop
as if you're
talking. Let me
teaching it
finish.
When I'm the one
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Stop talking. How many times have I said stop talking to you? So here we go. Now we're going to turn the craft to the east, and we're going to fire the jets that actually allow us to get tangential velocity to the east. So we start firing the jets, and the Earth is moving underneath us by 500 miles an hour faster. So we basically have to accelerate to 500 miles an hour faster than we were when we got down there, even though we're off course by 500 miles. So we start accelerating, and as we get faster and faster, because we're lagging behind, we start noticing that we are more and more getting close to the lockstep position of our craft and the Earth. So if after we go 500 miles an hour to the east, we have now gained the momentum by firing the jets to the west, and fire to the west. So we go to the east, and now the ground is we're like 5 miles an hour difference. We see the ground slowly outpacing us, but now we can move ourselves a little bit to the south and then a little bit to the north for your north-facing driveway. Make a little bit of a little more of a slipping type of an angle of this craft, so we get a little bit more tangential velocity, the 5 miles an hour we need. Now we're matching the Earth perfectly east to west, and we now are pointed north, and we land perfectly on that runway, no problem.
You don't
Matthew,
get it.
did you understand that?
You're acting like it's an aircraft carrier. You're treating the Earth as
No,
if it's an aircraft carrier that
it's
got
like
a
a
time of
helicopter.
landing on.
It's a helicopter.
It was perfectly described.
No,
yes.
it's not about understanding. I understand exactly what you explained. I understood it. No, Zanuck, I understood how you were trying to explain it, but how you were explaining it doesn't work. You don't get that. You can't keep 500 miles per hour momentum going when you slow the plane down to land, because the Earth is going to continue moving 500 miles per hour faster, or whatever it was. Say you went only 488 miles per hour, right? Now you still got a 12-mile difference to make up. Oh, okay, now I'm going to catch up. Wait, no, okay, now I'm slowing down to land. Oh, wait, now the Earth is still moving. You can't, the plane never has to time a landing that way. That's not how it works. It always treats the Earth as stationary.
The hovercraft goes
It's never,
east,
it doesn't
12
even,
miles
that's
an
not
hour.
how planes fly.
Perspective, shut up. We're not a plane. We're a hovercraft. And we're 12 miles an hour difference.
Sure,
so we can
fine.
We got the 12 miles an hour difference. And so we've lined up to the north. We've also now kicked it a little bit angled to the east, and we kick the jets on again to the west, fire them to the jets to the left so we can go to the east, and we catch up to 12 miles an hour. Now we're 1-to-1. We stop the jets now. Now we have, remember, all that momentum that we increase by firing the jets westward so we can go eastward, we have to retain. We cut the jets to the west, because we're now at the same tangential velocity. We're not going to lose it. We don't lose that tangential velocity. It's momentum that's conserved. Now we're going the exact same speed tangentially as the Earth. We're right above the runway, and we slow the craft down and land. That is not breaking any laws. Momentum is conserved, and you're ridiculously stupid.
If it worked that way, it still wouldn't work that way, because you'd have to have jets on the side of your airplane as you're landing to keep the airplane moving sideways with the Earth as it's landing. It's the only way that would work.
Retain the momentum.
Because you've lost now I'm sure you're technically going west.
Now you've proved that you are really dumb. You are really dumb.
No, it's not about being dumb, because
I can't do it anymore.
Never have to. Are you saying
it's too bad we couldn't go to the next step, because the next step
is more interesting? Are you saying that left lane is trained to go down there and speed his jets up and go 500 miles? And not only that, this doesn't even answer the scenario. If you went west southwest, right? You never have to go then start speeding up eastward when you go west southwest. You just go in a straight line and you land, right? West southwest. You never went east.
It makes the problem worse.
You avoided. This whole time you've avoided the original question.
You got to be the dumbest person in here, and everybody knows it. Okay?
No, don't start aiming it at me. This is what your tactic is. Aim it at me, saying I'm dumb when it's obviously a complicated scenario.
You are dumb.
You're not
even really dumb. Seriously.
So you're saying that people would go down to the equator and they're going west southwest, and then they would have to like speed up east to catch up to the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
That's ridiculous. Why would you speed up east? Why would you speed up east when you're headed west?
Now, if you ask me a question, shut the fuck up and I'll answer. So
your destination is right below you, right? Let's say your destination is right below you, and you get there west southwest, but now the Earth is moving 500 miles per hour more in the eastward direction.
The fuck
up. Makes no sense. I'm not dumb. I'm just showing how dumb you are right now.
No, you're not. Everyone knows but you. Even Matthew knows. It's true.
Oh yeah,
and even Bacon knows this is true. So the reason
Bacon knows it's true. Bacon had a totally different answer than you. You all have different answers, but I'm the dumb one.
We haven't even got to his. We haven't got to his answer yet. You won't. I guarantee we're not even going to get there. We're already into this half an hour, and I'm already getting bored of you. So listen.
Well, you know what?
So
let's let Fundy
talk.
Would you
stop talking?
Did you understand what he said?
God damn it! Shut up. So we going south southwest makes the problem worse, because now we're scrubbing even more. We're scrubbing even more tangential velocity off of the model. So yes, when we finally get down there.
Wait. By your philosophy, Zanuck, you said that when it went east, now it has all that momentum just because it went east. So it could even stop, and all of a sudden it's in lockstep with the Earth again. So if it went west, then it's losing a bunch of that momentum by the same philosophy. So now you're going to even have to make up more than that 500 miles per hour, because you lost a lot of your 500 miles momentum just by going west.
How about this?
That's what he said.
Yeah, exactly what I said.
No, it's not what he said.
It is what I said.
So you're saying that by the time it gets to the equator, it's not going to even have its original conserved momentum of 500 miles per hour.
No,
it went west for a long time. It went west, so it's going to be down to like 100 miles per hour.
You guys are yelling at each other and agreeing.
I know, right?
No,
it's
let's say by the time you get to your destination, when you went west, you lost a bunch of your conserved momentum. So now you're going to have to make up even more. So then why would you? The planes don't fly that way. They don't get to their destination when they fly west southwest and start speeding up east to catch up to the fucking Earth. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he's talking about the hovercraft with no atmosphere still. He hasn't even got to part 2.
Don't reify his ridiculous.
A lot of this started on the moon, though, by the way, right?
I would.
So you're not even letting me talk.
I'd be curious.
We're not even halfway there yet. Yeah, we're not even halfway there yet, and you're floating. So we're going south.
It never went east.
Never halfway there, but you've been talking for a fucking 20 minutes straight.
So he won't let me talk.
You don't speed up east when you get to your destination to catch up to the Earth.
Well, here's another. I guess this is my last try at this. So if we wanted to if we wanted to
condense your thoughts into something that makes sense.
If we wanted,
actually make it make sense, and then call me dumb again.
You're being really dumb. Seriously,
really?
You should probably look in the mirror.
Does anyone else here think that besides Matthew, who's agreeing with everything he says just because he's a baller?
No, all I've heard is Zanuck just rambling, vomit at the mouth words.
All right, I did
not making any point because he has to continually try to make his point after talking for fucking 15 minutes in a row.
And he always goes back to the original.
It would have been 3 minutes.
We get down there and we're 500 miles per hour difference. If this could happen, Zanuck, all you would need is a camera, right? You can prove your spinning ball Earth. Just put your camera out the window and we can show the Earth spins.
Okay. So one of the ways you could counteract this thing and actually hit your destination is as you're going south on this hovercraft, you start going a little bit to the east. And by doing that,
That's what I'm saying.
over a
That's
period,
why you can't.
with
You're
one
trying to
point,
say it goes
with,
east, but it only went west, southwest.
unbelievable.
You're
Does anyone think
contradicting
that me
already.
perspective is a
It did not
cocksucker?
go east.
I do. I'm raising my
The
hand.
plane was flying west, bro. You can't say it went east. That's why you're stuck. And I stuck you every single time on this. And then you say, oh, you're just going to go east. No, the plane flew west, southwest. It never went east. You can't say that and just get away with it.
Because it was not being controlled. It was just flying perfectly south, and through the perfectly south trajectory, it
West,
deviated
southwest.
to the right. It deviated to the
No,
right,
west,
and it might have only. It
southwest.
might have. Oh, can I finish? Okay, I'll make a deal because I'm going to leave right now. Just let me talk for like
because
15
you have no
seconds.
answer.
Shut
West,
the fuck up.
southwest means it never went east. How did it gain eastward momentum? This is the question I repeated to you 100 times before, and then you acted like I didn't get it when you had no answer, and you still don't. How do you gain eastward momentum when you only went west, southwest?
You
Answer
haven't
that
grasped
now.
this.
Don't deviate.
You haven't grasped this concept. I can't
Don't
get
talk
to
about me.
atmosphere.
Talk about your answer.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry. Bacon, he's all yours. I tried.
Wait, Zanuck, before you leave, Zanuck, can you
he
make
has
me
no
in Chill
answer.
Lounge? I want to hear what
Zanuck
you have to say.
loses. Zanuck loses. West, southwest, Zanuck. Answer it. I'll be perfectly quiet. West, southwest. You only went west, southwest. How did you gain eastward momentum?
You
right
go
now.
southwest. Listen, I'll even give you every
West,
possible
southwest.
extreme. You said you're going to let me talk. Stop fucking talking. So you go south, southwest. And let's say you do it for this length. So you end up at 0 tangential velocity. 0. You're basically inertial. Now you have to stop at that latitude, make a left turn down that same latitude line, and go accelerate to 1,000 miles an hour. Because when you got to that point, the Earth was rotating under you at 1,000 because you were inertial, because you had lost 500 miles an hour of tangential velocity by traveling south, southwest. Now we're south, southwest, way past your destination point because the Earth rotated underneath you by 1,000 miles an hour for many hours. And now you have to accelerate to 1,000 miles an hour eastward and even farther because you want to get to your destination. So you have to even go even faster than 1,000 miles an hour. And then eventually when you get to your spot, you'll slow down, you orient the plane to whatever runway direction is, and you'll lower this hovercraft down on the runway with no problem.
You heard it here, folks. He said, this is what he said, you would be 1,000 miles per hour off, right? So then you'd have to, like, if you go to your destination, which is west, southwest, and you get to your destination, now you have to fly 1,000 miles per hour eastward to get to your destination? What?
You have to get up to 1,000 miles an hour. At that point, you're only matching the tangential velocity. You're not going to be going anywhere. You're going to be one lockstep with the Earth. Now you have to go even faster now. You have to go even faster now.
That's my point.
You have to get
airplanes never have to do that.
Because
they never
all you have to
do that. They just go west,
so there's a reason.
and land
and I give the reason or I'm out.
and land there.
Okay, you're going to claim victory when I complete, but I'm leaving because you're an asshole. Okay. So
yeah, because I'm telling you, you're wrong.
No, you're
and you
not
can't accept
listening.
it, so I'm an asshole all of a sudden.
Listening. Stop.
No, I'm listening. I'm telling you. I'm repeating exactly what you said.
What is wrong with you? Are you
retarded?
Eastward,
1,000 miles an hour when you get to your west, southwest, and you start going eastward. Is exactly what you said, Zanuck. Now you're going to have to fly eastward 1,000 miles an hour to catch up to your destination that you've overshot. They don't overshoot their mark.
You won't even catch up to it.
No, they don't have to catch up to it. They just went west, southwest, and they met their destination.
Hello,
Zanuck, just by going west doesn't mean you're going to miss your destination.
Hey,
moron boy. You don't miss your destination. You just get to your destination. You fly west, southwest. You get to your destination. You don't have to worry about missing it. You just get there. You're going Chicago to San Diego. You don't miss your destination just because you went west. You don't have to go 1,000 miles eastward now to catch up to San Diego. That's what you said, literally. Everyone heard it. And you're calling me a moron? Jesus Christ. Here's the flight path. I'll put it in the live stream right now. Here's your flight path from Chicago to San Diego. Go straight there. There's no like, okay, now I'm way off. I have to go eastward at 1,000 miles an hour. None of that happens, Zanuck. That's the point.
Did Zanuck flip to a flat earther?
It seems like it. Yeah, at least I'll give you credit, Zanuck. At least you're acknowledging that there'd be a difference between the ground speed and the tangential velocity of the airplane, and it can't land.
No, the
Because if there was
hovercraft with
ever
no
a
atmosphere. He's never even got to the airplane yet.
Oh, you want to make
Yeah, I
it a
haven't got the
hovercraft to
airplane yet
fix
at
it?
all.
Okay, it doesn't matter. We're talking about airplanes with runways, and it would have to go straight into the runway as if the runway is completely stationary. So if you're talking
All
about
right.
catching up and
Are you going to
slowing
shut up
down,
at any
if
time
you're
soon
going
or no?
1,000 miles per hour eastward or any of that, you first of all, it's never what any pilots ever trained to do. Left lane would freak out if he thought he had to fly 1,000 miles an hour to catch up to this fucking tangential speed. It never happens. They go straight to their destination. They don't miss their marks because the Earth is moving faster than the plane. They go straight there and land on a stationary surface because the Earth is fucking stationary, dude.
No, it's because they're flying a plane, not a hovercraft. And we've been talking about a hovercraft for the past 20 minutes.
Oh
with
yeah,
no
you
atmosphere.
go back to a hovercraft and it doesn't even fix it for you. Still doesn't fix it.
I was trying to give you an idea of what actually happens. Now, one of the things
Oh
that we
yeah, it's
talked
all
about,
about
I
me
didn't
not
know
getting your stupid scenario.
You know,
my
Zanuck might need
scenario.
more
I
than
didn't know
two
where
sentences.
I didn't know where you were going. So yes, you'd have to turn around and go up to 1,000 miles an hour. Then you'd be to your spot in Los Angeles. That's not what I was talking about. Going south to like Brazil or something, and how far off track you would have to get back
Why
to
wouldn't
this
you
latitude
shut the fuck up enough to listen where he's
line.
going before you start blabbering
Because I was
vomit
giving the
words?
scenario. He said all I heard was south southwest, and I thought we had the same target, which is Brazil.
Right.
So it's
So
okay, no
you
big
just
deal.
admitted to not listening.
No, he never told me. He said going south southwest. That's what happens then. He said.
West,
I didn't
south,
know where he was going.
west, southwest, Zanuck. I said it 100 times to you in the past 3 days.
Yeah, west southwest. I didn't know where you were going. I didn't know what the final destination was. I thought you were making a point of how far off target you'd be. Anyway, don't worry about that. The problem is, so let me finish the last part of the scenario, and then we're good. Okay? So that's what happens. If you're going to southwest, you go down to that point, you go directly southward, but then you could make the U-turn and make up the tangent. But you don't need to do that. All you need to do for a pilot is all you have to do as a pilot is turn the plane slightly eastward as you're going southwest, and you will pick up tangential velocity as you fly, and it will be a seamless transition of adding that tangential velocity to this craft relative to the inertial reference frame, and there'll be no catching up needed. You would already gain the tangential velocity by the direction you turned the plane.
Going west was going to get you down to zero.
Okay. So you don't get it. And that's fine. And I was going to give you a little exercise in what the atmosphere does, but I'm not going to bother because I've already got a headache.
Yep, you're stuck again. You have no answer. You said westward.
I'm not stuck. You didn't hear. You never heard the actual reason. You didn't hear the actual explanation of east. Bacon already touched on it. I'm not going to go there anymore because you're a fuckwit.
Zanuck, it's the plight. You already said this is the most difficult problem you've ever encountered, and you can't answer it. You admitted that.
Well,
so I got two comments, I guess.
One of the most difficult things that I encountered when I was 5 was tying my shoes. It's the same thing.
Go ahead, Fundy.
So, now that we've returned back to using an airplane and we've reintroduced the atmosphere, does an airplane lose any of its tangential speed? It began with the 500 original that it began with. Does an airplane lose any of that while flying west-southwest?
Well, according to them, they're saying that you would gain momentum eastward just by banking east when you're going directly south.
No,
so,
but if you just take an airplane, and aim it west southwest.
Yeah.
If you just point it in that direction and fly, does it lose any of that original 500?
Zanuck just said it would.
He said it would on a hovercraft with no atmos.
Yeah, but that's not an answer. Saying somebody else answered is not.
I'm
really
just saying that's all that's been said. That's all that's been said. Now I'm wondering about the answer to my question.
Well, what I'm saying is that the ballers have like 3 different ways that they try to explain this. They'll say, "Oh, you just follow your ground path and it fixes it for you," or they'll say, "Oh, well, if you're going south, then you just bank the airplane a little bit over incrementally." But even with an atmosphere, they're saying
that's not my question. That's not my question. No banking, no flight, no banking, no flight path. Heading and flying that direction.
Yeah, you would lose momentum flying westward because you have eastward momentum when you start. So you would lose that momentum by flying westward no matter what the atmosphere does, because you're flying
Okay,
against the atmosphere.
so then, I mean, can you not like like I need like left lane in here or something? Like I feel like he'd say yes, but can you not point in the direction of your destination and fly that direction towards it? Does
Yeah,
it
Of
always?
course you can.
Left Lane says that he never is taught about Coriolis ever in his training. He's taught just to treat the Earth as if it's stationary, just like all flight simulators train them. And there's nothing to worry about because the winds are more than the Coriolis. And he doesn't have to ever think about trying to catch up to the Earth or slow down, or he doesn't think about his conserved momentum. None of those factors or calculations that pilots ever have to think about. They never have a sketch pad in their thing going, okay, well, I have to make sure that I'm catching up to this 1,000 miles an hour. This is ridiculous. Pilots never have to do that. They land on a stationary Earth. That's the only way it's possible is if it's stationary. Period.
Zanuck, do you have a couple minutes to meet me in Chill Lounge? I want to hear the second half of your argument uninterrupted, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Yeah,
As far
talk
as I
about
know, there's no training anywhere that
flying
trains
at
you
1,000
to
miles per hour to catch
worry
up to
about
your destination.
tangential speeds or spinning or velocities. You just aim the plane and go. That's it.
They make
Yep.
it sound so easy to get out of sync with the Earth if you don't subscribe your flight plan to some, you know, curved. Yeah,
Right.
and
Left Lane
like
was never taught to do
really,
that.
like try your best, guys. Go ahead and try to fly a plane and get the Earth to spin 500 miles an hour beneath you. Like,
Right. Exactly. Then stick a camera out the window and we could prove you have a spinning Earth.
I've never seen the Earth 500 miles per hour out of sync with an airplane because they didn't follow their slightly tilted east banking path arc
You're a
when
moron.
they're.
You're just not understanding. You're a moron. You don't get it. So funny. It's funny how they try to like turn it on you. You're the morons not understanding, even though pilots never have to worry about anything we're saying.
Yeah, you've been at this for a while, New Perspective, and I'm understanding where you're coming from more and more as you continue.
Yeah, it's a gotcha, and they act like it's something I don't get, and I've got them. They'd have no answer for it.
So if you're actively fighting against your like you're lessening that momentum you had conserved from just being like, you know, standing on the ground on the runway, takeoff runway, right? And then you fly in a direction that fights against that, then there's gonna be just such a huge deficit. Yeah, like it. But you know, then they're gonna say, you know, the air is going to see if it's the same air, how can air be more powerful based on your direction of heading? Because they're kind of saying that the air would have to be more powerful to make sure you can land when heading
More
west.
powerful than your propulsion, right? To push you back, but you
Well,
can't.
more. What I mean
back,
is,
you can't fly against it.
what I mean is that it would have to be a more powerful wind, heading that direction versus just heading south. And yeah, this and you know, yeah, anyone saying that this is simple, it's not.
Well, it is simple because they just fly over a stationary Earth and land on a stationary one.
Yeah, if you ask Left Lane, he says, yeah, I just point in the direction and fly.
Yeah.
I don't worry about a thing.
He says there's no difference flying over a stationary Earth as flying over a spinning ball. That's how he
That's
flies.
right.
Right.
Yep.
So the
Yep. No need to aim eastward while trying to go west.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Because they get away with it when you talk about a directly south air flight, because they say, oh, incrementally, you could just bank a little bit east and you'd be caught up. It wouldn't work that way anyway. Because think about it, when you take off, you're supposed to be going with the Earth sideways, right? This momentum sideways eastward directly is supposed to be just there in the background. You're not even like noticing it, right? So you would never have a gauge on the airplane that says, okay, you're flying 300 miles per hour south, but your plane is now is flying 500 miles per hour sideways as a whole from tip to toe, right? It's flying it's going this direction 500 miles
You
per
only
hour,
got
but then
one speed.
300 miles per hour south. You never have a gauge of anything telling you. You never have any reading in the plane that tells you that you're moving sideways with the Earth.
Right. You got one speed. You got one
Yeah.
speed limit. You don't got a sideways speed limit. You don't got a fucking down up. You got a
No.
forward speed limit. The
Yeah, so
resistance
Here's
that's what does your
right.
speed.
And they want to mix them up and conflate them as if it's the same thing. Like
Right.
hey,
Right. You have one
about
hey,
fucking
new
speed.
perspective. I can understand if you're like look at like if there's some guy that you're gonna throw a football to, right? And he's like standing on a moving sidewalk, you know, like at the airport or something. If he is so fast, like if that moving sidewalk is going like 100 miles per hour, right? And he starts at the beginning of your throw, like when you wind up, um, at the beginning of your throw, you know, say he's on your right in your vision, right? But by the time you complete your throw, he's gonna have moved in front of you, past you, and to the left. Well, you better throw to that. You better throw leftwards to the guy who was on your right at the beginning of your throw to make sure you aim in the right spot to, you know, lead the pitch or lead the throw, right?
Right.
Yeah. And so
You have
that
to.
makes sense.
That's what Coriolis
But
effect
that's
is.
yeah, but that's not how airplanes fly.
No, that's the point. Airplanes debunk the
You
globe
don't
emphatically.
you don't point east in order to go west when you're flying. And
Yeah, but
I'm
you
not
can't.
saying on a globe that wouldn't make sense. Sure, go ahead and aim west because the ground will catch up to you. I mean, good luck landing. That's a different story. But if you're just trying to hit something with a missile and crash land or something, yeah, go ahead and aim east. And then as you head that way, the things from the west moving at a higher speed than you are going to get there and meet the pitch of the football. But I mean, but Left Lane's told us that's not how he flies. He points towards his destination and he simply flies there.
Yeah, where do you aim when
all
you're
flight
gonna hit it?
simulators. All
You
flight
aim
simulators.
in one direction when you're gonna hit something, right? You don't aim 5 directions with one missile, right?
Right. What that was just so funny how he's trying to call me a moron when he's saying you get there and then you put on your jets and then all of a sudden you're in a one-to-one relationship all of a sudden with the spinning Earth. What? No. First of all, you would never have to do that. Pilots never have to try to catch up with the Earth. They never think about that. They just treat it as stationary because it's stationary. It's the only way that's possible.
Well, listen, man, he was in his own hypothetical of rocket boosted hover machines, and like he really wasn't trying to relate it to airplanes at all. I think it was like maybe to a fault though, because
Yeah.
you know, you using that scenario, it's useful to point out certain aspects of the topic we're talking about, but then it also just convolutes things and makes things seem a lot easier than they really are.
No,
You know?
he made it seem very difficult. If you're only going west and south, right? West, southwest, like Chicago to San Diego, you're never going to be able to bank east ever to get more momentum eastward. But because you're headed south, where you need
How
more
could you?
eastward momentum, but
You're
only
only
go west.
fighting.
You
Yeah,
bank
you're
east
only
ever.
fighting against it. You're never going with it. You're only going against it.
Right.
Well,
and you have to go
to be fair though, you're going with it already to a partial degree. You know, you start out that 500, right? So, but the thing is, you're going with it the most at the beginning, and that amount only lessens.
Only lessens. It would only lessen.
Yeah, it only lessens. Yeah, it's the opposite of catching up.
Yeah.
it isn't.
They want to
It'll
act
never
like just
be.
accelerating,
Yeah.
just accelerating in one direction makes you all of a sudden have more conserved momentum, and it doesn't work that way. It wouldn't work that way.
No, even if you flew south, right, just pure south,
Yeah.
that
Get
would
it.
be you. That would be you retaining everything you started with, but never gaining.
Right. You'd only lose it. You don't.
But
It's
as
like
soon as you're going,
if you
as
jump
soon
out
as
of a
you're going
car,
west, you're losing.
the speed of the car when you jump out of the car, but you're never going to gain momentum. Even if you had a jetpack, you're not going to gain more of that momentum that you had with the car. If you had a jetpack on your back, you could speed up to the car again, right? But you're not going to have that conserved momentum that you had when you jumped out of the car with a jetpack on. It's not going to act like
So,
conserved momentum. It's just acceleration in relation to a stationary Earth.
so then the final point, the final question then is how much do we want to give this air that's moving above the surface on the globe somehow, like Jello, Velcro to the, like, how much credit are we really going to give this? Can it really give you this like 700-mile-per-hour boost?
Oh no, that's the problem. If they try to say it's the air that's pushing the plane automatically back into this one-to-one relationship, then you'd never be able to fly
Yeah.
against it because the air would be forcing the plane into that
Okay.
one-to-one
See that?
relationship.
Okay.
It would never
So
be able to fly against.
this is where it gets tricky for me to imagine things.
Yeah. Yeah. They want to make it seem like it's
yeah.
the same reference frame, but they have to acknowledge it's an opposite, right? It's a separate reference frame.
Because you're fighting against it. It's gonna have to work really hard. Like,
It doesn't work. I mean, this is like their go-to. They either say the atmosphere fixes it and makes you in that same reference frame somehow, or they say just follow
perfectly.
the ground path and that fixes it, or they'll say you're dumb and you're not listening to me. Let me explain it again without giving you a real answer. Or they'll
Remember,
say,
remember when who was it that was telling me that if I flew a primitive airplane without a bunch of gizmos and gadgets and ground control and that I would
yeah,
die?
yeah.
Who was that?
Who was it? What was it?
Yeah, it don't matter. But then Left Lane came along and said, no, don't worry about that, bro. What the hell are you talking about?
It's irrelevant. Yeah, it's relevant
Yeah.
but irrelevant.
So I can almost buy it, right? I can almost buy it because it's a pretty good story when you don't think about it too hard, you know.
Yeah.
Well, when you don't think about it too hard, it's a pretty good story. But then when Left Lane comes in and says, "What are you talking about, guy?" You know, well, I kind of have to go with the pilot.
Yeah.
I kind of have to go. Like, what am I going to call Left Lane a liar that he does do a bunch of complex calculations in order to land?
Well,
Like,
we already know
and he's lying to me that he doesn't.
that's all the practical manuals say to treat the Earth as if it's stationary. So that's over right there. All the flight simulators are using a stationary level plane to train their pilots. They would overtrain their pilots. I've even heard these guys say, "Well, they don't want to complicate it for the pilot." What do you mean complicated? We're talking about a life and death situation. They would be aware of every single possible scenario they could possibly ever have to deal with. And it doesn't even matter if you think that you can catch up to this tangential speed. Even if you thought you could, once you slow down to land, you can't be moving sideways faster than you're moving forward.
They just simply wouldn't have north-south runways either. Good job, Dave.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks. Doesn't work.
Yeah, all runways would be pointed east.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then you wouldn't treat every runway the same. Because if
No, definitely not.
you got an eastward runway as opposed to a westward,
What if you're out of sync?
You would have to slam on the brakes for one, and the other you'd have to keep accelerating to catch up to as you're landing. None of that's even in the training ever because it's never fucking moving.
See, this is where I see you really getting them, and it's that while you're taking it step by step, they talk about the things that you have to do to keep the plane in sync with the ground, as if they think there really is a scenario where you can make this mistake where all of a sudden you're flying straight but the ground is moving horizontally beneath you just at a crazy degree. Like, oh no, I forgot to adjust. I'm out of sync with the Earth. Like they admit
So
that
it'd be
in their
fucking-
step by step.
Yeah, left lane would freak the fuck out if he had to fly over a spinning ball when he's only trained to fly over a stationary Earth. He would be like, "What? Okay, that'd be so funny. Like, okay, here's your first day on your own. Now remember, okay, so when you get up there, it's going to be a little different than your simulator showed you. It's going to be a spinning baller. So remember your tangential speed. You know?
and for God's sakes, make sure you're 1-to-1 with the Earth.
Right.
Do not deviate from the plan.
Yeah. Otherwise, your wheels will break off, and this is an expensive airplane that we're giving you here to put up in the air. So make sure
You never got to worry about it, man.
Oh,
all
readings,
all
by the way. You
runways,
have no idea.
all runways, all directions. Treated
You'll
as
have no idea
perfectly
how
still.
ways. You'll never know how fast the Earth is spinning. I've even had
How do
people
you
say,
kick a field goal?
and you see how fast the Earth is moving, and you speed up a little bit.
Yeah, you never know how fast the Earth is moving until you kick a field goal in the NFL.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
You don't let a plane to do that. Yeah.
How do riverboats
Right?
land if the current is moving in the river?
Yeah, exactly. You have to have special training for aircraft. Here comes Matthew. It's like, they treat it just like somebody landing on an aircraft carrier. Special training goes into that, Matthew.
Yeah.
Special training, and that's not even close to the kind of speed change we're talking about.
Yeah,
with the
I
spinning
posted
Earth.
in text. I posted in text chat. The Neil deGrasse like why Earth rotation affects field goals. Like it's just the most bunch of bullshit you've ever heard.
It's crazy. I don't know how he can call me dumb when he's talking about getting there and flying 1,000 miles an hour to catch up to the Earth, and I'm the moron. What?
It's the same It's the same thing. It's like that analogy equals the same ridiculousness.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah, it's the voice.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before we gloat too much more, do you have any comment?
No, I mean, I thought that it was interesting that Zanuck used the analogy of a hovercraft with no atmosphere, and then he ends up agreeing.
Me
with you.
too. Yes.
And so you guys are right that if there were no atmosphere, then you would have to catch up to the airport, so to speak. The question is what happens if there is, and he never got to that part because
Well, if the wind's going all directions, how are you saying the atmosphere is only going in one direction?
Right, but the other thing with the atmosphere thing, doesn't that presuppose gravity at the same time on their whole thing?
It's
Like-
it's part of why the atmosphere
Right.
sticks to the Earth. So yes, gravity is a part of our model.
Right, so that
Model
presupposes the whole thing with the whole thing of starting without an atmosphere. Just to me, that's like a weird.
Zanuck should apply to be a flight instructor. He's the only one who has the special knowledge that can teach the world.
Well, yeah, thought
we all know
experiments are
Zanuck's
weird.
just a word vomiter.
No, thought experiments are weird. You're right. Like imagining the
Think about
Earth with no atmosphere.
Think about like when you see like a plane flying and it's got crosswinds as it's trying to fly, as it's trying to land, and it's dealing with the crosswinds and how scary that looks. Think
Yeah.
about if it had to deal with also a moving Earth below it that's going faster than the plane was going sideways. There'd be no way.
That's right. If the plane were going at a different speed than the ground beneath it by 1,000 miles an hour, there would be no way.
Yeah,
By
and
about
they wanna always
8 miles an
conflate
hour, kill
sideways.
it.
Even 5 miles per hour.
It'd be
Yeah.
over,
Snap the wheels right off.
be over with.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. They want to conflate winds with the Coriolis always. They always want to say, well, you have winds, crosswinds, and it would be very much less than the crosswinds because of the incrementals and all this. But regardless, if you slow down, your Earth keeps on moving, right? And just because the plane moves sideways, and you could say that the Earth could relatively look like it's moving because your plane is moving sideways because of wind, it's not the same as a consistent 15-degree, 1,000 miles an hour, whatever it is, movement of Earth that never stops. So when you slow down, you can't speed up sideways and slow down forwards.
And then you got the brains to tell him to pick up his camera real quick right at that moment anyway. Right?
Yeah,
and look at the Earth. It's like, hey, while you're doing that, look down, fucker. Just fucking look down.
Yeah, just show the Earth spins. This is end our 7-year fucking debate with these guys. Just show it spins. Get out of sync with the Earth.
My gyroscope wheels are out of sync with the Earth.
Here's the thing,
okay.
though. I think as soon as I keep saying it over and over, and I think it gets dismissed, but I think that as soon as you say tangential, a tangent presupposes a circle.
Well,
And
that's the
I
other
think
thing.
once you
The other
go
thing-
into that, you're playing right into it, and you're in that model to begin with, right when you say that.
Well, you know, if you got conserved momentum, when you get off the Earth, that conserved momentum acts in one vector straight. It doesn't give you that curved vector that the Earth is going in.
Yeah,
That's
no,
the
but
other.
that's
That's
what
the
I'm.
other factor that fucks it all up.
Yeah, I get it, but you're
It's a
also
ball.
playing within the model of the like a global
Yeah,
model
that's
when
the
you're
You
only way
have
doing
to
to.
that.
You have to. You have to get them with
Yeah.
their own
Yeah, but
language, their own math. You have to.
I don't know, man. There's something about that though that just
Begging the
sits
question.
funny with me, though. Yeah, it is begging exactly. I think that's where it sits funny with me. It's like it's begging
I
the
agree.
question and the argument against the argument that you're trying to argue against. You know,
How else do you get
there's
proof?
something there that doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
How
it
else
doesn't
do you
make sense
prove
because they're
anything?
treating it as stationary, just the way the flight simulators do. And if there's a difference between a spinning ball Earth, flying over a spinning ball, and flying over a stationary Earth, if there's any difference, they would be trained for it. Period.
Do you have evidence of that?
Evidence that there's a difference, Jesse?
No,
Oh,
that
boy.
they would need to train differently for it.
Yeah, because there'd be a difference. That's why they would have to be trained differently, because there'd be a difference, Jesse.
Do you
Get it?
have evidence for that? Though is what he's asking. He's just being like not
Yeah,
necessarily
do you have evidence
a
that you would have to
twat,
train
but
differently for
kind of.
different situations? What? What are you saying?
Well, because all the real life examples, like you told me about the fly in the train car and stuff, and all the
Zanuck
math
was the one talking about the hovercrafts from Mars.
and all the math shows that Coriolis on Earth would appear to the pilot as an extremely slight crosswind, and he would unknowingly correct
Jesse, are
for
you
it
are
as
you one of those
extremely.
people that doesn't accept like information that comes to you and just continues?
I mean, this is the strongest stuff we got, Jesse.
No, Jesse accepts
It's not
true
optical.
information that comes
It's
to him,
far
but not
from
false.
optical. Far from optical.
The life and death situation that they would be overtrained for, not, oh, it's something they don't have to worry about because the crosswinds are more.
Well, so let me ask it this way: what would be the difference between an airplane traveling on a windless day, landing on a airport that was perfectly stationary, versus an airplane that was traveling 1,000 miles an hour to the east, and the air is traveling 1,000 miles an hour to the east, and the ground is traveling 1,000 miles an hour to the east?
I would
all at
say
the
the
same time.
difference would be fuel consumption.
I'm talking about just the landing bit. What would be different there?
You're saying there's one scenario where it's locked in and makes sense, and that's it?
No, I'm saying there's two scenarios. One scenario, the air, the airplane, and the airport are all moving at exactly 0 miles an hour. In the other scenario, the air, the airplane, and the airport are all moving exactly 1,000 miles an hour to the east.
But 0 miles
1,000
an hour
miles an hour.
relative to
Yeah.
each other. Right, so you're saying it's the same.
In both
So
cases,
no
they're all zero.
Coriolis either way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Separate
you're
reference
just
frame, Matthew, that's your
you're just saying that you're on the Earth and you do the long jump eastward with a pair of wings on you.
No, I'm asking
you run
two different
eastward
scenarios.
faster than the Earth. You're already
He's
going
saying-
1,000 on the equator. You're going east on the equator. You run, you take off, and then you land heading eastward. Yeah, temporarily you went a little faster than the Earth and took flight, and then landed and slowed down back to 1,000 miles per hour.
No, I'm just talking about in Quito, Ecuador, at the equator, where the airport is basically north-south, and the airport is moving 1,000 miles an hour to the east. The air is moving 1,000 miles an hour to the east. Let's say it's a windless day, and the plane is flying along, but it's also moving 1,000 miles an hour to the east.
Wait,
so is the
windless, but still
is the
moving
plane
1,000
going
miles
eastward?
an hour.
Right.
Is the plane going eastward, Matthew?
Wind.
Like it's either you have
yes.
two reference frames or you don't.
I'm talking
Yeah, 'cause
about all
if the
three of
plane-
them being the same. Plus,
The problem,
Right.
Matthew, is the plane is flying eastward at 1,000 miles an hour. It's 1,000 miles an hour relative to a stationary Earth.
Right. No
I'm
matter
talking
what,
about-
you have no Coriolis in either of those scenarios.
I think Coriolis is so small that it wouldn't matter in either of those scenarios. So I think
You
you're
have
right.
to think that. Otherwise, you
Too
can't
small to
believe it.
measure, too big to see.
So
Yep,
I
right on.
calculated Coriolis at 45 degrees latitude to be a 0.15 degree
I'm
average
sure
bank
this is
difference.
like perfect. This is
Between
Banking which direction? Which direction, Jesse?
it doesn't matter. He
Well,
can calculate all he wants.
Yeah, but Jesse, you're using the truth of mathematics to obscure the issue.
Oh,
Yeah,
bummer.
no,
exactly.
no, he's saying that he would bank east going south, right, Jesse?
Let me think about it.
Hang on. Let's let him finish. To be fair.
Wait, you just said let me think about it. I thought you had the math right in front of you. Why
he
would you
doesn't
think
know what he doesn't know what he's saying. He
He
doesn't know
has
how
no
far
idea.
he's traveled. He doesn't know if he's going north or
Hey,
south
hey.
or.
What he's
I
doing
mean,
is
you,
he's
Catching up
getting.
you
to
gave
Zach.
you
He's
gave us an
getting.
incomplete scenario. That's what you did. You
Yeah.
gave us an incomplete scenario. You
He
don't
knows.
even realize that wasn't enough information to go on.
Well, here's the thing that's kind of gets me sometimes. Like when Jesse or somebody like Jesse or somebody that will come in and say some shit like that, we automatically have the need as humans to correct the record. And that in turn helps them with their stupid, shitty argument to begin with. You know what I mean? So it's like, how about let's just let him say the stupid shit almost, I mean, I get it, but man, there's a lot of times where they just come in here, say some fucking stupid shit, learn from it, and then go, oh, well, now you can't say that against my stupid argument. Now I got to reformulate. You know what I'm saying? They're
You're
not
right. We
stupid.
do learn things. We do learn
Jesse
things
has
by
like
talking to
a
you. We learn better ways of explaining
Coriolis
things.
But
correction that he just works
who
better.
comes to a flat earthers kind of scenario and throws stupid shit out and then gets owned by flat earthers? That just seems like who's the dum dums here?
Oh, we wouldn't call ourselves dumb, but we do learn things by talking to you. People like me, Zanuck, Jesse, Bacon.
We
Like
learn
planes
from you.
not
We
flying
learn
over
from you
farms
too.
like that.
But we're learning to be unemotional and actually not be caught up in the argument sometimes. And when it does come down to something this serious involving this many people on a regular daily basis, this is just physics. This is straight up. It's different
Common
than most
sense.
of our. It's different
It's
than
just
most
common
of our
sense. You don't need
silly
formulas.
little flat Earth arguments. It really is a lot different.
But Jesse, back to your point. You were saying you would bank east going south. Is that what you're saying to catch up to the Earth?
It depends on whether you're going east or south or west, and what hemisphere you're in. And
Yeah, let's say you're in the northern hemisphere. You're 500 miles per hour difference, right? You're going towards the equator, just like in our pages and pages of DMs that I've explained to you 100 times. You're going 500 miles per hour eastward when you start out. You need to gain 500 miles per hour eastward momentum, even though there's no gauge. There's nothing in the plane that's going to tell you how fast the Earth is moving. There's nothing that's going to tell you that you're moving eastward as a plane. It's just going to be 500 miles per hour eastward that we assume. But then there's also an assumption that there's 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. You're going to say that you need to bank east incrementally, according to your equation, to catch up to this Earth to be moving in this lockstep relationship, right?
right.
Right.
Well,
So
if you
now
don't have
west southwest. No, wait, hold on. What, Jesse? When you're
Okay.
going only west southwest in a straight line to your destination, how do you bank east to get more eastward momentum?
What do you mean?
Well, your plane only went west southwest. You never went east at all. But you have
Jesse,
to
he's
have a high
right.
intensity speed because you're headed towards the equator. How do you
What do you
gain
mean? What do I mean?
momentum? How do you gain momentum eastward when you never went east at all, Jesse?
Because new perspective, there are
No,
two
let
things.
him answer. Let him answer. Jesse, answer.
I don't understand the question.
It was
You're
your
only going west
suggestion.
southwest. How could you not answer? How could you not understand? You're going west southwest towards the equator when you need more momentum eastward, but you only went west southwest. I've written this to you in DMs 100 times, and you act like you don't know the question.
Uh,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
was that unemotional Dan I hear singing about it?
There is an answer.
What's the question first?
Yeah, you just asked him again after I said it's going west southwest.
Your microphone's in a bad mood perspective. We can't.
new perspective, your mic went out.
I mean,
Jesse, I'll
reconnect.
explain his question. He's saying if you're going straight south or even south and a little bit west, what accounts for you gaining a whole bunch of eastward momentum by the time you get to the equator, even if you're pointed a little bit southwest?
Well, as much southwest as you can, not a little bit.
Well, enough to get south.
in other words, if you're flying a trajectory instead of a flight path, and
Maybe you should maybe let Jesse hear about the no atmosphere scenario. Then it might make more sense to him.
well, that's why I
Your
said
mic's still out. New perspective.
New perspective. We can barely hear you.
actually he sounds like a pixie in a can. But
I know, right? He's saying, Jesse, if you're going south from Chicago to LA, that you're going to have a natural deviation. If we have the natural deviation to the east, we might just show up there by just pointing our plane south and not even going east. But when we get there, we'll have a tangential velocity difference that we have to make up. He wants to know how we make that up.
Do you guys think Left Lane is wrong when he says that he thinks the globe he lives on is no different than how he'd imagine flying over a flat plane?
Of course. He's absolutely correct.
Okay, well, okay. Oh, wait, he's correct?
Correct. Yes.
Oh, well,
we're talking about a 1.5.
On a flat plane, just
1 mile an
point in
hour
the direction of your destination and fly
we're talking about
there
a 1 mile an
straight.
hour per minute deviation that you would be correct for, since he's flying to coordinate system on a coordinate system that he's steering himself along the way. These corrections are no more than a very, very slight crosswind. Very slight.
So you can't just point towards your destination and fly straight then?
Yeah, and keep on making adjustments as you go off course if you do. And your your crosswind.
And if you don't, or else what?
If you're a projectile, then you're gonna have to make up for this loss of tangential velocity. He might have a lot of tangential velocity to make up for by the time you get to LA. If it was, you're gonna have to, the plane's gonna have to deal with it. But the problem, the easy answer to this is that you're flying through an atmosphere, and even though it's not one-to-one lockstep with slowing you down, it does have an effect. It does have a drag effect on you in this regard. But there's far many more other factors that are acting on the plane, such as crosswinds.
Do you lose any, the scenario we've been using is you start out with 500 mile per hour, with the Earth rotational speed from wherever you're starting out as, you're flying to the equator, right? If you fly just based on a trajectory, right, just straight, do you lose some of that 500 mile per hour momentum you had to begin with?
Why would you lose it unless the crosswinds took it?
Flying south-southwest.
If you flew southwest, you would lose it, sure.
So if you lose it, then once you headed the direction and got to, say, the latitude that your destination was at, your destination would be far gone, but you'd also experience a moving Earth beneath you that you're out of sync with.
Right.
You think that you can? Do you really think that you can get out of sync with the ground where it's moving at high speeds beneath you, horizontally?
It would act like a crosswind. So that's why you would if you
the wind and the ground, right?
Eyes,
not just the wind, but the ground as well.
Let's say
right?
all you could do is look at your directional indicator, and you want to just go south, and you just said, "I'm going south." You're going to end up pointed. You might change the attitude of the airplane to the right. Okay, it can still be pointing south. So you can still point it south the entire time. You will be 500 or 1,000 miles to the west when you know how long you're going to go south. That distance, you will be off course, and there will be a disparity between your tangential velocity and the ground's. But it won't be as much as the net of your latitude. It'll be less than that. It could be half of that, but it'll still be something.
Okay, so 250. So a 250 mile per hour runway.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to make the runway because you're going to have you're going to be like in a crosswind. The momentum would have been added up the difference would be adding up. It'd be like almost 250 miles an hour off. But that would never happen because you're also.
Now you're saying left lane's wrong though, because he says there would be no difference between flying on a flat plane and a globe, and you're saying that you can get 250 mile per hour out of sync with the ground.
If you didn't make any corrections whatsoever and you were able to keep the plane perfectly straight and there were no crosswinds whatsoever.
Why not do this and improve the globe?
It's no different than
All you gotta do is
flying
fly in a
in
straight
200 mile an
line.
hour crosswind. What do you think happens if you're flying? Let's say you're flying to
Okay, do a missile then.
You're flying
Use a missile then.
like Louisiana. Hold on. Let's say you're in Chicago and you're flying down to New Orleans, and you're up in the jet stream the entire way. There's a 200 mile an hour crosswind the entire time. When you get and say you're not getting, say you're trying to fly to Cuba or something. So you're in India and you go, oh no, you know what? This chick's having a baby on the plane. We got to land right below us in New Orleans. So we're going 200 miles an hour crosswind. We have to basically bank the turn to whatever direction the crosswind's coming from, and we have to, gain or lose that tangential momentum to land in New Orleans. It's no different than that.
This is the conflated with crosswinds thing I pointed out when Zanuck left.
Same effect.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, okay? I don't know if this term exists, but those crosswinds would be paired up with cross ground movement. I mean, I don't know if that's a real term, but those crosswinds would be paired up with the ground beneath, right? So you have a 250 mile per hour crosswind and cross ground beneath you.
Well, I know what you mean by your term, and it's not, it's not a real term, but yeah, I get what you mean. But we remember 200 mile crosswind, and we have a 1.5 mile an hour Coriolis effect.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing a 250 mile per hour cross ground on any projectile.
Well, that would only happen if you were to be a projectile shot, many thousands of miles. Then you'd have that effect.
Or if you could just keep straight,
like an ICBM, maybe.
No, ICBM's going to space, so that wouldn't work.
Why not?
Listen, I was expecting a 500, and you said that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
There's things that
ICBM,
are
sure,
gonna
that'd be a good
have their
example.
effects. So we cut it in half because of the other factors you said might have an effect. Right?
Yeah, because you went west, so you lost momentum. You lost your eastward momentum when you went west, right?
Correct.
So you've already lost some momentum, but you're traveling to your destination from Chicago to San Diego, and you get there, but you only went west, so you never banked east to gain more momentum. And they have no answer.
It also lost momentum when he just said it goes to outer space.
I think you lost. Yes, in outer space would be good, but the problem is it is still guided. There's still guidance systems on there, not just a ballistic missile.
Unless it was strictly ballistic.
I don't think too many ICBMs are strictly ballistic.
Yeah, but up there, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't take effect, so you can basically do it in whatever direction you want.
What is?
Yeah, it's either you have Coriolis or you don't. You can't claim it's going the same way.
It's still there.
And at the same time, claiming it's not going the same way, right?
It's still there. You know what happens to the ICBM, right? When it's in space, what happens? How is it controlled?
The other problem is.
So are you? Oh, sorry.
They would love to talk about ballistics all day because that gets them back to like, oh, we could just measure it. They've measured this. Let's just talk about the airplanes. When it goes into the jet stream, that's 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth, supposedly, right? Even though it's only 200 miles per hour, right? They're going to say it's 1,200 miles per hour because it's already moving 1,000 miles an hour, blah, blah, blah. But it's 200 miles per hour faster than the Earth, no matter how you look at it. So when the plane jumps in and out of the jet stream, how is it all of a sudden in the same lockstep relationship with the ground?
Well, Left Lane said that he doesn't. Left Lane said he doesn't fly it in anything more than like a 5 to 10 mile per hour crosswind. So
yeah, the crosswind is different.
So either way, there's just no Coriolis because no matter how you slice it, it's either moving with or it's not moving with.
Yeah, and winds go in all directions, so the crosswinds can't be conflated with the Earth moving ever.
But that goes against anyone saying, their previous comments that they agree with Left Lane that there's no difference flying on a stationary Earth versus a stationary plane versus the globe Earth that he believes he lives on. He says he sees no difference. But if going in a straight south-southwest direction would lead towards a 250-mile-per-hour crosswind, that's a big difference.
You would miss
That's a
you would
huge
miss your
difference.
destination. You would miss your destination by 250 miles.
Plus, you can't have a cross ground. In termine, but you can't have a cross ground on a flat Earth.
Exactly.
No.
So how does a glober, in colloquial terms, establish a diagonal?
Wouldn't that be a sphere diagonal?
Did you just make a new term?
Why not?
Yeah, welcome to the club.
If we can make new laws of physics, we can make new terms, right?
Yeah, that's my whole fucking point, dude.
Except you guys are making the new laws of physics, but you can't show
No,
them to
you
us.
just said you made that up.
No, I made the term. I made a new expression. You guys are making new laws of physics.
Okay.
You had
Great.
you had to use brain refraction to make it happen, though, Jesse.
Don't I know it?
Good one.
You can't have a regular old diagonal. You had to make up some bullshit just to explain how to establish a diagonal.
I think Zanuck was the most honest earlier today when I heard him say, "We're the spin doctors. We can't lose. All we have to do is keep spinning it."
100%. That's what Jesse was just doing.
Yeah.
Well, I was just trying to be humorous because somebody was making the absurd argument, no offense to the argument, that because planar math doesn't work on a sphere, that therefore Earth can't be a sphere.
Who said that?
Oh, I don't know.
Somebody?
Yeah, somebody did. Someone made an argument based on that.
Somebody did just asked, how do you establish a diagonal?
Why would you ask how you establish a diagonal on a spherical surface?
I didn't.
Who did?
You did.
Well, if you weren't referring to establishing a diagonal on a spherical surface, then how come you said, how does a glober establish a diagonal? Why would a glober be establishing?
I didn't ask anything about a globe.
Hey, new perspective, can you see my screen share?
So are you disengaging with this question then?
Well, we were just kind of getting in the weeds there. It was strictly non-productive.
I mean, it's okay if you want to be like, funny and stuff. I could be funny too. But it's like, well, did I just poke a hole in what you were saying by how do you establish a diagonal?
No. I just establish a diagonal just like anybody else does when I'm working with a flat plane. But that doesn't mean the Earth's a flat plane.
I never said it. I never said that. I'd never admit that to be a conclusion at all.
So can you see my
paradigm.
Screen? Can you see my screen?
Your paradigm prevents you from even making a diagonal.
Well, let's examine reality then. Can you see my screen?
That's where I'm at with reality.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but you're not talking to me. Okay.
I'll admit to seeing your screen.
He's been DMing me about wanting to go through step by step this flight route. Go ahead.
Okay, so can you see my little helicopter and stuff that I can move around? Okay. Yep. So I've put in here Frankfurt 50 degrees north. The tangential velocity is 651 miles per hour. And then 2,828 miles away is Abuja, 9 degrees north latitude, and 1,000 miles an hour. That's based on almost actual values, but adjusted a little bit to make it an even 1,000 at Abuja. So we've got the two airports. We've got our chalk line drawn from Frankfurt to Abuja. So when the helicopter takes off, he's got his 651 miles per hour of x-axis. Oh, do you see my x and y-axis indicators here?
So you're saying, okay, which one's east, right? East is left, and west is right. Right?
Well, I guess if we're let's see,
South.
if we're pointing south, yeah, okay, yeah. So he
So
starts
you're
out.
going 651 miles per hour eastward automatically with the Earth.
What's that?
So you start out going 651 miles per hour eastward with the Earth, which
Yes.
is 0 miles per hour in relation to the Earth.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and so he's got a flight plan, and he's got a route he's flying. So he's following this big old chalk line straight between the two cities. And as he goes, if he made 0 corrections whatsoever, and there was no crosswinds to interfere with our experiment, he would notice himself drifting a little bit off to the side of that that line. But
bullshit. Just bullshit to begin with. You think he wouldn't chart this shit to begin with? You think he'd wait for drift to figure out how to navigate? Are you kidding me?
Hang on. Let Jesse hang himself.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, Dan, that is how you control. It's just like driving the road, or driving a car on a road. You notice you're maybe an inch to the right of the center of the lane, and you bump the steering wheel the other way a little. That's how you fly too. It's like you know when.
But Jesse, though, hang on. You're making too many analogies, in my opinion, because you're talking about something that's attached to the ground. You're trying to equate it to something that's not attached to the ground. So maybe you should modify what you're talking about.
But the pilot still is attempting to fly a line that is referenced to the ground.
Right, but a helicopter is not attached to the ground, correct?
Yeah,
Correct.
The road doesn't drift. So he's right. The road doesn't drift.
But it's the same difference, because he's flying
It's not
along.
the same difference. We don't have a drifting road. We have a direct straight line here. It's your chalk line. Follow it.
I'm glad to see that the unemotional Dan is keeping it together there.
Well, Jesse, you're comparing a thing on the ground to a thing not on the ground. That's all.
Reference frame.
Have you ever piloted anything?
No.
I worked in a bakery.
That has no bearing on your comparison. No.
Well, I mean, it's just if you've flown even a model, you know what I'm talking about. But okay, so he's flying along the chalk line. So as he's flying along this chalk line, he's banking very, very slightly to keep on that chalk line, according to the globe model, and start at where he starts out, he'll be banking about 0.15 degrees on average.
Eastward.
And as he approaches
Eastward. Don't just say banking, say eastward banking. Because it's moving faster eastward.
Okay, he's banking east, I guess.
Yeah, but hang on. Look, I find myself.
Don't be vague. You're the one.
I find myself wanting to interrupt Jesse at the same time. I think we should just kind of let him do something.
Yeah,
stupid.
I'm just saying, be specific. You can't just say "I guess" when you're the one trying to draw out a specific scenario. It would be eastward banking. You need to pick up eastward momentum. The difference between 651 and 1,000.
You're handing them their argument to them.
No,
Just
I know.
shit.
That's the reason I want him to be able to explain this, so then he sees how it doesn't work. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's a very slight bank, and as he approaches the equator, the bank that he needs to maintain that line along that route line he's following becomes less and less, and finally reaches 0 at the equator. So he's gradually added that extra 300 or whatever few hundred miles an hour eastward to keep up, and then he gets to the airport, and because he's been doing that slight bank the whole time, he has maintained his x velocity to match the surface velocity of the ground. So now he's hovering here. He's not landed yet. He's about to land. He looks down there at the landing pad, the big H or whatever, and if he sees the ground moving relative to himself at all, he just pitches around, banks and pitches a little bit until he gets himself lined right up to that big H. And at that point, then his tangential velocity in absolute terms matches the Earth in
So
absolute terms.
they teach vector banking and then adjustment at the end. Of course they do, Jesse. Of course they do.
Yeah. They don't train pilots to do this to begin with. And he never looks out and sees, okay, the Earth's moving. How would he know how fast the difference is when he looks out and sees the Earth moving faster than the plane's moving sideways? How's he ever going to get, when he slows down to land, that means he'd have to be accelerating still sideways and slowing down.
Hang on, new perspective. Hang on, I'm just going to interrupt you. Just new perspective. You sound very muffled right now.
Let me put my headphones on.
He's still clearer than the Globers tonight.
Yeah, that's true.
But to be honest, Jesse, I mean, you could just pat us on the back on this one, and move on. Go back to optics because you're out of your league. You're out of your league here.
So what's the problem, though, with what
There
I said?
isn't these
Wait,
things.
hang on. Before anybody answers that, when he says, "What's the problem?" he is asking you to correct his argument for him.
Well, if you think there's something wrong with it, I don't see anything wrong with it. But if you think
Wait,
there's something wrong,
Well, what's wrong with it? Can you hear me now?
yes.
Yes, much better.
What's wrong with it is you never have to worry about looking out the window and figuring out how would you even know how much faster the Earth is moving. You don't have a gauge of how fast the Earth's moving. When you get there and you see that the ground's moving fast and you do a little adjustment, how would you even know what speed to adjust to? And the helicopter planes, none of them are built to or ever have to try to accelerate sideways to meet this new tangential speed as they're slowing down to land forward. You'd have to you'd have to have jets on the side that are pushing the plane sideways faster than the plane is moving forward to land.
Not to mention new perspective, Jesse has basically agreed to equating the ground with a helicopter.
Crosswind. Or even just a crosswind. They'll try to conflate it with crosswinds. Well, the crosswinds are, just because the Earth is moving relative to your plane that's moving side to side, that's not the same as a 15-degree, 1,000 miles an hour, 500 more mile per hour difference that you have to make up. It's not the same. The ground moving consistently sideways eastward is not the same as a crosswind pushing you in any possible direction at any possible speed.
I'm also curious, Jesse, what is your point?
My point is that Coriolis would make no significant effect to the experience of a pilot flying, and it would be so slight that it would seem to him to be exactly like a very, very undetectably faint crosswind.
Okay, so this is a recurring thing. This is a recurring thing that I've heard and seen, and Jesse's exemplifying it right now.
Yeah.
Every Glober comes to the conclusion.
They think it does. They have to believe it does.
Right. So when there's a contradiction, glaring contradiction in the face of an explanation like this, it's always, or it seems to be always, I will say absolutely, it's always too small to measure or it's too big to see. And this exactly falls into that category.
It does. And the problem is, Jesse, also, even like you just explained, if he gets there and it's a little bit out of sync, you just bank around and then somehow get the plane moving sideways to match the Earth. Even if you could get the plane sideways to match the Earth, you're never going to be able to keep accelerating sideways to keep up with the Earth as you're slowing down to land. Now, change your scenario going west-southwest. Move your line there pointed towards the top right corner. How are you going to bank east ever to get more momentum headed towards the equator when you only went west-southwest?
Are you saying that this flight from Frankfurt to Abuja would work on a rotating globe?
No. See, why are you trying to deflect? I just said change your scenario. I just showed you it didn't work. What are you talking about? I just said it wouldn't even work with that scenario. Now make it worse. Now make it going west-southwest where you can't even claim that banking east is catching you up.
And at the same time, Jesse, you're claiming no Coriolis.
Don't lie.
Well, he's claiming there would be a Coriolis. He's saying the Earth is moving out of sync with the helicopter. At least he's
Well,
admitting that.
not according to his dum-dum. I'm sorry. Not according to his diagram. Because if
Well,
according,
well, he's saying that you would just like look at the Earth and somehow get the plane in sync with it again. Pilots are never trained to do that.
Oh, actually, helicopter pilots are. I mean, if they look down and they see that the plane is drifting relative to the runway or the landing
Here we
pad,
are.
they have
Crosswinds are not the same as a moving Earth.
Wait,
How
hang
many
on.
times do I have to say this to you? Crosswinds are not the same as a moving Earth.
Hang
Moving
on,
Earth would be 1,000 miles an hour in one direction. The crosswinds can move in all directions at varying speeds. It's not the same thing. Stop conflating those two.
Yeah, but hang on just a second, new perspective. Jesse just showed his ass on accident by saying if the helicopter pilot saw that the plane wasn't moving.
Should I have said
No,
aircraft
he's
instead?
saying,
Yeah.
he's saying that if he saw that he's conflating with crosswinds. He's like, well, if I have to be centered enough to land on an Earth, and the crosswinds are moving, I have to adjust for the crosswinds. And he thinks that adjusting for crosswinds is the same as getting the plane to have more momentum in the direction that the Earth is spinning. And you can't conflate those two because they're not the same period.
Right, because the plane is different than a helicopter. Clearly two different words.
And the Earth moving is different than crosswinds. That's the difference. Crosswinds, it doesn't matter, plane, helicopter. Crosswinds are not the same as Earth moving.
That's what I'm saying, the perspective that he conflated helicopter with not an airplane, but with the plane of the ground. That's what I'm
saying. So now, Jesse, let Jesse explain that if it went west-southwest. I want to hear your answer. If it goes west-southwest, how does it bank east to gain these moments? Even if it could. I'm not saying it could gain the momentum the way you're saying with a Abuja, whatever, that flight route. Even if it could do that. Let's say you're only going west-southwest. Answer it. Don't deflect. Don't talk about anything else. Just say, when it's going west-southwest, but it needs to gain eastward momentum, how does it do it if it can't bank east? It only went west, Jesse. Don't deflect. Don't say anything else but the answer to that question. How would it do it?
Well, so you can't demand that I don't deflect. Let me respond to Sugar Cookie because he just accused me of something, and then I'll come back to your question if you guys want to. So,
well, how about this for just
hey, Sugar Cookie? Hold on, Sugar Cookie.
But hang on,
Sugar, hold it. You cut me off a bunch of times, and you accuse. Hey, hold it, guys. Sugar Cookie cut me off a bunch of times and falsely accused me. So listen.
You're right, but the thing that you're demanding that you can't deflect is just ridiculous.
Yeah, here, hold on. I just you told me you accused me of referring to whatever. You're just doing a red herring argument. I accidentally said airplane instead of helicopter, but that really doesn't change the argument at all.
The point I just made, Jesse. Why is that more important to figure out right now?
You answer the one that have to deflect.
Because you two are covering for each other, and
no, I have no idea.
Now you're sounding like this Just answer it. If it went west-southwest, Jesse, how is it ever going to bank east to get more momentum in that direction?
Why does he have to bank? Either he banks or he accelerates.
I'm not saying bank. What are you talking? See, this is ridiculous. I'm saying, how does it get more eastward momentum? However you explain it. I'm not saying you have to do anything. I don't think it's a moving Earth. You're the one that believes that.
Powers up a little bit?
What does that mean? Powers up a little bit. Are you crazy? What does that mean? Which direction? How? Be specific.
Okay, so tell me where he starts.
I said west-southwest. Chicago to San Diego.
Okay. Okay, and he's going to where? Oh, San Diego?
Yeah.
In a straight line.
In a straight line there, like he always does, like the flight path shows us.
Okay, I'll make up a diagram for that later.
Oh, so you have no answer. You have no answer now, obviously, because there is no answer, Jesse. The Earth isn't moving. That's the only way you can land on a stationary Earth, ever. They never have to treat it like an aircraft carrier because the Earth doesn't move, period.
Well, unfortunately, all the math and all the real-world experiments disagree with you.
So show me the math for west-southwest. Show me the eastward vector that you're going to add into your west-southwest direction. How are you going to get the eastward vector in there?
And vectored flight paths. Yeah, show us the vectored flight paths and vector thrusting to get this done. fuel consumption ratios during that, all that shit.
It doesn't work, man.
Not even close. You guys
It's
are
been
winging
like
it.
6 hours, guys.
I
Like,
never
it
heard you
really
guys wing
doesn't
it so
work.
bad ever.
It clearly doesn't work. There's too many unaccounted for speeds. You know, like, and then you have different latitudes. It's like, no, they don't account for this shit, bro.
Different runway directions, different.
It's just total dog shit.
Hey, Riggs.
It debunks
Hey,
the globe.
let's make it about me now.
Well,
exactly.
Yeah, can you see my
anything to escape the fucking tragedy of the globe?
Exactly.
So, Riggs, do you think that the helicopter
No, I
could
think
not?
it's all stupid, man. I think it's all stupid.
Dan, do you think the helicopter could fly from Frankfurt to Abuja?
I think you made the biggest, a massive non-point when you drew this out. It was cute at first, but as soon as you pretended that the pilot had any interest in calculating this stuff, it would have to be substantiated by pilots. This would have to be something that pilots would all talk about all the time.
Yeah.
Particularly,
and they would be like, man, I almost fucking crashed. I almost wasn't in sync with the Earth that one time. You would hear about people, like all kinds of disasters happening if this was the case.
And certain certain flights would be trickier. Certain airports would be trickier.
Well, you wouldn't treat every runway the same, no matter which direction it's facing. So you contradicted yourself just by drawing the scenario and admitting that he'd have to look out and make sure he's in sync with the Earth.
Dave made a great point too. Even on an east-west runway, your braking would be substantially different.
Yeah, exactly.
The math doesn't say so.
Accelerate. Are you kidding me? Can you think
The
outside
math
the math?
assumes
common
motion.
sense?
The math assumes motion to begin with. That's why you're
The
off.
math assumes a stationary Earth.
No, it makes no such assumption.
Oh no, the Coriolis correction math. Pilots never use that, bro.
So
why is that?
If I made such a non-point, then how come no one will answer my question?
What's your question?
What's your question, dude?
Do you think the helicopter could fly along that white line from Frankfurt to Abuja? Yes or no? Or you don't know?
Why would it not be able to fly from place to place? Are you talking about with the spinning Earth?
Yes, of course. Of course.
Okay, so the spinning Earth, it doesn't have sideways jets that's going to keep it speeding up to be able to land safely ever.
Well, I haven't
It's out of sync with the Earth. It's ever out of the sync with the Earth. It's never going to have to correct. It's going to be like, am I in line with the Earth? I'm going to have to go sideways faster than I'm moving forward to land.
Okay,
It makes no sense. No, it doesn't work.
He hasn't landed yet. I'm just asking if he could fly along the path and hover over the helipad.
No, not according to you. You suggested that he was deviating the whole time.
So you think he would be unable to?
No, you suggested.
Why does that even
that
matter,
the straight
Jesse?
line wasn't possible, that he was
If
deviating.
it can't land safely, why does any scenario that you're asking about matter if it can't land
Yeah, but
safely?
hang on, because it seems like there's some mind reading going on. For me, I'm trying to follow along.
Good luck. Straight line's a straight line. That's an easy way to follow. Jesse, what are we missing?
So what do you think, Sugar Cookie? Do you think that helicopter could start in Frankfurt and follow that white line with his whatever 0.15 degree bank to the east? He's not landing yet. Do you think he could just fly over to Abuja and hover over the runway?
Well,
the flight
I
path
don't
wouldn't
know
look
about
like
the
that.
shit in between, but yeah, a helicopter can go from point bottom to point top and land there. Yeah.
But I mean on a rotating Earth. Because the tangential velocity in Frankfurt is 650 miles an hour, and it's 1,000 miles an hour in Abuja.
So are you saying helicopters can't do that?
No, so you don't have a problem with the helicopter being able to take off in Frankfurt and land in Abuja on a rotating Earth?
No. Do you have a problem with that?
No, I don't.
I mean, why do you have to put the caveat in there?
Yeah, where'd you get the rotating Earth anyway? Don't we have like shitload of documentation questioning that?
Yeah, because if that's the thing, Jesse, you're claiming one thing and then claiming the opposite at the same time. Because if this is the case in your example here, there's no such thing as Coriolis.
Why not?
Jesse, can you share that? Can you share the pic that I just put in the live stream, please? Just to show you, I can tell you, explain it a little bit, why it wouldn't work, why your flight path wouldn't look like this. Would you mind?
Yeah, hold on. Let me bring it up. Okay, you should see your diagram.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so what I did was I made the light blue dot is your starting point, right? You're at a 200 mile per hour eastward velocity, eastward momentum at where the blue dot is. Now, the red dot at the bottom where the green line is, that's if the Earth wasn't moving at all, right? So that would be your straight path. It may take you about 2 hours to get there, and you'd be having to go sideways 1,000 miles an hour if you're on a globe. But since it's stationary, you just get there in 2 hours. Now, the increments that I made this in is 1,000 miles an hour, and these are 500 mile per hour differences, as you can see at the very top. There's 500 mile per hour difference in the area there. So it would take him in 2 hours. The red dot on the right is where that destination will be 2 hours from the time that the plane starts flying towards it, right? So the flight path would actually be a curved one where it has to get to the red dot where that destination will be if it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, right? So that's what would curve your path towards the destination, because your destination is moving faster, 800 miles per hour faster than when you started out, right? You're starting out at 200, it's going 1,000. So you'd have to constantly be accelerating just to get there, right? Then you would still have to have that sideways velocity that you're not going to keep once you get there when you try to land, because you don't keep your momentum just because you went in that direction for a little while.
I don't think this is how reality works. Do you have a real life example that will demonstrate this?
Well, in reality, your destination is moving 1,000 miles per hour faster than you would be moving if you started at 200 miles per hour. Yes. Like at the equator, a destination at the equator.
Say that again.
Say we're talking about Chicago to a place straight down from it at the equator, where it's 800 miles per hour faster tangential velocity, right? So just imagine that blue dot's Chicago, and it's going down to Florida. And let's say Florida's at the equator, okay? And then Florida, right, is moving 1,000 miles an hour, but Chicago's only moving 200 miles an hour. So when you take off, you only have that momentum of 200 miles per hour. Now you have to make up that 800 miles per hour. But if the flight took 2 hours to get to Florida, that red dot's showing where that destination will be 2 hours, right? Because it's in a circle, right? So it moved 1,000, it moved that much by the time you were trying to get there. So your flight path would be curved, right? And it'd be twice as long, I saw on the side there.
I think you're mixing frames of reference and trying to, yeah.
Oh, wait, so you're saying that you would have to correct for a different tangential speed, but it's not in this different frame of reference? Just by saying that it's correcting it all to catch up to any kind of tangential speed is admitting that it's in a different frame of reference.
No, I think you're just analyzing it wrong. You're not representing the globe model as it is.
No, that's exactly what it would be. Just think about it.
No, because you're not taking into account that the air is moving essentially with the surface of the Earth in the model.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because that if the air is moving with it, so you're saying that air is going to carry the plane? Wind's going all directions, Jesse, not one direction.
By the way, the air does carry the plane.
Well, yeah, of course, the plane uses the air, but the wind's going all directions. You're acting like this atmosphere acts like a wind that pushes it into the same reference frame. That's not going to solve it.
Well, it keeps it it keeps it pretty close to the airplane. If you just let go of the controls and let the airplane fly straight, it will pretty quickly lose all sideways velocity compared to the wind.
Yeah, but the wind, you can't predict the wind. The wind goes in every direction at different varying speeds. You can't say there's one consistent wind that helps anything here.
Except that the air is moving essentially with the surface of the Earth, right?
Why are you being careful to say air rather than wind?
Well, wind means something else than air. Wind is the
Okay,
movement
so
of air
how is it
relative.
different?
Wind is the movement of air relative to Earth.
That still doesn't answer the question why you're being careful to say that.
Because if I use a word that isn't quite right, you'll jump all over me and make a big red herring out of it, like you did when I called a helicopter an airplane.
I'm just saying,
You're
just
saying that
answer
air. You're saying that air acts like a wind on the plane, and then you're saying that it's air rather than a wind. And we know winds go in all directions, so your contradiction is being pointed out to you right now.
It's not a contradiction. The air essentially moves with the Earth's surface, deviating only due to winds relative to the Earth's surface.
You're deflecting by answering the question with definitions still. Without just be a real person, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. It's like you're being carefully calculated to say something that we're going to jump on. Yeah, because you can't say the air is moving the plane and not acting like a wind, which we know goes in all directions. You're saying there's some consistency to that wind by calling it air, and that it's affecting the plane like it's a prevailing wind or something, and then we've got other winds that go in the opposite direction. Can't say that. That's where you're that's why you have to think of it this way to keep believing your globe, because this debunks it, bro. I'm sorry.
Said the non-pilot to the pilot.
Okay, so then you account for Coriolis when you pilot your little plane that you fly around, your automatic, your remote control one.
I'm an RC pilot, for the record.
Don't fucking. That's the thing, Jesse. Quit being so disingenuous, dude. You're saying you're a pilot. You're a fucking remote control.
They fly the same. Flying a model is
really?
exactly
So you
like.
Account for So how do you account for Coriolis without conflating it with crosswind?
I don't need to, because you don't need to. Nobody needs to.
Nobody needs to because there's no Coriolis.
Okay. Do you guys have any math that shows that Coriolis would appear as anything other than a very gentle cross breeze, or any real life experiments to show that it would appear as anything other than a very gentle cross breeze?
So hold on. Cross breeze exists, therefore Coriolis and globe.
Right.
This is so fucking lame, dude. Do you realize you defended this shit for hours?
I just got here about an hour ago.
Jesse, you realize what your screen is showing right now, right?
That's from a new perspective. Don't you like it?
Yeah, I love it. It's great. It goes against everything you're saying.
Unfortunately, it's also incorrect.
Why?
His diagram.
Your destination be moving faster than you're moving, so you're going to have to catch up to your destination because it's moving 1,000 miles an hour, and you only started with 200 miles per hour. And this is the deviation that you're talking about. This incremental deviation is this curved path that you would be making. By making those incremental changes to catch up to the Earth, that's what it would look like, a curved path, not a straight path like you were showing.
I don't know how you guys do it.
Jesse, your diagram and the diagram before that,
yours shows a stationary Earth path. Mine shows a curving Earth path.
Oh, I apologize, Jesse. Before you, it was bacon. My bad.
And Zanuck.
True.
Yeah, and then Zanuck. Yeah,
Zanuck
just as
for 2
bad.
hours.
Just as bad, but whatever.
Yeah.
So, Sugar Cookie, you agreed that the helicopter could take off from Frankfurt and land in Abuja on a rotating Earth, or no?
Oh my God, dude.
If he could just get you to say you agree, he could keep believing the globe.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where
Hey, Jesse, can I direct
Jesse? You haven't conceded one globe evidence, supposed evidence, ever. I gave you a chance because you were new. I talked to you at length about very specific, your own example. We went through all the points. I told you exactly why. It's not sufficient. It doesn't make any sense. And you still are just zealot, like just believing in this shit, man. I'm done wasting time on you.
I mean, Jesse, can I point you to like this little GIF that I posted at 37 after the hour in text?
I'm looking.
It's something that maybe you can focus on. It's mesmerizing.
37 after which hour?
Well, I don't know what hour is it. Yeah,
Not
this same hour.
this one.
In Livestream one
Not,
text?
yeah,
Oh, wait,
live stream, live
oh,
text.
the tenor.
Not the circle jerking part about that. That was not towards you, but just the GIF itself or whatever. Like that seems like a circular motion around the inside of the circumference. But look at what the lines are doing, or what the dots are doing. They're actually just going up and down those lines in a timed sequence.
Okay.
Now, I think you should just focus on that. That's it.
Okay, I don't see what that helps, but
it will. Don't worry, it will.
You were
It
getting
will.
very sleepy, Jesse. Very sleepy. You are dropping your guard.
You will understand. Yeah, like that straight line you think is curved is just a straight line from point A to point B. It's a straight line.
Your programming is breaking down. Interlace your thoughts and walk backwards towards the sound of my voice.
Remember a week from now.
Stop resisting.
where did the grown-ups go?
Wow.
Yeah, you generally act pretty grown up, but today you Globers really got deflated.
You know, Dan, like I guess I'm disappointed in myself for thinking that they come here open-minded because they're so smart, they understand the science and all this stuff. It would lead me to believe that, oh, if I just show them the paradoxes, the false reasoning, like the contradictions, just the fact that, oh, by the way, they taught you this, but they didn't teach you any of this other stuff. That alone should just, like, a light bulb should just go off. Oh, okay, what's this about? Oh, it's everything that has to do with reality as opposed to the false model that they gave us. Oh, okay. It should just be enough to be like, oh, well, there's some probability here. And the fact that it's been discussed and argued for fucking centuries, I would say that there's some validity there. At least to like concede a point or two.
Well, Riggs, I think you fucking nailed it right on the head. Is God damn it, it's justifying contradictions, and that's what we've listened to all night.
Yeah, and there's no justification even there. It's like saying the same thing that doesn't make any sense over and over again, expecting other people to suddenly say, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense." You're going to go 1,000 miles
grasp at straws long enough, it'll somehow become true.
Right. Oh, okay. I see that contradiction. But let me explain that contradiction and how it works.
Let me say it over again, and then act like you don't understand.
Right.
Oh, look at the comment.
You know how many times I've explained this?
Hey guys, don't get blisters slapping each other on the back. Ha ha. Bro, you're out in one ear, out the other, bro.
Well,
everything I've ever told you, that's the category it falls under. Ever.
But just
no. You start these very long, thorough conversations, and when we give you a rebuttal, out the other hole, bro. It's not even worth talking to you.
He's
literally out the other hole.
He's just about to do what you accused him of doing. Let him do it. He's going to do.
He already
exactly
did it. He typed in the chat. He's already fucking doing it. We brought up points. He's just going, ha, you guys are patting each other on the back. No, address any of the fucking points we brought up.
Well, you made claims. You made claims. You didn't show evidence. And
no,
you didn't...
I asked you a question. How does it go west-southwest and get eastward momentum? And you couldn't answer it.
I told you I'll draw a diagram and a map, and I'll get the numbers, and we can talk about it.
Talk to us about any common sense.
Politician.
Yeah, that's right. You can try to justify the contradictions all day long, Jesse. That's what we've been listening to people like you do all night. Is try to justify contradictions in your model.
We've been DMing back and forth, Jesse, and I've already given you this scenario over and over again, and you act like I don't understand in the DMs. And then you get here and you act like it's a new question when I've asked you it over and over again.
Exactly. Exactly. And then you wonder why
Hey,
we
do I
don't want
get
to
a, do I get a
engage.
chance? Hey, like 3 of you are like tag teaming to
And
take
you
shots
wonder
at me, and
why
you
we
won't let me
don't want
respond
to
to any of them.
engage.
Because you're that frustrating. That's why. Because you're
All
that
right,
frustrating.
the adults are back in the room.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Awesome,
Actually-
Zach.
Yeah, even up to Team Zanuck.
So, new perspective. I actually did answer your question in a general sense about Chicago and San Diego. He would, between a combination of pointing the airplane, accelerating, turning his engines up a little, and banking, whatever direction he's going, one of those actions will get him to what he needs to do.
That's an answer?
And to tell you exactly which direction.
One of those directions will fix it. That's your answer?
No, one of those
One
actions.
of those directions.
One
Don't
of
be
those
specific
actions.
whatsoever.
Well, you
Well,
answered your question, Jesse.
Well, like I said, to give you exact specific numbers to that case, I need to get the latitude of San Diego, of Chicago, the longitude, and work it all out.
No, well, can't you just acknowledge common sense wise with us in a conversation right now that there's a contradiction? Because you're talking about banking eastward if you're going directly south to catch up, right? So if it can't bank eastward when it's going west southwest, how's it going to catch up?
It's going what now? It's going.
Oh, come on! Well, you have to ask like it's a new question again. West southwest, west southwest, west southwest. How many times do I have to say west southwest? Chicago to fucking San Diego. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean? What do I mean?
It's the diagonal
Yeah.
line you were looking for before. Yeah, there's your diagonal.
Yeah. And how's it get more eastward momentum when it never could bank east? It only went west southwest. Jesse, answer that now as a common sense person, not as a I need to go get calculations. Just answer the contradiction, or at least acknowledge there is one.
Well, I told you, if he needs to bank, he banks. If he needs to point the plane in a direction and accelerate, that's what he does.
You're not even getting specific about east and west. That's the whole point. West southwest. There is no eastward momentum added.
I told you to get exact, specific values
See?
and signs.
You
I
can't
need
just
to make a
admit there's a
diagram.
contradiction at least. You
No,
diagram.
there's a glitch in the system.
I would
Talk
have
to us right now.
I would
Talk
have
to us
to.
right now as a common sense person in conversation.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't see any contradiction. I'm willing to draw a diagram
I
and
just
run the
pointed it
exact
out. You have
numbers
to
and
get
see if
your
I do
game.
then, but I don't see a
You can't
contradiction.
understand you can't understand the words coming out of my mouth. Eastward momentum you need to gain, but you only went west southwest, motherfucker. Answer why that isn't a contradiction in your mind, just on the surface.
You didn't have
Can't
to go
you
Chris
see why
Tucker
that's
on
not
him.
a contradiction? It's ridiculous, dude.
No, I see no contradiction there. What do you see as a
Okay, so
contradiction?
why is there no contradiction? Because you can't gain eastward momentum when you're only going west and south. That's the contradiction. How many times do you have to say it?
Yeah, but do you see what Jesse's doing? He does it every time.
Well, I need to
He's
get the
like, I
numbers
don't
and I'll
see
get
it.
back to you. And then
It's
it'll
like
be a
in
whole
West-
new conversation.
It's like in Westworld. In Westworld, where they're like, what do they say in Westworld? Like, it doesn't look like anything to me.
He devolves
Doesn't
it
look like anything to
slowly.
No, they don't say that in
Yeah.
Westworld. They say that in West Southwest world.
Nice.
So here's what happened is New Perspective is the one who actually gave me the actual problem of Frankfurt to Abuja, and I took the time to look into it because he says here's the gotcha that's going to get you, and so I took the time to look into it and actually do the math, and then I says I want to go over this with you and you can show me where you think it's going to go wrong, and he says no, I want to change it to Chicago to San Diego. So we hadn't even gone over this.
No, you're
That's why I
not.
hadn't
You're
done the
doing it.
Chicago to
I
San
went
Diego
over
one
it.
yet.
We looked at your diagram. We
We
looked at
all
your
watched
diagram.
it.
And I said,
We all listened.
yeah, we were right with you. And we told you why it doesn't work even in that scenario. And then I said, make it worse, Jesse. Now you don't even have an eastward banking to rely on to pretend that it catches up to the earth. Now make it worse. It wasn't about ignoring it or trying to change it up on you like you're acting like. You're such a zealot right now, bro.
And you still have no math and no evidence to support your claim. Well,
And then you're going to go ahead and compliment your zealotry by saying that.
Well,
oh, my God.
Well, hang on. Jesse does have a unique ability, and it's to frustrate the shit out of people.
No, he speaks the truth. And one of the things you guys are one of the things you've overlooked right
yeah,
now
speaking
is
the truth,
effect
but he has no answer.
is the effect of this side force that's going to be this differential speed variation as you go south due to Coriolis. Now, it may not seem like much, a 1.5 mile an hour or 1 hour, 1 mile variation, but it's being applied for a long period of time. You can think about this two ways. One of the extreme way would be like jumping in a river from
See how he
a
changed
10
it
mile an
to
hour
south?
river.
He didn't say west southwest. He wants to go south now, and he say there's eastward vectors that he can add. He doesn't want to go west southwest
Well, yeah,
because he
well,
knows
you
there's
can
no
go.
eastward
I
velocity.
agreed with you that you could. I think even yours is a great example because then you're gonna almost become inertial by the time you get to the equator. But that would be over how long? How long we'd travel if we're going to go down to like the equator? Are we going over a
It's a
15-hour
4-hour
flight,
flight from Chicago to San
or
Diego.
we're just okay? So we're doing a very short distance. So we're only doing a vertical or a north-south distance of how far? How far is that? About 500 miles? 600 miles?
No, it's about 800 miles from Chicago to San Diego. No, about actually 1,700 miles.
No, you didn't hear what I said. I said just north to south.
Why are you trying to change it to that?
Call it.
Why are you trying to change it to that? Why are you trying to make
Because
it north to south?
you're going at a diagonal, and part of this will be affected by Coriolis, the southern, and some of it won't be the western. So we're only talking about the tangential velocity, which is only respect for.
Zanuck, west
Yeah,
is the important part.
but you're still
You're saying that
making
you
a
can't
you're
go
still
in an
making a
opposite
trip.
vector than the
You're still
momentum.
making a trip that is the southern direction. However far you go south is the effect the Coriolis will take. Because remember, the tangential velocity will be different in San Diego versus Chicago. Now, can anyone tell me what the difference
mostly
in
west.
tangential velocity is?
Mostly west. That's why I'm saying west southwest.
It
You're going
doesn't
mostly
matter.
west.
It's mostly. It matters what it is. So then it matters how long you actually travel to get there. So how long it takes to get there will be how long it's exposed to this differential tangential velocity that will also have an effect on the air mass should there be no tailwinds or crosswinds or any kind of wind issue. It's just still wind. Now, of course, you can say, what if the wind makes it worse? Right? We have a westerly wind,
Can I
which
try
is
to follow you here?
very unusual because generally the winds come from they would come from the west. The westerly wind might be what we'd be actually seeing, but if it came from the east, it'd make it a lot worse, especially if it was consistent from Chicago all the way down south. So all I need you to tell me is what the tangential velocity. I can figure it out. But you should know this. What's the tangential velocity difference? What's the tangential velocity difference between Chicago and San Diego? Anyone know offhand?
I'm not sure, but can I follow you? I'm trying to follow you.
17,000,
In what you're saying.
1,729
So if I jump in a river,
No, the complete wrong answer. Sorry.
So
1,729 miles. That's the distance from Chicago.
No,
to
that's
San
not
Diego.
the tangential velocity difference.
No, I said miles. Okay, so the
It has
tangential
nothing to do with
velocity.
the distance. It has nothing to do with the distance.
Okay, I thought you asked distance. I didn't know
It's
about the
5,000.
I didn't
It's
think you were
6,000
asking
miles
about
going to
tangential.
Tokyo, and there's no tangential difference between Tokyo and Seattle or maybe Portland. I'm not sure. Anyway, you get the point. We need to know the tangential velocity
Okay,
difference.
we're at 41 degrees.
Otherwise,
we're at 41 degrees north.
You're shooting blind. You're shooting blindly in the air.
41 degrees latitude with Chicago, right? And we
41
got San Diego.
Chicago. That sounds about right. And San Diego's probably about what? 36, 35?
32.
Is it 32?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's that difference? That is it's 60. What would you say Chicago was? 40 what? 42?
42.
42 and 32. Is that the difference?
Pretty much.
So that's
33,
600 miles.
33.
Right.
32
So according to the globe Earth, we know that because it's round, that every degree is going to be 60 miles. So since it's 10 degrees, it's going to be
no,
600 miles.
not because it's round. Why you gotta throw that shit in there, dude?
But it is. So we got 600 miles. So now we're going to say over 600 miles and a time of roughly 4.5 hours.
Wait, where'd you get 600 miles?
Because you're 10 degrees off latitudinally.
But the distance between the two cities is 1,700 miles.
It doesn't matter. You keep on saying that. I keep on telling you it doesn't matter. You understand why? Because all we're dealing with is the differential tangential velocities. That's the cause of the Coriolis conservation.
Oh, you're talking about the difference in tangential velocities is 600 miles. Okay, 600 miles per hour.
Yeah,
so you have to make up 600 miles per hour eastward momentum.
Right.
From where to where?
Chicago to San Diego.
Chicago to San Diego.
Are you kidding me, Jesse? How many times have I said Chicago to San Diego to you tonight?
What's the differential? 600 miles an hour?
So he got it like 600 miles is the distance north to south. So we're going to get a tangent. We have to get a tangential velocity difference of what 600 miles on the sphere is. And so now we need to know what the tangential velocity at San Diego is, and then what the tangential velocity at Chicago is. 32
I thought
degrees.
you just said it was 600 miles per hour difference.
No, 600 miles. That's the distance. That's just the distance south.
Distance.
That's the distance south. You'll be traveling,
What
and
are
I
you
can
talking
figure. I can calculate what the
You're talking
tangential
about
velocity
meeting.
difference.
You're going to try to make it so that it meets the city, where the city turns towards the plane, right? You're going to have the flight going south, and meeting the city that's coming at it, when you can see that the flight path is straight from Chicago across the United States to San Diego. There's no going south 600 miles per hour or 600 miles to meet this city that's coming at you, even though that's the way it would work if it was a spinning globe. You're right. It would be working. They would meet the city. They would wait for it to spin towards you.
We're saying if the globe is spinning and you're traveling south 600 miles, that'll give us a differential tangential velocity. And that velocity difference is probably, I don't know, I wouldn't think it's more than 100 miles an hour, but that's just a guess. There's actually I think there's a chart somebody posted. I can
Still waiting for the whole thing where I'm swimming, I jump in a river, and then what happens?
Yeah. So you jump in the river, and the water would take you about maybe half a second to 2 seconds before you got up to complete speed. That means that water, you'd have a drag coefficient of your body.
It's like not a lot. I mean,
Can I just finish it?
Not like the Mississippi.
Can I just finish? I'm going to give you two scenarios: jumping in the river and then jumping out of a bus or out of a truck.
Like something I would have a
one's
chance
water,
to swim
one's
across, right?
Hey guys, is this perspective talking over me again? Is that
no? It's
No,
sugar.
no, no. No, I'm.
You're
I'm
acting
trying
like
to go with
you're
you
like
on
me
this
perspective.
analogy.
It makes it very annoying, and it gives me a headache to talk over me. I'll have no problem stopping, but just let me speak. So the water shows that the drag coefficient of the body and the frontal area will tell you and how fast it's going will tell you how much force it acts on that body. So how long it'll accelerate the body in the river. And you've jumped in a moving river before. You get up to speed maybe in a second or two, right?
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask you about.
Now hold on. Now the other scenario is jumping in the air. How does air affect a moving body like a body, which is very unaerodynamic and has very little very low frontal area. So that drag coefficient type of frontal
I'm just
area.
I'm just trying to have a conversation
So
with you.
I'm jumping out of the truck, and how long does it take it to get to the? If it's going 50 miles an hour and I jump out, what do you think the velocity is when I jump out like 10 feet of a big bus? What speed do you think you hit the ground? What do you think the speed is?
Zach doesn't have conversations.
Like, did
with
you just
people,
pound
he
your
just
face
talks.
into like $1,000
It's a
worth
pretty
of
simple
cocaine or
concept.
something?
I'm trying to give you the answer, but you don't want it. You don't want to listen. Okay.
So real fast, Zanuck
the
doesn't
force
have
that acts on
conversations with
you for that,
people, he
that
just
total
talks
flight duration.
down to them and talks over them.
Yeah, we've been through
And
it
then he
for hours.
He asks questions, and then he answers his own question. Then he goes on a monologue about the answer, then transitions into another question.
I don't
then
think
he
that was a
answers his own
monologue at
question.
all.
No, I was
You
trying to
literally
go
asked
along
him
with
a
him on
question.
the jumping in the
I
river.
know you were,
started
but Wixit doesn't want to learn. He just there to obfuscate. So I'm not going to tell you the story now. It was a way. It was a way.
This is untactic.
Hey,
You're
what's
just
it?
It was a way. It was a way.
Then Zanuck just confirms what I said by saying he
Yeah, there was
doesn't.
a
I
way
don't want
to
to learn,
explain what
which is
Bacon.
he's just trying to
Bacon
talk
talked
down
about
to
this
you.
earlier. Bacon talked about this earlier. I was trying to give you a little bit of meat on the
Hang
bone.
on, you're interrupting.
Okay, so you're not going to. You don't want to listen. Okay, fine. This is why you'll
You don't
never
want to
hear the
learn
answer because you
because
just
you're
talk
dumb
over.
and I know it all. And I can't if I can't teach you and I can't act like I'm teaching you and then call you dumb at the same time for calling out my contradictions. That's your tactics. You're just a bundle of tactics. It's
There's
obvious.
nothing wrong with your objection and your question. I think it's a noble question.
Well, but hang on a
I'm
second
trying to give
here.
you
I
the
think
answer.
Zanuck is
I'm trying to give you the answer of how the atmosphere comes into play
Zanuck,
with
hang on
this
a
differential
second.
tangent of fuck. You're obnoxious.
Hang on a second,
Dude,
dude.
everyone in the room is saying you're obnoxious. Do you not think that maybe you're oblivious? Have
But
you ever
I'm not.
watched
I'm
these
trying to give
back?
an explanation. They don't like the explanation.
Well,
He's talking over me.
I am talking
ever
over
watched-
you. The only reason why I'm talking over you, Zanuck, is because you're conflating me with new perspective, and you're answering two different types of things at the same time, and it makes no fucking sense. Because I was genuinely trying to go with you on that journey of me jumping into a river for whatever you were trying to equate to that.
Well, how fast the medium? How much force the medium will act on that body going from higher tangential velocity to a lower tangential
I don't
velocity?
know, dude. I don't want to interrupt.
Okay,
but
there
I'm
you go.
just trying- okay.
There you go again.
Good Lord.
So I can't do it. I've tried like 100 times, and every time I start talking, it's interrupted. So it may
No,
seem like
no, dude,
chaos,
Janik,
but it's not
not that
me.
you,
I'm not
it's not that way.
monologuing at all. I'm not
No, yeah, it
monologuing
is.
at all. I'm giving you a specific example.
Right now, you're not letting me talk. It's like when someone, what you do is you act like you walked into a classroom and you're giving the lecture of the day, and that you're supposed to raise your hand at the end of it if you have any questions. You're not in here to have conversations. If no one
I
said
am
anything,
actually.
stop, dude. If no one interjected, you would talk for 5 literal minutes to yourself, dude.
No, I wouldn't. You're making an assumption, a dangerous one at that. All I want to do is give a scenario. Someone's trying to follow it. You jumped in and.
Holy shit, Zanuck! I was trying to follow with you, and you.
I know. So that's okay.
Oh
If you have a
my
question, raise
God.
your hand. Interrupt me. Go ahead. I don't care if you interrupt me. I don't want you talking over me though. So let me break. If you don't have a question along the way, I have no
It's like,
problem stopping.
I'm going to do exactly what you said I'm going to do, and I'm going to act like it wasn't like you didn't say it at all.
Yeah.
So I
mean,
I
that's
wanted
what
to
they
give you.
do.
Let me just say. Let me give it the
With it,
premise.
you're dead on with what you just said.
No, he's not.
No, yeah,
let me just give you. Let me give you a summary of what I was going to tell you. What I want to tell you is the effect of this medium
me
based on
continue to
differential.
teach the
See, I
class,
can't even
even
give
though
you.
I was
I can't
not
even
to
give you
teach
the
class.
one sentence.
Here comes a lecture, not a
So it's not a
dialogue.
lecture.
not
I
a
was going to tell you.
conversation.
I was going to tell you the effect of this differential tangential velocity along the way with the presupposition that the atmosphere is following along in lockstep. I was just going to do that. Real simple.
Wait,
To see
did you
its
just say
effect on.
lockstep? You know better. You know better.
Hey,
You're
real
not
fast,
supposed to
real
say
fast.
lockstep.
No. Just
Zanuck, if you're
for the
under the
example.
impression that everyone wants to hear you lecture to them and everyone wants to sit here and listen
It's not
to
a
it all
lecture
day, why are you interrupting me, dude?
because it's
If
not
you're
a
under
lecture.
the stop interrupting me, dude. I'm gonna mute you. I don't know how long you've been in here doing this, but I'll just mute you. So
Hours.
if you want to lecture to people and not let them talk, and then when they go to respond to you, immediately jump in to start talking again, and you think people actually want to be lectured to by you, why don't you go start your own Discord called Xanax Lectures, and then everyone can go there since you think people want to listen to that.
I do appreciate that he's at least admitted that there is a problem here that he can't answer. If you
I
only
can't
go
answer
west
it.
and south, you can't gain eastward momentum. He says
Yes,
he
you
can
can.
answer it like it's like, and he says, I don't understand, but at least he's admitting that you would get there and you'd be out of sync with the Earth if it was actually spinning. But since we're
If
never
there's
out
no
of sync with the
atmosphere.
Earth and we only land on the stationary Earth, you can't explain it in a way that makes any sense ever because you're talking about being out of sync with the Earth. Pilots never have to worry about that because the Earth is stationary.
If
And
there was no atmosphere, that would happen.
You're going back to the atmosphere for your
because there
answer
is an
now?
atmosphere. So why don't you interrupt when you have a question rather than just when I start talking? So if there was no atmosphere, you'd have that problem. If there was an atmosphere, there's still a problem, but it's much less. And the reason I brought that up is because if you are traveling from Chicago to San Diego, you're going through a differential tangential velocity. And that differential tangential velocity would be a differential medium velocity as well. And so that will actually have an effect on the air. Now, will it be 1-to-1? No, absolutely not. That's why I bring up the coefficient of drag and the frontal area, which is a side view of the airplane, to if that slow 1 mile per hour per minute was applied to it as a force, how much would it accelerate it to the east? That was the main premise of my bringing it up.
But Zanuck, now let me say one thing. When you guys talk about going directly south, you say, okay, we bank east incrementally over the period of this many hours so that we could meet this new tangential velocity because it's a higher one
Correct.
at the equator. But now you're saying that when you go west against the spin, that somehow the atmosphere is going to do the same thing as banking east and get you back into that one-to-one relationship on its own.
Only to the degree that you were traveling south, your southward vector, and the amount of time you were exposed to that differential tangential
Can you
velocity.
acknowledge the contradiction? If you're saying that you have to consciously bank east when headed directly south, and you can no longer bank east because you're only going west and south, you can't just now say, oh, the atmosphere fixes it.
Didn't say it fixed it
Because the
100%.
atmosphere would fix it no matter what. The atmosphere would fix it no matter where you go then. Well, not 100%.
No,
Then
it
you're saying you're
doesn't.
out of sync.
It
If you
doesn't
were
fix it.
1 mile, if you were even 5 miles per hour out of sync with the Earth, would you never see pilots never have to land on a moving surface, and they would if you're at all ever out of sync with the Earth, and you would notice the Earth moving sideways underneath you, just like all the scenarios earlier. You never see that because the Earth is stationary. Period.
That is no different. There is no difference between that velocity differential and one caused by a crosswind. Zero difference.
No, there is a difference because one is a consistent
none.
movement eastward. The other one is directions of winds in every which direction at varying
As long as
speeds.
that wind had
One is
as long as that wind had a component that was similar, it would be exactly the same.
Yeah, but wind's going all directions.
It does, but if you let's say you had a westward wind the entire time, which you do actually when you fly from Chicago to. Let me finish.
That make it worse. When you make it even worse, right?
It makes it better. It makes it better.
Why?
Because if you're flying in
Because you
that
need
direction,
more eastward momentum. How would a westward wind direction give you more eastward momentum?
Unbelievable. You just can't.
That's a direct question.
Either, regardless of who's doing
but it's the direct question. How are you going to gain more eastward momentum if you have a westward wind? That makes no sense.
All right, but now you got to let him say something, and then you got to keep it concise, please.
I have been keeping it concise.
That's a lie.
Now you have force. I have
answer that question.
You have a eastward component called this wind. It's coming in from it's westward wind, but it's an eastward. It's pushing it eastward, and that is the momentum that you're going to be gaining as you travel southward.
Wait,
because you're not
going to
fight
westward wind is going to push it eastward. How is a westward wind going to push it?
Because
eastward?
a westerly comes from the west.
No, a westward wind. I'm saying westward direction of wind, not coming from the west, moving east.
No, the wind. When we fly, reality is when you fly west, you're flying into a headwind. You know that, right? Most of the time.
Well, if the Earth was spinning, yeah, it would. If the Earth was spinning, with the atmosphere spinning,
regardless, we always know. No, that
in order for an airplane to take flight, you have to have a headwind. You have to have
to use the air to fly. Yeah.
That's true. That's why the airports are set up the way they are. But generally, flying. That's why flight times are a little longer.
So that just negated.
Did you find it was time to run into me again? Why are you talking over me again?
Because that I'll answer you. It's because it negated your entire point.
Okay,
that's why.
So when you fly westward, generally the flight times are longer because the wind generally comes from the west to the east. So that's why it takes longer. It has nothing to do with the Earth spin.
Oh, it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth spin? I thought the wind, that the atmosphere moving with the Earth was the reason for that wind.
Well, Coriolis is the reason for the jet stream, not just general wind currents, trade winds and things. Exactly.
Hey, Zanuck, what are you going to do when I make a documentary where I literally sit down and discuss all these specifics with like 10 different pilots, and they just all say that you sound ridiculous? But actually, I'm not going to bring.
I'm a pilot as well. I'm a pilot as well, and I don't sound ridiculous.
No,
anyone that is a pilot,
no, I'm talking about like a real deal
says exactly
pilot.
what I'm saying. There's no difference. There's no difference.
They're all going to say they never account for anything.
My dad flew 40 years in United Airlines. Pilot.
That's a cool story. So they're all going to say because
he flew in Korea, flew jets in Korea, was supersonic. He was a fucking war hero.
You're unbearable, man. You're literally
I'm telling you, I have my family are pilots. We have planes.
What does that have to do with you interrupting me?
Well, you're making false accusations and making claims.
It's like seriously, bro. This server has become the Zanuck Deja Vu show. Because you never let people talk. It's just like you want 90% monopoly of the air.
This one's really funny though.
You're a lot of projection on your side. You seem to be taking.
He's admitted he can't answer it, but then he keeps
I
trying
can
to
answer it.
He sounds like
I can answer it. I'm trying to answer it.
You haven't answered it. You're trying, but you can't.
I've been trying. You won't let me talk. It's okay.
What? You've been talking the whole time.
You just keep babbling and babbling as if it's an answer, but it's no answer.
I've said 3 things about 1 sentence long, and all 3 of them have been talked over. Don't worry about it. Okay.
That's a lie. When I first came in here, I heard you talking for 2 straight minutes.
Yeah, saying, let me talk. Yeah.
No, you were talking. What you were doing was talking
giving
to the
an
other
example. I started giving an example. I wanted people to understand that there was a force caused. I wanted people to understand there was a force caused by the medium that might be moving at adjacent to your direction, and how that affects your tangential velocity.
When I came
So
in
you're
here,
talking over me
you
now
were like,
too.
no, because you interrupted me to say that part, dude. Do you
All
not
right.
see how
I don't
annoying
need
you
I
are?
don't need
If,
this. So go ahead.
think about
I
this.
thought I'd give you
Think
some
about this.
information you could use. I don't
Now
need
you're
to talk
talking
to you.
again, dude. Now you're literally so like if I start talking and then you interrupt me and then I yield the floor to you and I wait even though you interrupted me and then eventually I jump in and then you cry about me interrupting you, you sound ridiculous, dude. Okay? And like then half the time I have to correct you like you're a child that just won't stop painting on the walls. So it's like, no, you don't paint on the wall, Nick. No paint on the wall. So it then just kills the whole vibe. Okay. So when I first came in here, you were lecturing this dude, and then you were making like 50 points, gish galloping, and then you would ask a question, and then you go on to answer the question, leading into another gish gallop. Then you get to another question, and then you'd start answering your own question again. You're not in here to have a discussion. You think that we don't understand, and that you have to teach us.
That was a lot of information. I would say probably more than I got to the floor. But anyway,
What
no,
did
there
he
was
say?
a specific topic
What did
that I was
Witsit
talking
say?
about. I don't want to go over that again. I was listening to every word he
Yeah,
said.
you were
So if
you
he
were
wants me to
muted,
stop gish
which
golfing,
means you
what I
probably
talked about,
weren't even paying attention,
I
right?
was listening. Okay, want me to here's what he said.
What did he say?
He said I was talking about one subject and got in here, and then I didn't let anyone answer questions, and I got into another topic and started gish galloping again and completely dominated the floor for dude. It was like a sentence or two each. But I just want to say this. All I was doing was telling there is a situation that you can change your tangential velocity as you travel southward by the medium if it is following in lockstep with the Earth. Not saying that it is, just saying there's a component there. And that's what Bacon was talking about initially 2 hours ago. I was just going to address that point. It has to do with the side area divided and times the coefficient of drag of the plane going sideways, facing that side facing wind, side directional current. So that's okay. That's what's going to make it follow the increases tangential velocity, regardless if it's going southwest.
Yeah, it went west. So if you're saying banking east adds eastward momentum, then you're going to lose momentum just by flying west already, like you acknowledged earlier.
Yes,
so how are you going to have
momentum.
this atmosphere all of a sudden make more velocity in the opposite direction is flying?
Well, you still want to get there. You still want to get there as fast as you can, and it actually aids. And there's statistics on the amount of fuel that planes use when they're going to directions from lower, like toward the equator, northward, and you're trying to go someplace east of north as you go up. There's a lot less fuel spent that way because you already have a lot more momentum, and you can conserve energy that way. But going south, it's the opposite.
You guys can't acknowledge the contradiction.
Just like going east or west also costs more fuel.
Directly south, then acknowledge the contradiction. You've acknowledged that you can't answer this, and then you act like you already answered
I have not acknowledged that. You keep on saying that. It doesn't make it true.
Yeah, you did. You said, I tried this the other day. Yesterday when we went through this, you were like, oh, the other day I wasn't successful with answering this. But now I have an answer.
No, I was not successful in convincing you how it worked. There's a difference.
Talk over me. Talk about kids throwing balls to each other and trying to change the direction of the flight and trying to talk about the moon or talking about all these things that you're just galloping around trying not to answer it. Yeah, you brought in the moon. If you're on the moon, like why even just
I brought in no I want to talk about no atmosphere so you can figure it out.
If you're going west southwest, you don't have it, you can't say that banking east is even in that scenario. So you can't gain momentum when you're headed towards the equator. You need more eastward momentum, which you acknowledge. And you acknowledge going west would make you lose your original conserved momentum. So it'd even be worse. And now you're saying the atmosphere fixes it for you? Well, if the atmosphere fixed it for you magically, you would never have to bank east just going directly south.
Correct. And that's why you don't have to bank that much east when you're going south, because there is.
So we have an agreement.
I'm trying to explain. So every time, literally, I mean, I'm keeping track. This is the fourth time. Got 5 words into a sentence get talked over. So I can explain to you if you want to listen, but you don't. And by the way, wasn't failing to explain or didn't know. I wasn't able to get my point across to you yesterday. I said I failed in convincing you what the situation was.
That's how you tried to reword it.
Not an
so
understanding.
It made it seem like
I know
didn't understand.
You're doing it again. You're doing it again.
Yeah, because you have no answer.
Because. Come on.
Acknowledge the contradiction.
Come on.
Xanax, just stop being all weird because you agree, dude. It's fine.
Okay. So someone wanted to hear the hypothetical. So when you go south and you don't have an atmosphere, yeah, you could almost become inertial if you're going fast enough to the east, right? We talked about this. And so you'd have to, turn around.
To the west.
I mean, going to the west, yes. If you're going west, you could become inertial.
Are you talking about? I don't know what. Are you talking to me?
Whoever wants to listen.
That was not
If
the
you're
right
going
thing to
south,
ask.
if you're going southwest and you have enough vector to the west that is fast enough, you could become inertial. You're going 500 miles an hour or 1,000 miles an hour, you could almost become inertial.
Okay, well, I'm interested in
Which
the jumping
means-
in the
which means
river
the Earth would be-
hypothetical. So when you're done
which
with
means-
that one, hit me up.
Okay. Which means the Earth would be moving underneath you at 1,000 miles an hour. And that's a problem when you get to your destination if there's no atmosphere. But because there's an atmosphere along its path, it will act as a drag force, giving you momentum to the east. Not 100%, maybe 50% depending on how long the flight is. But you're still going to have excess momentum or lack of momentum compared to the tangential velocity of the ground that you're going to have to make up. And you do that by either turning to the east.
Yeah, but you went west, southwest.
See,
you're just ridiculous. You sound like a crazy man. You went west,
You're turning
southwest.
to
You
the
can't
east.
gain
What-
eastward momentum. You never went east at all. But you need more momentum eastward. How are you going to do that?
The actual atmosphere has been working on you the entire path to do that. Why are you laughing? That's what happens.
Because you're flying against the atmosphere and you lost momentum. You just admitted you could be inertial. You've lost all your momentum from going westward, right? You've lost all your eastward momentum.
If there's no
How are you
atmosphere,
going to gain
there's
1,000 miles per
if
hour
there's
eastward
no-
momentum?
If there's no
from the
atmosphere,
now is going to fix it for you? Well, if that was the case,
well,
you'd
yes,
never
because
have to bank
you're
east
flying
ever.
in an air. You're flying in an air mass, and flying in that air mass, it will give you a tangential velocity to the east. Why was that so hard to understand?
Because you went west against that. You
No,
have
but yeah, you're
westward
going against it,
momentum
but it's
just
still
by flying west.
It's still working.
You have
It's still
more
working
westward
on the
momentum
body.
than eastward momentum. After
Is it a
going
force
4
on
hours westward, you're going to have more westward momentum than eastward momentum. But you needed to gain eastward momentum, not lose it.
in the atmosphere? It gives you that along its path. That's that nervous laugh again.
Now you've become a magical atmosphere guy. You just
No,
resorted to that.
The atmosphere. That's why I brought up the river, and then I transitioned it to the air to show the effect of aerodynamically how the surface area of an object and its drag coefficient will be a force acting on that object for as long as it's in that field, into that medium.
You've been in here 2 hours and you acknowledge that when you went west, you're going to lose momentum and you're going to get to the equator and you're going to need to make up that momentum.
If there is no atmosphere, remember,
Well, how are you going to fly
key
against
point.
the atmosphere if it's pushing you back into that lockstep relationship you need with the Earth? You can't ever fly against it then.
Because that force is acting to the east, acting on the body. And it will be giving it momentum
eastward when you're flying westward. That's
because you got to
contradiction.
And if you had a west, the same thing as you had a eastward flow of air, the same thing.
Yeah, but when you're going directly south, you guys are saying banking east. Yeah, when you're going directly south, you're saying banking east is going to somehow give you more momentum in that direction to match the new tangential speed. Well, then by that philosophy, going west is going to make you lose momentum. See, you're going to talk over me because you're caught.
No, I didn't mean to.
And it's got you, and you're got. I got you.
You stopped.
You can't gain eastward momentum because you only get more westward momentum by going west. It's the same philosophy that you would gain eastward momentum by going east. So you can't say you're going east and west at the same time. You'd have to gain more momentum. You're headed towards the equator. You only went west and south. You're not gonna have the atmosphere all of a sudden push you back 500 miles per hour faster than where you started off from. You're going to gain 500 miles per hour eastward momentum when you only went west and south. You can't at least acknowledge that contradiction. Now you're going to start going to magical atmosphere. What? You're ridiculous.
Well, think about this. Let's say you're traveling south, and let's say the Earth is not rotating, and you're traveling south on this sphere. And as you travel south, you have a faster and faster crosswind, and it's going 100 miles an hour, let's say. Would that southward direction of your travel, would it give you more tangential velocity, more momentum to the east from the respective inertial frame?
The crosswinds are not the same as the Earth moving, bro.
It is. It's exactly the same. There's no difference.
No, it's not. Yeah, because one's
I'm telling
consistently
you,
15 degrees
I'm
in
telling
the
you it
eastward
is.
direction. The
Yes.
crosswinds go in all
So
directions.
this is
How
why
many
Witz
times do I have to
always.
say that?
This is why
Hang
Witz
on, Xanax. Do words have meaning?
Yes, words have meaning.
Can you change them whenever you want?
No, I use the words that have meaning to describe what I'm trying to convey to you
And
your
selectively
friends.
to try to support your idea that doesn't
Point
make any
is,
sense.
I want to
Why are you
first. I want to
changing it
get
to
a point of
directly
it,
south?
like last time with the atmosphereless Earth. I want this time to have another point of agreement with you. I'm trying very hard to have you understand, and just then once you understand
How about
the
me
concept,
understanding?
you'll be able
Stop. I'm not going to let you do
stop.
that.
If you stop
You're not answering the
interrupting
question.
me and start listening, it's going to be
When
over
you
in like
say
a
I
minute.
don't understand, when you say I don't understand, I'm going to interrupt you because that's not the case here. Everyone sees that you can't answer it,
Well,
and
no,
I
I
keep
can't answer
repeating
it.
the same
I can't
scenario.
answer it.
You have no answer.
Jesse
So
gave
it's not
up.
about me understanding.
Bacon gave up. Everybody's given up except for me.
They all had no answer. They were all embarrassed
I
here
have the
tonight.
answer.
You're embarrassing yourself even further after you've already
I'm
done
not
it for 2
embarrassed
hours.
myself. Anybody with half a
Yes, you
brain will
have.
understand I'm not embarrassing anybody but
Oh,
you.
right. Everyone here sees it except for you.
Okay. So in perspective, if you were traveling south, you
Xanax,
had
West.
you're the only one
100-mile
endorsing
crosswind.
yourself, by the way.
If you're traveling south and you're not
West,
controlling and
south,
changing
west.
direction, would you have any momentum gained by that body traveling south? Yes or no?
What are you talking about? Momentum gained by what?
So you don't understand. You don't get it.
No, I'm
You're
asking you
traveling
why are
south.
you asking
I
it?
can't
Why
be
are
any
you
more
changing
clear.
the scenario?
You're
It's
traveling
west
south. I just want to
southwest,
get a
bro.
common ground. I just want to
See,
get a common
you have
ground,
the
like it did
Gishgalop.
with
This
the
is
Earth
the
having no.
definition of
This
Gishgalop, dude.
unbelievable. I can't even
West
have a sentence. I
southwest.
interrupt you.
Just deal with that scenario. Don't start
No,
quizzing
because
me
we
as if
have
you're. No,
baby
I'm not gonna.
steps.
I'm not. The
Okay,
question
we're not
that
going to do it
you
then.
can
Fine.
answer is
You
on
don't
the table
understand how a
again.
crosswind gives you
You don't.
momentum,
You
so
can't
I can't.
answer it, and you're embarrassing yourself
I
by
can't
trying
go
to make
here.
it a
I can't
scenario
do it.
that you're
Sorry.
gonna quiz
I'd
me
like
on.
to help you, but I
West
can't.
southwest. Give up, run away, because you did it last time, and you did it the time before that.
I'm
You're
not
gonna do
running
it
away. I
again.
can't
Say
talk when you're
it's
talking
all
over
about
me.
me interrupting.
How
And I'm
about?
saying stick
Well,
to
you
the
know
fucking
what? Sugar
scenario.
Cookie want to
The
talk
plane's
about it.
going west
How about I have a
southwest.
one-on-one with Sugar
The
Cookie?
plane.
Would Sugar
Hey,
Cookie
Xanax,
be
the
Hang on a
willing to
plane,
get
second. It
one-on-one?
doesn't
the
matter.
plane's going west
Nobody can hear
southwest.
what you guys are
Answer.
saying.
Xanax, the plane's going west southwest. I will not hear any other answer besides that. West southwest.
Then you will
How's
be
it going to gain eastward
you will be committed to confusion. You let me break it down for you because right.
It's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, it's hilarious actually.
Yeah. So answer the question: west southwest. How does it gain eastward momentum when it's headed toward the equator? Answer it.
Throttles back.
The atmosphere.
Throttles back. Throttles back.
Got
That's a
it.
new one.
The
Throttles
question
back.
wasn't to
How's that
you,
work?
Jesse. Hold on a second. Jesse, the question wasn't to you. It was to Xanax.
I was quicker.
Let Xanax answer it. Let Xanax try again to try to gish
Yes.
gallop and then make another scenario and talk about south instead of west southwest. Answer it. More momentum eastward when it's only going west southwest. How does it work?
The atmosphere will be imparting a force on that object the entire path that it travels, and it'll be constantly getting faster and faster as it travels southward. We're talking about a southward direction of the component.
Oh, I said
of
westward,
the
south,
westward
west,
direction.
southwest. Why are you trying to change it to south again? West,
Southwest
southwest. It
is a
went
southward
mostly west
component.
and then
Why
south.
do you fight every time
Because I
point
keep
make?
repeating the
It
same
has
thing
a
and you're changing it.
southward
You're
component.
changing it to south as if you
Because
could bank
you're
left.
not listening. You have to bank left. All you have to do is travel from point to point, and you will automatically, with the aid of the atmosphere, putting a constant force that is changing as you travel the distance,
Automatically. Now it's automatically.
1.5 miles per hour per minute. And so every time I try to talk, you do this. And I'm saying this every time I talk.
Because you're
Nobody's
not
interrupting you. You said miles
And then
per
you
hour
saying
per minute.
automatically. You're
knowing.
saying automatically now. Now you're saying automatically. You heard the words come out of your mouth. Automatically. Well, then why would you ever have to correct for anything if it's automatic?
I didn't say automatic. I
Yes,
said
you did. You
a
said
portion of it
automatic.
is a portion of it
Point to point
already
automatic.
exists. A portion that is acting on the unbelievable. I got a mental problem that you. So as you're traveling, your southern component. See, as you travel, your southern component is going to be affected by this increased tangential velocity of the actual atmosphere. So the atmosphere has a higher tangential velocity and that's what you're rolling into progressively. And that will act on this moving body as you travel southward, not traveling south. I know you're going southwest. Don't correct me on that. The southern component will have a correction that is going to give it what? Momentum.
He wants to leave
Tangential
west out of
velocity
it.
as you go
He's
south.
trying his hardest to leave the westward direction out of it because it fucks it all up.
No,
in
I'm
his head.
not. I've already every time I say south, I always add west
West,
I know you're there.
southwest. There's a difference. South southwest is different than west southwest. That means you're going mostly west and a little bit south.
Let's just say southwest. Oh, you want to do west southwest?
See how he has to change it? See how he
So now
has
it's
to
even
change
more.
it?
Now so you have a little less of an angle. Same thing. You still have a 600-mile component, and you're going to be going 600 miles south over 4 hours. So for 4 hours, you're going to be going south. No? Are you not going over 4 hours? Did
Just
you
go
not go
west,
600 miles
southwest.
south?
I don't know if I have
Hello.
to. I'm
Even
sick of
if
saying
you're going
west,
south,
southwest.
even if you're going southwest, are you not traveling south for 6 hours? Yes or no?
No, I wanted you to say. I want you to repeat this back to me. West, southwest. Do not deal with any other scenario. West, southwest.
You're
How many times do I have to
impossible.
say that?
West,
It's impossible. That's
southwest.
what I've been saying to you for 3 days
West,
now.
southwest. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you
And
are
how do you gain eastward
yes,
momentum? You're going west, south.
because you're traveling south. While you're flying southwest, you're flying south
No,
for 6
just
hours.
changing
Are you
again.
not?
West, southwest. You just said
But
south,
you're still flying
southwest. It's
south.
west, southwest.
You're still moving south. No,
So that doesn't fix it.
it
You don't
does
gain
fix it.
eastward momentum just by
It
going
does
south.
fix it. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You say it over and over again. Make it true, right? Just say it. It'll make it true.
It is.
Okay, you're
The
smiling
air
when you're
mass you're
talking. We
flying
can hear
in, the
that.
entire air mass is moving at a differential velocity proportional to the latitude. Now, sure,
You
there can be
can't answer
crosswinds.
how it would get if it's going west southwest. It would never gain eastward momentum. The
Does it
conversation's
have a
over right
south?
there.
Does it have a south component of 600 miles over that time?
This is like Dr. Bob when he was like,
Is there a vector
"Oh,
south at all?
just because it
Is
means
there
that
a
if you bank
vector
left, you
south?
could call it south southeast." You said east. There's your eastward component. It's south southeast because
I didn't say
the
east.
left turn would be a little bit south southeast, so that fixes it.
Oh my
No.
God! Okay, let's go back to the water.
You're
Go back to the
the
water.
one
Let's
who's
go back to the
oh my
stream.
god. Everyone's saying oh my god.
Let's go back to
You
the
keep trying to
stream.
change it to south southwest. You keep changing it. Just
Let's
go
go
west
back. Let's go back
southwest.
to the stream. Would you? Can we?
You can't fix it.
Can we go back to the stream? No. I mean, I want to find a common ground because there are many that we can have, but you keep on fighting. And
There is no common ground because I keep drawing out the same scenario saying west southwest. You would never gain eastward momentum.
if the air,
Then you start trying to
okay,
say
if
it's the
we were
atmosphere,
traveling
and
in
then
water,
and then you
if we're
it's automatic,
traveling
but
in
it's not
water,
automatic.
okay, let's use water then.
Now you want to go to
We're
water.
traveling. We're flying through
See?
water. Let's say we're
Gish
flying.
gallop. Gish
Oh
gallop.
my God,
Non sequitur.
dude,
Non
you
sequitur. Gish
are
gallop.
impossible.
No, I'm just making a very plain scenario that you will not answer. It's airplanes over a globe going west southwest. It needs more eastward momentum. By the time it gets to the equator, it needs 500 miles per hour. More momentum, but it lost momentum because it went west southwest.
Let's
You
use
can't
a
answer
boat
it.
instead. How about
You're
let's
the
use a
one
boat?
just galloping. Don't
Let's
act
use
like
a
I don't
boat.
understand.
Let's
You're
use a
done.
boat. Be easier
This
because
is
I think
over.
that'll be
People
more.
are getting sick of you
So
repeating your fucking
if you
bullshit.
use the boat, you haven't stopped talking yet. I haven't got a sentence out. So
Just don't change the scenario.
Let's
Don't
try a
change it.
boat. Let's try a
Holy
boat.
shit!
See?
Xanax
This is
says he's
ridiculous.
never gotten a sentence out.
I'm
That's
not.
He goes,
I've been
let's try a
trying for the
boat.
last half
Let's try
hour.
a ball. Let's try balls. Let's try boats. We're talking about airplane going west southwest. Don't change it.
Right. And go to Hawaii from San Francisco. It's also southwest. So we're
No,
going
I
to go
said
into
west
water.
southwest. Also,
West
you can't say
southwest.
also
Yes.
and then change it.
West
Jesus.
southwest. Great. Fine. Doesn't matter. If I'm taking a
It
boat, it's
does.
west southwest.
Why would you
Stop
change
it.
it if it didn't matter?
Because I want you to get a common ground. If we have the ocean that does not have any currents, this is how we did it last time with the no atmosphere. We all agreed, and now that we're trying to address your actual question, you're not understanding. I'm trying to make it so you do understand. If we're
It's not about the understanding, dude.
God, you are
It's not about
obnoxious.
the understanding. You can't gain eastward momentum when you only went west southwest. I'm
You
sorry,
can.
dude.
Why don't you do this? Why don't you?
How?
Can someone mute him for a second so I can finish? I've been trying to finish the sentence for about
you're
half
gonna
an
change
hour.
it again. Talk about boats.
because I'm trying to give you something you can actually understand. And
Oh, it's not about me not understanding. Nope, not going to do that. Every time you say I don't understand, I'm going to interrupt you and say, answer the fucking question.
Okay, here we go. We're changing it all together. We're going from San Francisco to Hawaii. Also southwest.
No, okay, we're going to change it. Nope, we're not
West
changing it.
southwest. West southwest. And if the ocean it has no currents and it's fixed to the ball,
Wait,
right?
what are you talking
It's
about
still
boats
water.
I said don't
There's no
change it. It's
moving.
an
So
airplane.
I can't
It's an
even get the.
airplane. Why are you
guys,
talking about
give me a
boats?
second. Come
You
on.
can't
Someone help
change
me
it.
with this guy.
The rules
I
are it's
can't
an
do it.
airplane over a
Unbelievable.
globe. You can't do
You
it because
called
you're
it too.
changing it.
will.
You
I said
called
the
it
whole
too.
rule.
You
You
said
can't
he's going to
change
talk
it.
about boats.
You're talking about boats
Because
again.
I
I
want
about airplanes, motherfucker.
Riggs.
Airplanes west
Riggs, can you meet
southwest.
me in the chat? Meet me in the chill lounge, Riggs.
No.
Also, to you, and you can explain it to him.
No, he wants
Riggs,
to
meet me
leave
in
the
the chill
room.
lounge. Okay?
I really
I
don't
can't talk
want
about boats and leaving.
Well, it'll take like 5 seconds. He's just talking over me, and anyone doesn't see it as an
No,
idiot.
it's okay,
No,
man.
I'm the one that's trying to get you to stick to the scenario. You're the one
I
talking
will.
about boats
You
when
don't
I said don't
understand
talk about boats.
basic motion. You don't understand relative motion. You don't understand
I'm
anything.
going to
hilarious.
pack a bowl, man. I'm not going to help you with it.
Go ahead, Riggs. Because I can tell it to you in a minute and save time, and you understand. You can tell it to. Okay.
Hey, you know what? Class is over.
Yeah, it's over. Over before it started.
Class is over.
So, yeah, I failed, not understanding, but failed to be able to explain it to you because you're too stupid.
Yeah, you just failed to be able to
Because
explain it
you are.
because I
You're
don't
really
want to
too
talk
dumb.
about boats.
You are too dumb.
I'll
Go ahead.
just admit it. I am too stupid for your
No, not you,
whatever
Riggs.
your
Perspective.
class. Oh no. I volunteer as tribute. I am too stupid for your class. I promise.
Such a
It's so funny, dude. I said don't talk about boats, and you're like, okay, the current of the water.
Well, I want you to understand how you can get
No, it's not
eastward
about me
momentum
understanding.
by
Fuck
going
you.
south.
Answer the fucking question.
You
It's an
don't
airplane. West
understand.
southwest. Fuck you.
So
Don't
I'll
say
answer
I
it
don't
again. I'll try it
understand.
again. The way you want
Nope,
it.
you're not going to go west southwest with the fucking airplane. Don't change the scenario.
Gives you southward.
Has nothing to do with
west,
me.
Gives you
Nothing to do
eastward
with me
momentum.
understanding.
Talking
West,
over me the
southwest
entire
with the
time. You wanted to
fucking
know the
airplane.
answer. I'm trying to talk to you.
Dude, Dave, you've been arguing this debate, this
Such
like
an
point
idiot.
for like 5 years.
He
Yeah,
won't let
I
me
have
talk,
been.
so it's going to go on forever.
You just don't understand, though, man. I'm telling you.
He
You
doesn't
just
Yeah,
don't
I don't
understand.
understand.
understand. Yeah, that's their go-to. That's all they can do is you don't understand because I can't explain it.
All right. So
I have no
we'll
answer.
use your scenario, and I'll go back. I won't even go to the boat. I'll keep out of the boat. Although the boat would probably help you.
Oh, great.
I'm trying to
That'd
give
be
you.
fine.
I'm trying to give you a lifeline. I'm trying to give you a lifeline, but you don't want to take it.
Oh, well, I need a lifeline. You need a fucking lifeline, bro.
No,
you have
dude,
no
you need a
answer.
fucking lifeline.
Airplanes, west, southwest.
You're an idiot.
That's the scenario.
You are a bona fide
I'm an
fool.
idiot because I want you to get
Yes.
you to answer the direct question that you will not answer for 3 days now and act like I'm
I've
an idiot.
answered it. I've
Well,
answered
yeah,
it.
what's
You
the
just
answer
never
then?
accepted the answer.
Answer it. Answer it.
The air mass
Oh, air mass.
flying in.
What? Wind's going all
has
directions.
a progressive.
Huh.
Let's call it a steer, because it works against you if there's a westward. Westerly wind, an eastward flow of wind. It gives you momentum to the.
Not enough to catch up to the 1,000 miles per hour of the ground. You have to gain 500 miles per hour the more than you took off with. You went westward only.
With the air mass.
West and south. You can't gain 500 miles per hour the opposite direction of which you flew. It's a direct contradiction.
Because
Your ball is over.
The wind is going 500
Wind doesn't
miles
do
an
it.
hour
It's not
faster.
good enough.
The wind is
The
going
wind
500
doesn't
miles an
help
hour
you.
faster. Okay, I'm an idiot for even staying this long. I'll stop.
Yeah, you are. You're an idiot this whole time you were here.
You literally gave me no time to even finish a sentence, so you're an idiot.
No, because you went west, dude. You went west. You admitted you'd lose momentum going west. Now you're saying it's going to somehow be
When there's
500
no
miles per hour faster.
atmosphere. When
Even if it does
there
have an
is
atmosphere,
no
you're flying against the atmosphere.
Hang on.
Atmosphere
Can we all admit? Hang
allows
on.
you to have a force that applies to the object in the air as it travels west southwest.
So there's no Coriolis
Unbelievable.
effect.
You let me finish that sentence.
So that atmosphere makes it with no Coriolis effect then.
No, that's the reason there is a Coriolis effect.
Yeah, because
That's
you're
why
at a
you were
different.
going. All that means is you're going from an area of higher tangential velocity to lower tangential velocity, and you'll have by the conservation laws, you will not gain
Still
or
don't
lose
have two
momentum
reference frames.
on a
Dude, it's
atmosphereless
lower to
Earth.
higher, not higher to
However, we
lower.
have a atmosphere which will give it a increase in its tangential velocity to the east.
So closed
Yeah.
system or open system at that point, right?
So yeah, if you went west, dude, you're not going to have that. They're not going to have this atmosphere push the plane back faster in the opposite direction of which it flew. You can't acknowledge that direct contradiction.
Well, if you go west, there's no change in tangential velocities. It doesn't matter, does it?
What? West, south, west.
If you go west,
You're
it doesn't
going to the
matter.
equator.
They're on the same. You're not going to an area of tangential velocity. It's less. You're going to have less.
Oh,
You're going to have
more.
less momentum.
It's not
But
even
that's
What
okay. It doesn't
exactly?
matter.
Hang on. Here's a Zanuck. Maybe because you're very smart, you know a lot of math stuff, and I'm not very smart in math stuff. But when you say tangential velocity, what do you mean by that? Because to me, a tangent means like it touches a circle at one point, and it's a straight line. Correct?
Correct. Correct.
So,
what we're talking
so
about.
what do you mean by tangential velocity? Are you assuming that there's a circle involved somewhere?
We're talking about a ball. Spinning.
We're talking about.
I mean, I have no problem.
Miles
I have no problem assuming I'm the dumbest motherfucker in the room.
No, you don't have to be
But
very.
a tangent
matter whether
and
you know this topic or
tangential
not.
are.
That's what they
so
call
all
it,
it
right?
means is the
It's
speed,
circle.
the velocity. You know that things that are on a larger radius for the same angular velocity, like
So on a circle, tangent
sphere.
has to be on a circle.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
ball.
you can
At
think
one
of that being a
point,
great
right?
circle. So you could think
So
of
the
that being the great.
velocity of a
Can't even
tangential
talk to you
thing
either.
has to be touching a sphere at one point.
Yeah, it's a sphere. If we're talking about a plane flying on a sphere and it goes towards the equator where it needs 500 miles per hour eastward momentum
So
increase,
tangential.
but it only went west. So it's going to lose momentum from its original 500, but it needs more momentum in the opposite direction. Now he's saying the atmosphere fixes it, but it flew against the atmosphere, against the spin of the Earth. So it doesn't work.
You're stopping Zanuck from hanging himself here right now.
Oh, he's hung himself many times over the past 3 days.
Oh,
and now he's
God,
acting
hardly.
like it's
No,
something
everything
he's
I'm
trying to
saying
teach
is
them.
Because you're not allowing him to answer the question of tangential
No, I am.
velocity.
No, because
I know, I'm not
perspective
allowing
doesn't
him
know
to
how to
divert.
stop talking. I
I'm
don't know
allowing him to change the scenario to
what
boats.
Witsit was
To
talking
boats
about.
or people throwing balls.
Perspective, you are a
And I'm
nightmare.
not allowing him
They
to
are.
say, I don't understand, when I keep asking the same question that he's diverting from.
When you travel south, the southern
West,
component,
southwest.
all we talked about, I don't care if it's west, southwest, doesn't matter.
You
The
should.
southern
You should. It
component.
does matter.
Okay, so
It
don't
doesn't
answer my
matter.
question. Answer the
No,
question
because he jumped
now.
in.
Finally
Your question-
answer.
I will answer
Finally,
your
if
question.
I jump in and now that makes you answer his question that he's been asking you all night.
I've been trying to, but he was letting me speak. So Sugar Cookie, the tangential velocity, he tried to answer.
No,
I don't know
so
if you
you're not
understood that.
answering his question. You're answering mine
Which
now. No, answer his.
Whose question do you want me to answer? I was answering his question.
The first one. Good.
His question
West,
is,
southwest.
if you're traveling west, southwest, how do you increase your tangential velocity as you travel west, southwest?
Yeah, eastward
That's the
momentum added.
And the
Need
reason that
500
you,
miles per hour,
the way
more
that you
momentum
do that,
eastward.
the way that you do that is if when you're traveling south, and now we have an atmosphere. First example, hours ago, said, let's get rid of the atmosphere so we can see what happens. And he was very much in agreement with what I came up with. You did agree to that. You didn't get it at first, and then you finally got it.
There's no mystery on anyone's part here. There's no mystery about anyone not understanding. You need more eastward momentum.
So let's assume you understand.
Without the
So
atmosphere,
we're traveling.
with the atmosphere,
We're traveling south southwest.
doesn't matter.
The southern the southern component will add a force to that object as it travels, equal to the difference in velocities as it progresses southward. In this case, we're traveling 600 miles to the south. Even though we're traveling west southwest, we still have a southern component. That southern component is going to be the speed differential as we travel south. Only our southern portion of this trip. With me so far?
Yeah, but when you're going directly south, you're saying
So you're not
that
with me
you
so
have
far.
to bank east. No, I'm saying that
No, I'm not
right
banking.
now
I'm
you're
not
already
banking anywhere.
contradicting yourself.
I'm not banking anywhere.
If you were going directly south, you're saying you'd have to bank east to catch up. So now you're going west southwest. You can't bank east at all. You're actually losing momentum, not gaining it.
Mass moving from going
The fact that you're
to
going westward
has a
makes you
different
lose eastward momentum.
velocity.
So you can't
Going
gain
to
more
an area
eastward momentum
higher
when you went
tangential
west-southwest.
velocity. That means
Oh
the
God,
air is
I
also
repeated it 100
traveling
times.
that direction. That's why we have an tangential velocity with respect to the inertial frame as we travel west-southwest. You still don't get it. I can tell. But that's
What do you mean you
okay
can tell?
because you are the dumbest guy in the room.
No, you're not. You're not acknowledging the
No.
actual
I'm the
point.
dumbest person in the room.
No, he's got you beat. Sugar.
No.
Oh yeah,
I've got it.
you
I
can't
got
answer
it.
my no. You can't. Nope, not gonna let you get
That's
to
the
the way.
simplest part.
Nope. If you're going directly south, Zanuck, you're saying that you have to bank east to catch up to the Earth. That means that when you
Correct.
go west, that you're actually losing momentum and eastward momentum. You can't gain eastward momentum when you're flying west-southwest. Period. You're acting like I'm dumb, and you're acting like you have an answer, but you don't. Because if you're going directly south and you need to bank east to catch up, you can't bank east when you're going west-southwest. It's been the point for 3 days that you act like I don't get.
You don't get.
Yeah.
You don't get it.
Exactly.
And as
You have
Jesse
no
said, all you have to do.
Understand.
Can I ask a question to Zanuck? What is a rotating inertial reference frame?
It's rotating. It's not inertial if it's rotating.
Thank you.
It's not enough.
Thank you.
It's true. That's true.
Yeah,
That's
new
a correction I like to
perspective
make.
said
It's
new
correction I like to make.
perspective said that.
It's not
Who said a
inertial, but
rotating-
it is a separate reference frame.
Who said a rotating inertial reference?
New
Well,
perspective
no, it's
said
not.
that.
I misspoke on that one time. You're right.
Okay, all right. I didn't know that.
But it is a separate reference frame.
When I said
It's a separate reference frame. It doesn't
Right.
matter because it's a moving reference frame, but it's a rotating reference frame under the plane, which is not in lockstep with that reference frame, and neither is the atmosphere. So none of this makes any sense. It doesn't work. The only way it can land on a stationary fucking runway is if it's stationary. You guys, how many times did I have to say it? You're the ones that are dumb if you think it actually treats the Earth as stationary. when
Here's
it's
your
spinning.
problem. Okay, Jesse said this before he left, and he's right. All he has to do is pull back on the throttles, and you can start acquiring some eastward momentum. Yes. Remember, you
back
had
on
the
the
same
throttle.
problem when we talked about the same
Momentum
problem we
doesn't
talked
have
about.
anything to do
Okay.
with.
Oh my God.
You had the same problem we talked about no atmosphere. Remember we talked about the inertial reference frame versus the rotating reference frame, and you got all confused. So I had to
I
stay
didn't
with
get
the
confused
inertial
about
reference
anything.
frame.
I've
So you
been
got
confused
it.
this whole time. Anybody listening knows that I haven't been confused all night. You're the one
You
gift
have been
galloping, coming up
confused.
with
Wait a
things.
second.
You,
Wait a
you
second.
said you couldn't land. You said you couldn't land
because you have
you had
no
a
answer.
you had a
You
500
can't
mile
gain
difference
eastward.
speed.
Danik, you can't
Hang
gain
on,
You said you
eastward
couldn't land
both
the
of you.
freaking
Hang on.
helicopter.
west,
Come on.
southwest. You can't
Nobody
say
can
I
hear
don't
what you
understand.
guys are saying. Hang on.
Yeah, well, let me just
Why
say it one
is
time again. I'm going to say it over again. Can't gain eastward momentum. You only went west-southwest. You had 500 miles eastward momentum when you started out. You would lose more
Slow
because
the
you went
plane
west.
down.
You can't
Slow the
gain.
plane down. You'll get
Slow
that
the plane
momentum.
down makes you go
Yes,
backwards
slow it
faster.
down.
You
Slow it
can't.
down.
Hang
You'll
on.
get an
You
eastward.
went
You'll gain
westward.
eastward. Slow it
Zanuck?
down.
You
You'll
can't gain
gain
eastward momentum just by
Slow
slowing
it
down. You already
down.
went
You'll get
westward.
eastward
Oh God.
momentum.
You're
New
nope.
Slow
perspective.
it
Hang on.
down.
Hang
Doesn't
on.
work.
Hang on.
Doesn't work.
Hang on. Zanuck, can you explain where new perspective is confused?
Yes, my God, it's so easy.
Yeah, go
Please.
ahead. Yeah.
So if you
Let's
are
hear it.
traveling at any component southward, you slowed the plane's progress down, you would be gaining eastward momentum by definition, because he's confusing the
Technically, that's
rotating
true.
reference frame.
No,
Here he goes
technically,
again.
you're
You
right.
won't help me talk. You want me?
No way, I'm
You asked me a
agreeing. I'm
question,
agreeing. Technically,
Sugar
you're
Cookie, and he
right.
won't let me.
No.
The
I'm
So
letting
you
plane's
you. I'm saying
reference
I'm
frame.
confirming you. I'm confirming you that's right. Technically, you would gain eastward momentum just by slowing down your westward movement, but it's not going to be
excellent.
enough to have more momentum than where you
Yes.
started from because you were going
Yeah.
west.
You don't need. Yes, of course you need more momentum. Absolutely.
Yeah, and you lost it
So,
by going west.
but the air mass you're flying in also is a higher tangential
So it's not
velocity.
enough.
And it has. So again, you're talking. And it has a tangential velocity that's increasing as you go south, and you're exposed to it for 5 hours. Question is, how much movement, how much acceleration will it impart on this aircraft at that angle, which is now at a 45-degree angle or so, over 4 hours? Let's say it's 4 hours. Our trip from Chicago to San Diego, call it 5 hours. And that you can ask yourself that question too. So yes, you're losing tangential velocity going westward, but you can also slow the plane on to gain some of it back. But a lot of it can be gained
Maybe
by
a
just
little.
the fact that the air mass itself is also working against you to give you tangential velocity in the eastward direction.
Hey, wild thought, but you guys have been going on for a long time. I mean,
Yeah,
wouldn't
let's
they
let other
just put
people
it in?
talk.
Wouldn't they just put it in autopilot? So then,
Yeah, I was
fuck this
I was
argument.
I was gonna
Yeah,
ask
that's their other
if it's
go-to.
okay if I could moderate this thing or whatever, because
Yeah, it's over. We've been over 3 days, and his only go-to is saying, "I don't
It's
understand."
not over.
Everyone's heard me. Everyone's heard me
It's
explain
not
it
over.
100 times.
You don't have to
They can't.
gain.
They have to
Here's the
acknowledge.
bottom
They
line.
have to acknowledge that if
I
they
have
go
a bottom
south,
line, Sugar, for you when you want to hear it.
banking east wouldn't catch you up anyway.
It keeps
and so
going.
if you're going west, it makes it worse.
He won't
I'm
stop.
done because I've said it over.
Okay, good. Please be done. So one of the interesting things about going to San Diego from Chicago is that you are traveling in a direction that you will be able to go more south than west and be able to take advantage of the. So you actually point your plane more south, and because it's a right deviation, it would deviate to the west and not cost as much fuel. Follow the Coriolis deviation rather than going straight toward it and having to deal with scrubbing speed and having to recoup some of this or fight some of the extra momentum that you would have, or not enough momentum you would have. You can actually just allow the plane to follow this Coriolis effect to the right, which is to San Diego. So you can throttle back, take a more southern direction, and end up right to San Diego and land right on those runways without any problem whatsoever.
so no Coriolis.
Unbelievable. So yes, Coriolis, and very slight and problem to deal with. And by the way, if you're flying a plane, you just point to your
So too
along
small
the
to
way,
measure.
and you end up there just perfectly.
Too small to
Just-
measure.
Just point. Got it.
Just point the plane to San Diego, and off you go.
Okay. Cool.
What
So
model muted me?
is there a chance that you can walk me through the thing where I jump in a river?
Why would you jump in the river?
Oh, Zanuck, long time ago.
Yeah, you jump in the river. So you want to go to the other side, but you have a river going 10 miles an hour. So you jump in the river. Within about maybe a second, you are now going 10 miles an hour. That river would actually act on your body based on the surface area or the frontal area of the body facing the coming water and the drag coefficient of your body. You
Whatever,
would have a
dude.
force
I just
acting
want to
on
go
it.
to the other side of the river, right?
Right. But now you have a 10 mile an hour downstream component that was imparted on you almost directly the moment you landed in the water.
Okay.
All right. So now you're swimming across. Now you're in the body of water. Now you're going the same speed. Now you start swimming across. You can swim 2 miles an hour. Well, as you swim 2 miles an hour, you're going through at this lateral direction across the river at 2 miles an hour, but you're also going 10 miles an hour downstream. So what you'd want to do is want to kind of aim not to the side, but made up toward angle to the backward, and so you can recap some of the 10 miles an hour, but you wouldn't be able to do very much because.
So I
you're
jumped
going
in
10
at
miles an
point
hour.
A and I want to go to point B.
Right.
Yeah.
So you'll never be able to get there because the actual airplane or the body, you swimmer, cannot fight the 2 mile an hour,
No,
10 mile an hour curve.
wait,
But
hang
however,
on,
let's
hang
make it so it's 1 mile an hour. If
That's
it's a 1
fine.
mile an hour stream,
You can
then
make
you
it
jump.
however many miles an hour you want, but
Well,
all
no, you
I'm
got to be
saying
able to
is
overcome it. Hold on. You want to be able to overcome it. So you jump in the 1 mile an hour stream. You can swim 2 miles an hour. You jump in it. It's moving now 1 mile an hour downstream, but you want to go across the stream. You don't want to lose that position. So you start swimming 2 miles an hour at a 45-degree angle above the target area. So not directly at that target, but upstream of that target by a 45-degree angle. So if you swim 2 miles an hour and the stream's going 1 mile an hour, you will eventually hit your target. It's considering that depending on how wide the river is. Let's say it's an equilateral triangle or a I
Okay,
saw
so
somebody trying.
so assuming I jump in the water and the water is going faster than because it's a stream or a river, and hopefully I won't die. It's not like the rapids, right? So
Say it's a slow moving stream.
I want to go to the other side, so I start swimming against the current to get to the other side. Right?
Right.
Okay. So
I said that. So if you had a 1 mile an hour stream and you can swim 2 miles an hour, you jump in it, you immediately go
I'm
1
not
mile
gonna
downstream.
calculate. That's the thing. I'm not calculating what's what, but there's a stream pushing me, downstream, and then I want to go from point A to point B, so I have to go kind of upstream to get to point B. So the stream of water in the analogy would be the Earth's atmosphere.
Coriolis effect or the Earth's atmosphere, whatever you want to pick.
Okay. And then so I'm swimming. I'm like, okay, I'm definitely not going to die. And I can get over there. And so I'm just trying to make the analogy of, is there some sort of, so the river is not attached to A and B, like when I jumped in and to where I want to get it, right? The river is not, that's a different reference frame because it's moving. That's the moving part.
You jump in the river, you immediately start traveling downstream at 1 mile an hour.
Right. So there's is there two different reference frames there then? So like I'm in the river and I'm either on the bank of A or I'm on the bank of B.
Yeah.
Right. So in the middle, So in the middle, I'm in a different reference frame. Right.
You are now downriver. The reference frame of the shore is not moving. So you have the non-moving.
The water is a different reference frame.
The moving reference frame, yeah.
Correct. So that's the non-inertial.
Well, they're both inertial in this case, but it acts like a non-inertial. You're going to say it's similar to it. Non-inertial means accelerating or turning. This is going straight.
Okay, so the non-moving thing is point A and point B on the land.
Right, and anything in C is the entire river.
Right. So if I had to make a kind of like an arced path to get there because I was in the inertial reference frame as if it were the river, that the river would be the inertial reference frame. I would have to make a curved path in some way or have some effort if I was going to go straight. That'd be very hard if I was actually going to go directly straight through.
You're going to have an angled path, an angled direction. You're going to aim at a 45-degree angle upstream and paddle like 2 miles an hour, fast as you can, to overcome not only the 1 mile an hour, but also travel the distance across. So you have
right.
So
like I'm not going to argue with you on the math on like the velocity of the current and all that.
We have a 1 mile an hour stream. You don't want to go downstream, so you want to go upstream by 1 mile an hour, but you also want to go across the stream. So it's a vector. Your vector is some backward and some across, and that's going to be if it's a right angle, it'd be a 40%. You have to go 40% faster. So you get a 1.4 square root of 2.
Okay.
Right. 1.41 times.
Calm down.
Hold
down with the square root.
Hold on. 1.41 times the river speed, which is 1 mile an hour. So you have to go 1.4 miles an hour at a 45-degree angle.
I'm just trying to get to
let me finish. Let me finish the sentence, and then you can ask questions. Hold on, because it's a complete thought. 45-degree angle at 1.4 miles an hour, get to the other side exactly at that point that was straight across.
Okay.
It'll be a diagonal shot, not a curved
So
path.
it would appear that I'm curving.
No, it would be a diagonal path. It would appear you're going straight. You would be going straight across even though your body is angled at a 45-degree angle, paddling like crazy.
Well, no,
You're
I'm
pointed.
not saying that's crazy.
You're paddling like crazy. Paddling.
Oh yeah,
Swimming.
yeah.
You're
I must get
you're
there.
banked at a 45-degree angle. You're paddling as fast as you can at a 45-degree angle, but your path through the water is straight across from A to B.
Right. So that to me is an example of Coriolis in a way.
Crosswind or Coriolis, both work very similar.
Okay, so there's to me there's in this analogy, in this experiment or whatever, like thought experiment, there's each side of the bank, A and B, are not moving. The river is moving, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going through the moving thing to get to the not moving thing,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
So is that an example of a Coriolis,
Coriolis
or
would work,
is it not?
It would work like that as well. Now think about, let's do Coriolis now. Now the stream, let's do Coriolis now. Coriolis is going to be the stream moving faster and faster so there's some banks, like very little movement on the shore, and as you get more toward the middle, it gets very, very fast. And let's say there's an island out there at the very, very fast part in the middle.
I mean, this is not like we're not swimming across the Mississippi River or anything like that.
Well, let's think of it now. Now for Coriolis, let's think about the Mississippi River. We go around the shore. There's barely any
that's
current.
crazy. I would never try to swim that.
Well, no, there's a little island that's only about 50 yards away from the shore.
Maybe like a little
little pontoon boats are anchored out there, or a little raft that's been anchored out there. Okay, and that's in that highest speed of the
well, and as you know, as currents go, they're faster on the banks.
Not always.
Well, most of the time.
No, there's some can be protected. You have get in the river, it's fine. And once you out there, you get taken away.
Sure.
Yeah. So this is one of those rivers where we progressively gets faster and faster as we get toward the island. And the island is in the middle because if we said to go to the other side, then it would start slowing down again and we'd be back on the other shore. So
how tall are you? Let's just say you're 6 feet tall.
Yep.
And let's just say that you could actually walk across the river, but you can't because the current is so much, right? I'm trying to make more of an analogy that works with Coriolis, right? Like you could walk, but your feet will get kind of swept under you. You'll be safe.
Yeah, you're safe. You're fine. It's 3 feet deep, let's say. And it's going 1 mile an hour to shore, and it's progressively going faster and faster as you get to this little island. And you can walk if you want. Cool. But you're going to swim. You're going to float over there. And you're going to swim because it's only going 1 mile an hour and 1.5 mile an hour. And then maybe the most it ever moves is 2 miles an hour by the time you get to the edge. So how it's like Coriolis is that as you fly south, with respect to where you leave, it's the tangential or the tangential velocity, not tangential, the linear velocity where you're ending up is going to be much further, much faster.
So are you kind of equating like, and I'm not accusing you of anything or like, I'm not trying to fallicize you or anything, but like, is the water like the air or the atmosphere?
The water's like the air. Yes.
Okay. So once you leave the ground and you go into the air is going one way. I'm a dumb. Don't forget.
You're flying in the air mass, just like you're swimming in the water. But the water is much more dense, 1,000 times more dense than the air.
Yeah, right? I'm not trying to say I'm floating. But I'm just saying, like, is that kind of what you're saying as an analogy of that river of water is kind of like the river of the atmosphere when you
Yes.
are in the air?
Yep. And it's trying to carry you whatever direction that it's moving. And generally, the river of the air, as you're traveling from Chicago to San Diego, is going to be moving like the river on that stream, except you're not looking at across the stream, you're looking at to the right of the stream.
Okay,
So
so
you jump in the river at Chicago, and the river's coming at you from the west, and it's going 50, 100 miles an hour the entire time. And it gets faster and faster as you go south. If you're talking Coriolis, if you're talking crosswind, it might stay constant. So the difference between the crosswind and the Coriolis is that as you travel southward, the difference between the tangential velocity of that wind is greater as you get further away from your destination point to the south. That's why I kept on talking about the south to him.
So what's the tangential velocity of me swimming through the river?
Well, there's just a linear velocity now because it's not a curved surface, and that's why it's even and
What do
just
you
gets
mean?
progressive. We try
Is
to
it because it's because
equate.
because the water is also attached to the ground that I'm trying to go from point A to point B on?
No. The water is independent and moving past you. The reason that how we equated it to the differential tangential velocities by giving it different velocities as you left the shore. That gave you
Okay.
something equal to what happens on a sphere, where as you travel southward, the tangential velocities get faster and faster and faster.
Right. So let me ask you this. What do you mean by tangential?
The linear velocity. Just
Well-
what if you just looked at this velocity of the speed of the of the ground with respect to where you took off from, that velocity of the ground with respect to the place where you're leaving from is going to
So
be greater because it's a sphere and it's rotating. If it wasn't a sphere, there'd be no difference.
So what is there a tangential velocity to the water also?
Think. Okay, here's how a good way to think about it. You're on a ball. If I
No.
take a point on top of the ball, hold on, top of the ball, near not the very top, but just like maybe a couple of top of the ball,
Whatever.
and
I get it. Yeah, you always have to be
I
on the
rotated
top.
one. If I rotate it in one revolution and it takes a second in one revolution, I will have traveled, say, 6 inches all the way around. But if I do it at the equator,
Which way is it
might
rotating?
be it might be 2 feet. So I've gone 2 feet in 1 second, or 6 inches in 1 second.
So do
The
you mean
speed-
you're at the North Pole while it's rotating?
No, off the North Pole, just at some point, not on the axis of rotation, just a little bit off of it. There's a 6-inch circumference of this path you would take. You put a magic marker
Wait,
on the
hold
friggin'
on.
basketball where
Hang on, say
where,
that
where
again.
it says Spalding, and you put the S on Spalding is on the top somewhere. Boom, you got an S right there. Make a black mark, and you spin it on that axis. You would see it take like a 6-inch path. However, at the circumference, the chord of around that ball, that is the widest part of that ball, versus the axis of rotation, it might be 2 feet. So it's going 2 feet in 1 second, and the top part is going 6 inches in 1 second. Obviously, the circumference near the equator is going faster. That's the tangential velocity.
Hang on, dude. I'm just trying to get from point A on the riverbank to point B on the riverbank. And you're
I
talking
think we
about
should
all kinds
stop.
of other things.
Yeah, get it. Yeah, getting it.
No, I'm not, because I'm trying to
I've
understand
used
what the
my
fuck you're
most
talking
skilled
about.
analogies and descriptions, and you're just like fighting it.
No, I'm not fighting it. I'm bringing this to you. I'm going with this. I want to go along with this with you.
I gave you the analogy of the tangential velocity.
Where's the water?
that-
How does the
Those are-
water correlate?
Because I made the water have increasing velocities as you went across it. The first scenario was just
Why did you
just
do
the water
that?
that was going. Hold on, because I wanted to simulate increased tangential velocities as you cross.
Right. So
to simulate
tangential.
how
there's-
that works with Coriolis.
Okay, so how does me going from A to B on one shore to the other and the river in between, where's the tangent in that?
There's no tangent. That's just linear velocity. That's what we
Okay,
started.
well-
We started. We're walking before we can run. We started with a simple demonstration of how relative motion works. You got it. It seemed. Then I advanced it one fucking step. Sorry, one step further by saying we're going to have a progressive.
Calm down. It
I
seems
know,
like
but
you're
no,
getting
frustrated.
upset.
You're frustrating me because it doesn't seem like you're trying, and I get frustrated.
No.
Maybe you
I
are.
am totally not trying to fuck with you. I am trying to go along
well,
with this.
All right, then just take it. Take my word. Here we go. The second example
And
was
don't.
the shoreline
I'm
on the
sorry.
Mississippi.
In between, if I have questions, I hope that's okay. I hope this
That's fine.
should be
No,
a
no
back and
problem at
forth.
all.
Okay.
No problem. I don't want to spend too much time on this, so just try to make a real effort. I don't want to do this again. First
Yeah, me
effort was
too, dude.
strictly two reference, one moving, one not moving. How you get across it? 1 mile an hour speed of the river. Went at a 45-degree angle. We had to go 40% faster because the right triangle, an equilateral isosceles triangle, and we would get across the river and get exactly from point A to point B in a straight line, even though we were pointed at a 45-degree angle. Swimming is about 40% faster than the river's velocity was, linear velocity. Then we went
So
to
many
the
questions.
other river.
Yes.
Any questions?
What other river?
No, the Mississippi. Now we go to the Mississippi, where I told you that there's different velocities from the shore out to this little island in the middle of the river. Just so
Like a
happened to be
sandbar?
like a sandbar.
Okay.
So we're going to
so
go
we can hang out, have some pina coladas.
hang out, and have a beer. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, right.
So that is going to have a much higher velocity of this water as you get further out, like Coriolis.
Because it's such a big river.
It's a big river, and it's got shorelines such that we have this.
The
maybe
shore,
it's an
like
indentation,
point A to
maybe
point
it's a
B,
little-
is a lot longer, further away distance, right?
You can say it's the same speed difference. But we just want, now we have a varying velocity of this water. It's going
Okay.
faster out there than it is on the shores, and there's Eddie currents in
Okay.
it.
Well,
It's quite a
sure.
bit, but
Well, that's any river.
So we
Yeah. Sure.
same kind of, but now we're going to have a curve path because this velocity change is different, right? It's faster,
Oh, hey,
it's further
hang on,
away.
I think you cut out there for a second. You have a what kind of path?
You have a type of a curve path now.
A
Before it was an
current
angle because everything was at 1-to-1. Now it's not 1-to-1. First you started at 1 mile per hour, then it goes to 2 miles an hour, then it goes to 3 miles per hour, then it goes 4 miles per hour. And we got to be a really fast swimmer to be able to go, across this, get across it and not miss the island. So we do the same thing. We angle out ahead of the river. We start swimming like a bat out of hell, and we take a curved path, and we get to the island. That's how Coriolis would work.
Okay, so
now, if you didn't, hold on one second. Let me add to that.
Okay.
If you didn't take into account to try to get to your A to B, you just said I'm going to swim straight to B. From A, I'm going to swim. You would end up taking a curved path because it starts out slower and gets faster as you get further away. And now you're way past the sandbar. You hit another sandbar way down because you didn't aim to the A B.
Right.
A sandbar.
So let's say we had a sandbar there, and we'd be like, "Hey, everybody, come over here and have a beer." I would not start like perpendicular to that sandbar. I'd start like way up there, and I'd be like, "Oh, I'll just float over there and land on the sandbar." I wouldn't have to fucking do anything. I would have to not swim. I'd just float and I'd land on the sandbar.
Ocean currents are like this too.
Right.
You get too far, and the currents are taking you. You say, "Well, I used to be in front of this hotel. Now I'm like in front of the other hotel." But if you're on the shore, there's no currents.
So
same kind of thing.
Okay, so how does this correlate to the Coriolis thing? Because I'm trying to figure
Chicago
this
is
out.
on the bank of the river. Here we go. This is the grand finale. Chicago's on the bank of the river.
Grand finale. Is that what you said?
Chicago's on the bank of the
grand
river.
finale. This better be good, you motherfucker.
Every bit of air that we're traveling through is going to be going faster and faster as we get south.
Wait.
Take off.
I'm sorry. Start over. Chicago
We're in
River.
Chicago. We're taking off, going south.
Where? We're starting off where and going south?
We're going We're in Chicago. We're going to go to Dallas. Which
Okay,
is a
you
little bit
do know that
southwest from
they
Chicago.
dredged the Chicago like river so it flows the other way, though, right?
We're leaving Chicago by airplane.
Okay. Not the river
We get
anymore.
it. We get into the atmosphere. It's like the second river analogy. Starts out slow, gets faster and faster as you get farther away. We aim south and we get diverting to the west, so much so that we land in Dallas.
Okay.
We land
So
in Dallas.
the wind is the river in the analogy. Is that right?
The wind is equal to the river as far as the analogy goes. Yeah.
The analogy, yeah. So the banks of the shore are Chicago to Dallas or wherever we're going, right? Those are not moving. Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's it. You
So
got it.
where does Coriolis come into effect in any of
I
it?
just told you. You had the wind that changes velocity as you go south. So as you point south, the wind is the Coriolis effect.
Wind equals Coriolis?
Wind can be equivalent to Coriolis if it was progressively going faster as you went south. When we talk about Coriolis effect, we're counting on the air not being attached to the earth. There's no winds, there's no like change of directions. It
Right,
is
so like
just
the
a
river in
progressively
your
increased.
like
It is
the
just it is
river of
like the river.
water.
It is like the river. It is progressively getting increased in velocity south. So it will tend to take you one direction to the east. That's how it works.
Okay, so the starting point and the ending point aren't moving, but the air is moving.
Right, but in this analogy of Coriolis, everything's moving, even the air. So it doesn't matter whether the air you're
What's the
trying to get
difference
southward
between like the river bank from point A to point B swimming to
because the earth is
that
moving.
and the river
Because the
is
earth
you said the
because the earth
river
is
was the
moving
air,
because
right?
the earth is because the earth is moving, the earth and the air are in sync, but
So
we're moving because it's rotating. Therefore, there is different. If the Earth wasn't rotating, this would not be an issue. There'd be no difference in tangential velocity because it'd be zero tangential velocity for
so the
everybody.
air is the river.
Air is the river.
Okay.
And the ground is the river too.
So wait, what?
Picture
Ground is the river?
the other side of the shore. Picture the other side of the shore is a bunch of boats, and all these boats are
Hold on.
in the river.
Time out. Let me catch up with what you're saying. Chicago and Dallas. Those are the two sides of the banks of the river that we want to swim to, let's just say.
Right.
Right. And so you just said that the land is also the river?
Mm-hmm. The land is
Because
moving
of
with
the
the river on the
air?
other side. The land is moving with the river. Picture we have boats. We're all in the water,
The
free floating.
land is
We're all floating.
moving with the river.
Yes.
That means the river isn't moving.
The river's
Right?
moving too. Picture boats that are not anchored are all moving.
The river is moving with the land. Then
There's no land.
therefore
Just say the boat.
there's
Just the boat.
no way that
Just the
there
boat.
has to you don't so pretty
Just say there's
close.
boats.
So
Hey! You leave the shore. All you have is boats out there. They're all tied together, and there's a mile of boats, all tied in. No one's on them. They're just floating. They're floating with the river, the same speed of the river down the Mississippi, going like 10 miles an hour. But it's only
Right,
1
but
mile an hour in the river. Water is only 1 mile an hour when you leave the shore.
there is no way that the point A and
Yes, there is.
B on the different side of the banks
B
could
would be any boat you can
floating at
grab.
the same
B would
time
be
as
any
the river, though.
B would be any boat you can grab. Just go ahead and grab any boat. They're all in a line. There's a mile of boats all across 100 yards. 100 yards away from the shore. There's 100 boats to the upstream and downstream. Endless stream of boats.
Okay. I like this.
Endless stream of boats.
Stream of boats.
Yep.
Then what?
That's what Coriolis looks like to you when you leave the banks, or you leave Chicago.
Okay, so is Chicago to Dallas a north-south endless stream of boats?
No, east-west stream of boats. All those cities, Florida, North, Dallas,
The
Arizona,
boats are
California,
east-west.
all those are boats. All those are boats.
What do you? I mean, are you trying to make triangles now?
No, just trying to say that's what's happening. So if you want to get to those boats, you swim across the river and grab whatever boat you can. If you want to get a boat that's closer to the left, you got to aim left. If you don't care and want to get a boat that's maybe to the far east, you can just swim straight and it will take you automatically to the right. And that's the Coriolis effect.
I am so confused.
This is not.
Help me understand. What the?
It's
What are you talking about? Because we started off by saying, and go from
I
the
draw an
shore on
analogy
point A to
between
point
things
B.
like
Yeah, and then
okay.
we have a
So let's go
river in
back.
between.
Let's go to reality. Let's go to reality.
And you said the
At
river
Chicago, we're in
is
a
the
sphere.
water.
Remember the first.
Hang on.
No,
Hey,
stop
hold
I don't
on
want to go.
1 second.
I don't want. No, I
Hey,
don't want. I don't want to go back. I don't want to talk about it. Hold on.
no. But hang on. Just
No,
let
no,
me.
no, no, no. I'm in control here. I am in charge. So let me just finish.
No, you're obviously in
No.
charge.
We already talked about the basketball. Hold on. We already talked about the basketball.
I just want to make sure that
no.
you
I don't want to
understand
do
where
it.
I'm
I don't
coming
want to
from.
do it.
That's
I don't want
all.
to do it. I just don't want to. I just don't make me hang up.
Okay,
So let's just-
whatever. Yeah. So I know you're in charge. It's no big deal, dude. I'm not trying to take
too painful.
over.
I'm just getting. I'm getting frustrated. So I want to end here.
Oh
Here's
yeah.
where I want
Okay.
to end.
I don't mean to frustrate you at all.
All right. Well, here's the thing. So we talked about the basketball, and you drew a circle on top. It was 6 inches in diameter, 6 inches in circumference. And then
Wait,
you knew
what?
the outside of the basketball.
Hold on. That's not what we
2
were
feet.
talking about at all.
We said that for a second. Picture now we're on the Earth.
What's that
We
now? Okay.
leave.
All
We
right.
leave
Hold
from
on.
Chicago. We leave.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Start over. Start over.
Finish it, 'cause I don't want to. I don't want to do this anymore. I really don't.
Hang on, dude. I'm with you. I'm not trying to come. You are in charge. I'm not trying to combat you. Can you please start over with this new analogy?
Yeah, we're on the Earth. We're on this ball Earth, spherical Earth, and we're in Chicago. And the Earth is round, and Chicago is more north than San Diego. Let's just do it simple. Let's make it Dallas. Dallas is between San Diego and Chicago. So we leave Chicago. We start heading south, but because we're leaving from
Time out. Dallas is between Chicago and San Diego?
Yes.
How about Denver? Can we use Denver instead? Because that makes
Fine.
more sense to me.
Fine, Denver. So we leave Chicago. We head south, directly south. Because we left the tangential velocity of roughly 400 miles an hour, and we're going to a city, Denver, which has a tangential velocity of 600 miles an hour.
Denver's
200
just
miles an hour
Denver.
faster.
It's just to me, Denver's just sitting there. So we leave Chicago, we go to Denver.
It's got a larger radius to the center of the sphere.
Okay, whatever.
Or to the axis of rotation. It's a longer distance. So it has traveled, when it makes a revolution, it has to travel farther around this circular path than Chicago because it's more north.
Well, this is a good point that you bring up, because if you actually went from Chicago to Dallas, wouldn't that be the same time zone anyway? So it's a good idea that
Doesn't matter. Time zones don't matter.
Well,
Just talk
time
about
is
tangent.
longitude,
Talk about
right?
velocity. The velocity on the surface is going faster at Dallas or Denver than Chicago.
I'm just trying to help you out. Like
No,
that.
you're not. Just stop. So if we were to go straight,
I think
south.
Denver's a better way to go for like
Okay.
between two.
I think I've actually reached my limit.
What do you mean?
I think I'm just done. I can't do it anymore. I think you're trying.
Denver's a good idea, though.
No. You're not picking up on the nuances here. So it doesn't make any sense to do this. I would suggest do a quick search on Google about Coriolis, and maybe type in Coriolis and conservation.
Dude,
of
I'm not challenging you on anything.
No. I just want you to. I can't verbally explain this to you. This is something usually done on a drawing board. If you have on tangential velocity is, and we're talking about conservation of of linear momentum and this kind of things, it's just going to be hard for me to explain it to you in terms you can understand. So I think I've gone to my limit on this one. So I usually charge money for this. And I'm doing this for free, so I'm kind of done.
Yeah. How much do I owe
Nothing
you?
against you. It's not an easy concept to just verbally describe.
How much money do you want me to give you for taking
I don't
up
want
so
your money.
much of your time?
It's okay, but I just want to know there's the tangential velocities are different, and you're heading to an area that has higher tangential velocity. So when you're flying, the tangential velocity, because it's greater where you're going, will basically move underneath you. You'll miss it because it's going faster than you were going when you left Chicago. So you have to turn to the left to keep up with it. Otherwise, you're going to be deviate to the right. And so that's the whole idea about Coriolis, and that's why. And then New Perception has a New Perspective, whatever his name is. He has a complete misunderstanding of what we talk, how you conserve momentum and how you can get to those places without any problem at all, even with or without atmosphere.
Well, so let's say, for example, Chicago to Denver to LA. Let's say there's a river in between them. Those are the two. So Chicago to Denver, two sides of the bank of the river. Then Denver to LA, two sides of the bank to the river. I don't see those two. I don't see Chicago, Denver, or LA moving at all. You know what I'm saying?
And that concludes our class this evening. Please stay tuned for next week's presentation of reference frames, real or imaginary. Thank you very much. Thanks for playing. I gotta go to bed. I'm tired, man. I'm beat. We'll pick it up later. I don't have a problem going later. I'm just kind of guy.
Okay, well,
Hey,
hey,
Bo.
Zanuck, I appreciate this back and forth. I thought it was really
No
good.
problem. Yeah, I enjoyed it too. And we'll catch up later. I'll figure out some other ways to maybe explain. I'll put
Yeah,
a drawing together.
I'm honestly going along with all of it, just to your hypotheticals.
Right. Well, they're just analogies that help people understand kind of these forces
Yeah.
involved, whether they're Coriolis or different differential speed rivers or airstreams or crosswinds, etc. They all have the similar effect. But we'll catch up on this a little later, all right?
Yeah, I'm sorry if Chicago, Denver, and LA aren't moving.
Don't worry. These analogies. It's tough when there's not drawing. Drawings are the best way to go about this kind of stuff. So we'll catch up with you a little later.
Maybe.
Is anyone there?